The Gift. Expanded edition. Marcel Mauss. Part I, In Memoriam. Part 2, Essay on the Gift, the Form and Sense of Exchange in Archaic Societies. Chapter 1. The Gifts Exchanged and the Obligation to Return Them, Polynesia. Chapter 2. The Extent of the System, Liberality, Honor, Money. Chapter 3. Survivals of these principles in ancient law and ancient economy. Chapter 4. Conclusion. Part 3, Selected Reviews. Part 1. In Memoriam. In Memoriam. The unpublished work of Durkheim and his collaborators. Durkheim always considered l'année sociologique to be a collective work, he never used it to speak of himself and his collaborators. We will not break with this strict and sound tradition. This In Memoriam is destined only to make known a body of work. L'année was not only a publication and a team product. We formed around it, it was a group in the full force of the term. Under the authority of Durkheim at the time of the war, it was a kind of company, in full vigor of heart and spirit. A whole body of works and ideas was being elaborated within it. By describing this intimate activity of the group, by giving a picture of what would have been its output if the most tragic of events had not come to decimate it, almost vanquish it, in analyzing what each of these works would have been, we are thereby undertaking a work of compilation. And this will be the true homage that we owe to our dead. ******. The promises made would surely have been realized, the works started under the energetic impulse of Durkheim, and his own, would have been accomplished. In the theoretical exposition that we will lay out, we will make allusion only to the enterprises already in the process of execution, for which there exist written proofs. Some were already almost complete. But in describing, person by person, the contributions that each one of our dead would have brought, we will also show how they were linked to each other. We will never lose from view that there existed amongst us a true sharing of the work. The example of our dead will be a model. Beyond that, we will show, even in our country, so little accustomed to working in common, what a company of young scholars is capable of, animated by a sincere desire to cooperate. We shall see that if there had not been a war, sociology, science, and our country would have been enriched by such a body of work as few studies have produced. The published work, and even that which would have been published, was only a part of the whole. Plenty of other ideas were in the process of elaboration, plenty of other facts embraced, of which we will not speak. It may have been that Durkheim and our friends did not make them known to us, or maybe we found only traces that we do not understand or do not find sufficient. We want only to describe that which we are sure to have been on the point of becoming a work of theoretical interest. So this will be a document that we give to science, a catalogue of manuscripts. But one should bear in mind that what we register here was only a certain part of the task undertaken. *****. It is also useful, at the moment when we take up l'année again, to convey the sense that the journal is only one aspect of the work of what is now called the French School of Sociology, l'École sociologique française. We should also be aware that the journal was not, neither in Durkheim's spirit nor in our own, the main task. Besides that, the publications that we have been able to bring out since the war, in the series Travaux de l'année sociologique, even those that we will be able to do going forward, are not, and will never be, anything but a portion of what could have been realized. This In Memoriam will, then, permit us to measure the extent of the erudition of our dead and the extent of our loss. Finally, at the moment when we take up this enterprise again, we seek the support of our dead. Their authority enhances our own. Only it adds weight to our responsibility and imposes a tough duty on us, not to allow any fall in the level to which they had raised the collective endeavor. This level would have been very high if they had lived and if Durkheim had stayed here longer to direct us. Émile Durkheim. Durkheim died on November 15, 1917, in the full power of his age, at 59.5 years, but after a long illness of which, from its beginning in December 1916, he knew the outcome. He had time to arrange his manuscripts and to leave instructions about their use. Thus, on his Rousseau on educational theory he wrote with his own hand, for Xavier Leon, and it is in the execution of this wish that Madame Durkheim has published this work in the Revue de Métaphysique et de Morale. Durkheim leaves a large number of unpublished works. But, amongst them, very few are writings in the strict sense. During a respite in his illness, at the moment when he was clinging, without conviction, by pure duty, to the effort and to life, he made the supreme act of faith in starting to write his morale, goal of his existence, foundation of his spirit. The beginning of the Introduction to Ethics, Introduction à la Morale, was written in Paris and Fontainebleau in the summer before his death. It was published in the Revue Philosophique of 1919. The body of the manuscripts consists of courses, the fruit of 30 years in the life of a scholar and a professor, which was the personification of professional conscience. Durkheim, on principle, wrote out all his courses. At least, he did so as long as he taught at Bordeaux. The absorbing life of Paris, with its accumulated responsibilities, those of teaching and exams, those of l'année, those of administration, University of Paris, Consultative Committee, etc., prevented him from remaining faithful to his usual habits. The fact that in Paris he repeated several courses from Bordeaux, the final guarantee of his mastery, allowed him to break with the rules that he had followed inflexibly until then. He departed from these rules above all during the war. This is why we find only the first drafts and the summaries of the two courses he gave then, in 1915 and 1916, his course on general ethics, Morale Générale, corresponding to the Introduction to Ethics, Introduction à la Morale, that he was going to write, and his course on civic and professional ethics, taking off from this ethics. Irreparable loss, since Durkheim's ideas, on the state in particular, had evolved. He had, in effect, modified certain parts of his theory of the state under the influence of his study of German arguments, and in particular those of Archaic. The principal ideas of the general ethics, Morale Générale, those concerning the mean, the normal, and the ideal, had also been defined in lessons to which he committed himself closely. These rough drafts are very short, but very clear. These are sorts of note, aide-memoire, like those he ordinarily carried with him to give his courses. Perhaps, one day, we will be able to make the effort to reconstitute all of that, if some attentive and intelligent listener can give us some sufficiently exact notes. In the same way, we must deplore the loss of the entirely new course that Durkheim gave, in 1913-14, just before the war. The purpose that he proposed was to make known to the students this still novel form of philosophical thought, pragmatism. He had planned this course for his son, André Durkheim, still his student. He wanted to fill a lacuna in the education of these young people. He seized the opportunity, not only to help them to know of this philosophy, but also to define the correspondences, the concordance and the discordance, that he was establishing between this system and philosophical evidence that seemed to him to be emerging from sociology, in its early stages. He situated himself and his philosophy vis-a-vis Bergson, vis-a-vis William James, vis-a-vis Dewey and the other American pragmatists. Not only was he summarizing their doctrine with power and perceptivity, but he was filtering what should be retained from it, from his own point of view. He took account, above all, of Dewey, for whom he had an ardent admiration. This course had great value and made a big impression on a very wide public, above all as Durkheim wanted more than anything else on some young and sharp minds. Unfortunately, the manuscript of these lessons, the philosophical crown of Durkheim's work, is lost. All that remains of it, in the files found in his house, are the few notes and mainly pages with texts that he had extracted from the books of the American pragmatists, and from the books of Dewey in particular. Of these pages, a certain number carry numbers, largely written in blue pencil, that reproduce the order in which these documents were clearly cited in the manuscript, and in the summaries of the lessons that he took with him, and sometimes, in fact, did not even take out. We cannot explain the disappearance of all the other vestiges. Perhaps Durkheim had confided the text of his lessons to his son André, and André had communicated the precious manuscript to a comrade who, like him, died. Perhaps Durkheim had faith in the notes that André was taking during the course, and perhaps he had lent his notes. If by chance these documents can be found in the hands of a friend or a holder of goodwill, we request him, whoever he is, to please send them to us. Perhaps by chance, if the manuscript is found, the collaboration of the students who followed this course, and who are still living, will one day give us a conception of this work. For the moment, we can only indicate its importance. The manuscripts of most of the other courses are, happily, more or less complete and form an imposing collection. They sort into scientific courses, that is, of pure sociology and ethics, morale, courses in the history of doctrine, courses in pedagogy. Scientific courses. Naturally, these are the most important. We will not speak of the courses on religion and suicide, which have been the object of books. Their manuscripts have interest only for curiosity's sake. Durkheim saved them solely by chance, since he held to no fetishism with respect to what he was writing, and often emptied out his boxes of everything that seemed to him useless. But we do possess, in their entirety, and for some in several versions, 2 large courses of which Durkheim's published works contain extracts and are sometimes only a repetition. These are the manuscripts of lessons from the course entitled, Physiology of Rites and Customs, Physiologie du droit et des mœurs, and those of the course entitled, The Family. The course in Physiology of Rites and Customs was taught twice in Bordeaux. A first time, between 1890 and 1892, this edition has partly disappeared. It passed, however, into the division of labor, in particular the chapters on sanctions and on regulatory power. Durkheim gave this course again, with profound modifications, transforming it fundamentally into a complete work on ethics, morale, in 1898-99 and 1899-1900, in Bordeaux. There remains a definitive version of the series of lessons. The last part of the second year of this course contains lessons on domestic organization and domestic ethics, l'organisation domestique et la morale domestique, of which we speak further. The first part of this second year is devoted to civic and professional ethics, morale civique et professionnelle. In summary, this last year of the course corresponds to what we call in current terms, and rather inappropriately, practical ethics. We will soon publish the course on civic and professional ethics. Unfortunately, this will be in a rough and shortened form, as befits his thinking at the time. We will only be able to indicate in which direction, 15 years later, Durkheim was finally engaged. To make these indications, I will use some summaries of the lessons, for which we are not even sure of the order. If I can, if some of Durkheim's former students wish to communicate to me their notes from different time periods, I will attempt to present these indications as completely as possible. The first year of the course corresponded to what one inappropriately calls theoretical ethics, morale théorique. Durkheim, operating in the concrete, called it by a much better name, theory of obligation, sanction, and morality. It comprises first of all a definition of the moral fact. A part of this definition informed the memoir that Durkheim published at the Philosophical Society and which has just reappeared in Philosophy and Sociology, the determination of the moral fact. Then come 2 principal parts of the work, 2 pieces that are essential to Durkheim's system which are not yet known except to his students. These are his theory of moral obligations and moral obligation in general, with a classification of obligations. Next is his theory of sanctions, with a classification of them. This is what corresponds to the general physiological study of rites and customs. Then come the particular studies of customs. First, those of infraction and criminality. This study comprises an outline of statistical observations that, unfortunately, Durkheim never followed up. He had left this subject, one just as fine as the subject of suicide, to his students. Let us not dwell on it. Meanwhile, let us say that amongst other novelties, in an era when few statisticians knew the facts, he distinguished sharply between criminality that was violent and against persons, by backward classes and populations, on the one hand, and criminality that was nonviolent and with respect to goods, cheating, abuse of confidence, etc., by the commercial classes and urban and policed populations, on the other. This section was followed by a study of the genesis and evolution of punishment. In this part of the course were found the lessons that Durkheim took up in his memoir on 2 Laws of Penal Evolution and the lessons on responsibility that supplied the theme that P. Fauconnet developed in an original way. Of the repetitions of this course that Durkheim offered in Paris in 1902-4, in 1908-9, in 1915-16, there remain only outlines and some summaries. A regrettable state of things for this work about which Durkheim never stopped thinking and on which his ideas had evolved, but an understandable state, because it was a work that he wanted to write up, and he naturally kept to himself the refurbishing of his whole theory. In particular, even at the end of his days, he had made considerable progress in the discussion of doctrines of ethics, la morale. He had succeeded in a vast effort of synthesis and critique. He believed that, by subordinating them to the facts of sociology, in considering them as, themselves, aspects of morality, taking them on from a different angle and from a more advanced point of view, he would be able to situate each in its own place, without renouncing any one. One sees that these 2 parts, ethics of society, morale de la société, joined to the second part, morals of particular groups within society, family, professional groups, etc., form a complete picture of all moral phenomena. For his students, Durkheim had constituted a science of customs, science de mœurs, this science which many philosophers are still discussing and of which he was not only providing the guiding idea but was starting to fill up the ranks. The course on the family is also essential. Durkheim, while dying, gave instructions not to publish his work on the family except in the more popular and more moralist version that he gave in his course on physiology of rights and customs, Droit et mœurs. The penultimate part of this course, which concerned domestic organization, comprises, in fact, a resume of the course on the family and an ethics of the family. He repeated it in more or less identical form once in Bordeaux, and twice in Paris, 1902-3, 1908-9. But we ask ourselves whether, by respecting this original teaching first of all, we will not then pass it by, to publish the course on the family. We wonder whether we have the right to keep secret the fine discoveries of which it is full, simply to conceal the errors, the simplifications, and the rough form that was inevitable when Durkheim said things for the first time, more than 30 years ago. This course on the family was repeated in Bordeaux in 1895-6, in Paris in 1905-6, and another time in 1909-10, in a form finally mixed, and mediating, between the purely historical form and the moral theory of the family. Other than his morale, his family was Durkheim's most cherished work. He knew its value. He spoke of shortening his morale to reduce it to an introduction in order to devote himself to his family course. The manuscript was simply that of the old course given at Bordeaux, 1890-92, but it was so full of facts and ideas, and so precious, that Durkheim himself treated the pages with respect, and for several years did not separate himself from them even on journeys. He nourished the project of picking it up again, to start again, reforge, and complete this work. He wanted to devote the end of his life to this natural and comparative history of the family and marriage up to our own day. Science had made considerable progress and he wanted to bring to fruition these searches whose progress he himself had followed in the 12 volumes of El-Ani and numerous memoirs. But he knew that this work surpassed the capacity of one man, and he had wondered whether to ask me to devote myself to it with him. We planned to spend several years of our lives on this. Of this course, there were extracts, the introduction published in the Annales de l'Université de Bordeaux and the conclusion published in the Revue Philosophique, 1920. but we must give a more precise idea of it. It was in his first year of the course on the family that he started to study kinship by groups, and the clan, and exogamy. The deepened study of these facts produced the memoirs on the prohibition of incest and marriage organization in Australian societies. To each form of domestic organization, Durkheim connects a form of marriage. From 1895, at an international exposition in Bordeaux, he produced in a striking form a phylogenetic scheme of the diverse structures held by the organization, first of all political familial, then the more and more purely familial of the domestic subgroup. One can see in this table, ranged in genealogical order, first the diverse forms of the clan, then the clan effaced, while still remaining, just as beside the clan had remained the phratry, in relationship, in a second zone of kinship. One sees in parallel the various forms of the family that were, even still in Rome, contemporary with survivals of the clan. The second year of this course was devoted to the evolution of these family forms, more and more restricted, less and less political. Durkheim showed how the undivided agnatic family constituted itself, tightened its bonds, and then from within it came the patriarchal family, finally how, by a mixture of different rites, and under several influences, the conjugal family of our modern societies became constituted. Again in parallel, he follows the evolution of the forms of marriage. One sees marriage become, more and more, the essential moment in the life of the family after having been a simple condition and a simple effect, until it became the origin and the type of our own conjugal family. Nothing has yet come along to contradict this, undoubtedly partial, perhaps too simple, but ingenious, chart of a part of human history. The whole course swarmed with new and documented ideas. There are in particular materials on the undivided agnatic family, on the origins of the Roman patriarchal family, on the Germanic family, on the origin of filiation in both lines, particular to our own societies, pages that remain essential, truths that are unfortunately still reserved for a small group of his students, a handful of researchers, alas, decimated. Course on the History of Doctrines. Durkheim's professorial activity was important and the subjects of his teaching were always being renewed. From 1891, he was on the jury for admission to fellowship status, but already, from 1888, for his students who were candidates in this competition, he never failed to prepare what we call the author, otherwise known as the work, and the doctrine in Greek, English, French, or Latin philosophy, of which a fragment on morals or politics was on the program. Durkheim, moreover, was always regularly consulted on the choice of this author. From this preparatory work came explanations of texts, with commentaries. These translations are a model for direct exegesis, of the author by the author, from this exegesis that finally, under the impetus of a sound philology and a sound philosophy, under that of Hamelin, Durkheim, Rodier, and others, has replaced the dazzling explications, but beyond the exact subject matter, that young philosophers used to allow themselves in the past. The manuscripts of explications are intact for, 2 books of Aristotle's Politics, 1 book of the Nicomachean Ethics, 2 commentaries on 2 books by Comte and a book of De Cive by Hobbes. These works, worthy of being circulated amongst the students, were not, however, destined for print. On the contrary, Durkheim certainly attached importance to the remainder of his research into the history of doctrines, almost all undertaken for this occasion. He held firmly to his lectures on the ancestors of sociology. For him, the respects paid to the philosophers, his predecessors, constituted noble titles in our learned science, proven and named districts. He was proud of his course on Hobbes and no less proud of his discovery of Rousseau's sociological spirit, a spirit that was quite different from the anarchism with which Rousseau is ordinarily attributed. There is also a manuscript on Condorcet. Durkheim admired him ardently, he knew him in depth, and he noted his influence on Saint-Simon and Comte, on the founders. Each of these great authors is the subject of a course of at least 10 lectures. 2 courses on Comte completed the cycle. Several lectures on the sociology and ethics, morale, of Spencer, very early and quite abridged, come from the same studies. Durkheim wanted to publish most of these courses and to bring them together in a volume entitled The Origins of Sociology. We will push on to bring this wish to realization. On the other hand, independently of all preoccupation with instruction, in 1895–96 Durkheim had started a history of socialism, or, more exactly, since socialism which is moving toward becoming a reality was not then, and is not yet, except in Russia, more than a conviction of certain individuals, certain groups and certain classes in certain societies, a history of the doctrine, of the idea of socialism. He taught this course in Bordeaux in 1897–98. The first 5 lectures have been published in the Revue de Métaphysique et de Morale. Moreover, Durkheim had himself published his definition of socialism in a note in the Revue Philosophique, 1893. The second part of the course remains to be published. This is the most important. It concerns Sismondi and above all Saint Simon, 10 lectures. We will put them in print soon. The course and the manuscript end there. Durkheim did not pursue his studies of socialism. L'année sociologique came along to interrupt them. I do not know whether the readers of these lines can imagine the immense labor that is implied by this productivity, by a young professor, thoroughly isolated, without support, in Bordeaux. All this was done in 15 years, from 1887 to 1902, between the 29th and the 44th years of Durkheim's life. At the same time, he published The Division of Labor and the Rules of Sociological Method, Suicide, organized, edited, and wrote the first 4 volumes of L'année, without counting his treatises, memoirs, and without counting the intense collaboration he had with each one of us. And the form of all these courses has been completed. These are not just notes. These are complete lectures and complete courses. The lectures are fully mutually referential from one to the other, and their parts are linked clearly amongst themselves in a continuous demonstration where the expression is studied in the smallest detail. Each page results from innumerable drafts, covered in hieroglyphics, drafts that Durkheim pitilessly threw into the waste-basket until he sensed that he had arrived at the logical order of the facts and the ideas. This whole body of work feels the effects of the form it necessarily took. The few philosophy students from the Faculty of Letters at Bordeaux were not the only audience for Durkheim. His courses were public and well followed. There were jurists, students of law, some colleagues, a quite exacting public, happily, on the one side. But on the other, there were also schoolmasters, members of various teaching subjects, and finally this uncertain personnel that peoples the benches of the amphitheaters of our great faculties in the provinces. Durkheim, who was not only a marvelous teacher, but also loved to teach, at the same time researched a hard task, scientific truth and didactic efficacy. The requirements of such a collection of commitments have had a certain effect. But let us imagine for ourselves this crushing task. On subjects entirely new, where no one, ever, had worked in this fashion, on problems that even still, now, have not been touched upon by anyone but him, by an entirely new method, and on facts that he was often the first to study, he had to bring forward from one week to the next, with a crushing and astonishing regularity, intellectual material not only elaborated with truth in view, but also digested, with instruction in view, and even on a very broad basis. Durkheim never weakened. For example, his lectures on the Autorite Réglementaire and on the Régime de la Contravention, 1891–92, what pains they put him to. He had to come to a conclusion each Saturday. It was a serious challenge which he made for himself that he had to respond to immediately if he did not want to leave in question his whole theory of sanctions. The agony of the lecture time complicated that of the uncertainty. Through the stress of continual meditation, undertaken day and night for several weeks, a solution was found in time, so that the plan for the course could be followed. It forms a simple passage in the division of labor. Durkheim trained very good students at Bordeaux. Several of them became his immediate collaborators. But all this professorial effort only had its full effect in Paris. It was there that he found, from 1902, in one of his classes, a wider audience of young people who were better prepared. The constellation of his collaborators had already grown since the foundation of El-Ani. That of his students grew suddenly. Most of his courses were then taken up again and recast. We have spoken of this refreshing. Unfortunately, at this time, Durkheim, who was more and more teaching only sociology, did not generally put the new form into sharp relief. Course in pedagogy. Our country has never known very well how to employ its people. The seminar, then Durkheim's lectureship at Bordeaux, always included instruction in pedagogy. And he only came to Paris to supplement, and then replace, the respected Buisson in his professorship on pedagogy. It was only later, in 1910, that Durkheim's title corresponded to actuality. As a favor, he was allowed to attach sociology to pedagogy for the name of his professorship on the faculty roster. In Bordeaux as in Paris, Durkheim was always in charge of pedagogy. It was not that he had an aversion to this discipline, at which he was competent. On the contrary, he was infinitely touched by the sympathy, the enthusiasm, the energy, and the intellectual and practical vivacity of the already trained students who were being sent to him from primary schooling. He sensed keenly the interest and the efficacy of his influence on them. But it was a burden on him. We understand that he always sensed it as a parceling out of his activity, this obligation with which, his whole life, he was to interrupt his favorite studies, those where he felt himself alone to be responsible and ahead of everyone, for the profit of less urgent, less important, tasks. Every week of the year, he had to devote part of his time to advancing a discipline, more practical than sociology, but at base less essential, even if it is of primordial public interest. However, Durkheim devoted himself to this instruction. He brought to this order of work, honorably and conscientiously, the same spirit, the same originality, the same personal, and at the same time exclusively positive, reflection. In addition, thoughtful pedagogy is above all to transform a child into a social being. It is a social art. Durkheim was therefore qualified to refresh it. Paul Fauconnet has described Durkheim's pedagogic works in his Introduction to Pedagogy and Sociology. We will publish it in the collection of the Travaux de l'Année on moral education, where Durkheim reconnects his discoveries on the general nature of moral phenomena to his doctrine of education, as a social phenomenon, and bring out the precepts of pedagogy that can result from it. We shall see how, from the science of morality that he lays out, he was clarifying the practice. It remains to give an idea of his course on intellectual education. Powerfully original in places, it is less finalized and deeply investigated than the other courses. The fact is that, at the moment when he wrote it up, Durkheim had not yet mastered his thinking about the social origins of reason, that he never had the time to go into it in a depth that approached the frontiers where the science can rejoin the practice. Moreover, this course had not been repeated in Bordeaux and in Paris, but rather in private seminars. And even the summaries of the last form in which Durkheim offered them must have been neglected, because they cannot be found. Next, there is a long series of courses, following one another, from 1888 to 1904, on the history of pedagogic doctrines. It is true that this is a discontinuous history, because it does not cover, at one and the same time, the development of teaching institutions and of pedagogic ideas. It simply, and successively, connects all the great authors, one by one, who have illuminated pedagogy, in particular in France. It begins with Rabelais and Montaigne's doctrines of education, then those of the French Renaissance and the humanists, and then Durkheim opposes them to the realists and the encyclopedists, the leader of these latter being the renowned Comenius, who is so little known in France and whose work Durkheim knew so well. Coming afterwards there are Rousseau. These lessons have been published, Condorcet, Pestalozzi, and finally Herbart, This last also poorly appreciated by the classical French authors of history and pedagogy. I believe that I remember having seen some texts of lessons on Froebel, but I can no longer find them. But Durkheim's most significant work on matters of pedagogy is the thorough course that he taught on the history of secondary education in France. It is one of the most valuable of Durkheim's unpublished works, in spite of certain imperfections inherent in the nature of instruction and a work of this kind. It was a difficult work and destined for a demanding public. It was concerned with finding a subject that could interest and instruct future teachers in secondary education, future graduates in sciences and letters whom the former rector, Liard, wanted ultimately to bring together their duties, questions of instruction and pedagogy, at the École Normale Supérieure. The weight of this load fell on the shoulders of a learned man, occupied elsewhere with many other things. However, Durkheim made this remarkable effort with heart, conscience, and effectiveness. In place of laying out a fully reasoned and political debate in the way that we still continue to dispute about secondary education, he believed it better to explain to future schoolmasters how the institution that they were about to enter was the product of centuries of social history. In matter-of-fact terms, he explained to them which moment of this history we were in now, and from there, the nature of the job, and finally the duty of the task that they had to fulfill. Always the same method, initially historical and sociological and finally inductive and normative, permitted him both to make comprehensible the practices that are followed to the present day, and to direct these young teachers toward a better application of their powers and eventually toward delicately suggested reforms. Durkheim was very concerned that this course would be successful. He was very happy when he could ascertain it. Afterwards, the course was repeated regularly every year at the École Normale. It became an essential part of the curriculum in the establishment where Durkheim had done his own studies. Doubtless it will be published quite soon. It is not certain that all this work would have seen the light of day even if Durkheim had lived a long time. He gave away freely all that was not central to his ideas and everything that did not satisfy him in terms of the perfection of its proof and organization. I do not know what selections he made, nor which choices life forced him to make. He held above all else only to publish his morale and his family. But as it stands, this work deserves to be published in part, and to be known in its entirety. At least we should know that it exists, to fully appreciate a body of thought that readers only know in fragments and whose influence and radiance grows and will grow still more for a long time. The collaborators. Durkheim trained several students at Bordeaux. Ever since Bordeaux, he had known how to group a certain number of remarkable workers around himself who, from goodwill, referred to themselves as his disciples, even though they had undergone only the influence of his method and very little by direct contact. It was in Paris that a compact mass of younger disciples formed around him. These were grouped, above all, amongst the graduating classes of the École Normale of 1902 to 1910, those who received Durkheim's first teaching. Of this generation of collaborators, most have died, almost all killed in the service of their country. We will convey a sense of the extent of this loss that war and life have inflicted on us, on our science, and on ourselves. Hertz, David, Bianconi, Renier, Gelli, who belonged to this group, were killed at the front. Bucat died for science. The life of Jean-Paul Lafitte was shortened by his wounds. Vacher, Huvelin, Cayley died at work. All of them leave behind, already, a more or less large body of work published or in manuscript form, important evidence of what they were already contributing. We will see what body of work, great, strong, and at the same time harmonious, would have come from the power of the activity of this group of expert scholars. They were young and, unlike Durkheim and his first collaborators, they had no more need to struggle, but could make use of a victory already gained. They no longer had to forge a method. They could, and would, apply it. We will speak of them in the order of their deaths. Henry Bucat. Henry Bucat was one of our oldest students and collaborators. He had prepared part of the report that I published with his collaboration on the morphology of the Eskimos. He died on Wrangel Island in 1914, of hunger and cold, during a geographical and ethnographic expedition organized by Stephenson and the Canadian government. They have just found his remains. He was supposed to become the ethnographer and observer of the Eskimos within the group of experts that had been formed for this expedition. Lost in the shipwreck were the notes that Bucat had begun to take and those of numerous works in progress that he had taken in order to clarify them during the long Arctic winters. These works were quite numerous and mostly linguistic. Bucat was in the very front rank of Americanists. His Manual of American Archaeology is still the best in use. He extraordinarily enriched the descriptive sociology, or ethnography, of this part of the world. He had a remarkable linguistic and observational talent. He knew an infinite number of things and knew them well. Maxime David. Maxime David was the first of our people to fall at the head of a section of the infantry in 1914. His published work is almost entirely critique, or introductions and translations, nevertheless it is excellent. He leaves above all a manuscript memoir that he had entrusted to Durkheim, which he had written up under his direction, on marriage by group in Australia. This student work is already perfect. It includes a notable discovery of the existence of principles of rights that correspond to marriage classes in the Australian societies where we believe these institutions to be absent, simply because they are not named. We will publish this memoir in bringing it to light. David, in spite of his task as professor and in the course of varied publications, had broached another work, a large work on ethics, etic, of the kind that his friend Jernet was following independently and which he can, fortunately, continue. Durkheim had noted and taught the degree to which the moral concepts of antiquity, above all Greek, had assumed other forms and possessed other values than the classic concepts that come down to us from these civilizations. Basically, we have retained only one choice. But the whole evolution of ancient moral ideas was made from numerous varied concepts, of which a great number have been forgotten, whose meaning is foreign to us, and was even foreign from a certain moment in antiquity itself. Meanwhile these concepts had a long life in Greece, even until after Christianity, and a quite considerable vigor, even more than that of the ideas we have inherited. They exerted over the mass of the people, on rights and on literature, a constraint and an imprint that must be retraced, first of all because this is the historical truth, and then because if we want to understand how the Greeks, between the 7th and the 4th century before our era, applied themselves to reasoning about justice, good fortune, virtue, and prosperity, we must come to know, together, the lacunae and the miracles of their judgment and, at the same time as their genius, their barbarity. Miss Jane Harrison and Herzl had already entered into this subject matter with respect to Themis and Dyke. Glotz had already run into it and David made note of their works in L. Annie and sketched out for himself a plan of study, Annie, 11, p. 284, 12, p. 257. He had chosen the group of diverse and linked concepts connoted by the terms alpha delta, beta rho iota, tau iota mu, which we translate so badly by respect and modesty, by insolence, by honor and chastisement. David had already done the part of the work that is the most enjoyable of all. He had reread the ancient Greek literature and had made a fairly complete file of reference notes. The epics, the lyrics, the nomes, the tragedies, and the prose historians were his principal sources, even more than the philosophers. From all of this, there remain unfortunately only the notes. But one can see what discoveries of history and philosophy, and not solely of sociology, David was to make along this path. Antoine Bianconi. Antoine Bianconi was also killed at the start of the war, in 1915, also at the head of his section, at the age of 32. Like David, he had sketched out a great work. Like David, what he published was mainly critique. Nevertheless, his functions as editing secretary of the Revue du Mois, where he assisted Borel with distinction, required him to follow the topic of the moment. But he had a positive and generous spirit, he desired to construct something. He had sketched 3 works that would have been important. First, he had chosen as his principal subject of study a question that we had left aside, so difficult and vast is it, and where he would surely have found the chance to show his talent as a scholar, his ability to organize the evidence. He had chosen for his field of study the question of the forms that had clothed human reason, and, in agreement with us, he had delimited the first of his works. Amongst the civilizations where the diverse, and even unusual, forms that the categories of the human spirit have been able to take may best be studied, and across these grammatical, mythological, and other forms the main directive ideas of humanity, there is no field of observation more vast, more sure, more precise, and at the same time more fertile, than the civilization and in particular the language of the black Africans, and above all, amongst them, the Bantu. In their case, the language itself divides things into numerous grammatical categories, from 6 to a dozen and even more, depending on the dialect. Following the circumstances, the language considers this or that thing under the aspect of action, of place, of person, of instrument, etc. A certain number of things, animated things, etc., can only be considered following 1 or 2 categories, some others following a great number. A comparative study of the languages of this immense, though quite homogeneous, group of populations, which are remarkably uniform, yet within the limits of this uniformity sufficiently varied, could release some of the secrets, not only of classification, but even more of categorization within the human spirit. One could also, through a parallel study of mythology and of social organization, brought closer to linguistic categories, hope to deepen the problem, if not find the solution. In the diverse notes that he consecrated to the books of Dennett, Bianconi pointed to the direction he was going in order to engage with greater prudence than this author. See particularly Annie, 11, p. 128 and following. He had already greatly advanced his collection of evidence regarding the nature of Bantu words. The recent publication of Torrens' excellent comparative grammar was going to facilitate the task, or rather to furnish him with the means of verifying all his preparatory work, which he was on the brink of completing. Unfortunately, from all this, there remain only the notes. A fine and large subject to take up again. Bianconi was also working on the idea of grace in St. Augustine. He had also started, as a joint work taken up by the 2 of us, a complete bibliography of our African colonies. But he had been distracted from his works of pure science by the considerable effort that he made for his students and his teaching. He wanted to popularize, in secondary education, the science that, in his ardor, he could not abide to leave trapped in a corner distanced from philosophy. Bianconi, like David, Hertz, and Renier, had the passion and the conscience of the professionate, of their career. But as for their differences, since these remained relatively classical in their scholarly careers, he was more daring. He wanted to constitute a whole course in philosophy, entirely new, where the place of collective life, not only in the moral life, but also in the psychological life of man, would be marked at each moment. It was a grand and generous ambition. The manuscript of this course, taught last to the students of the school in Amiens, is almost complete. Bianconi was infinitely committed to this work, which he considered almost complete and ripe. Extracts will be published soon through the care of Madame Rodrioff Bianconi. Robert Hertz. Robert Hertz was killed in the useless attack of Marcheville, April 13, 1915, at the age of 33, leading his section out of the trench. He leaves a body of work that is already distinguished, of critique and theory, and a body of manuscripts that is even more important. He was already a master amongst masters, and his power for work was as great as his work. He had taught at the École Pratique de Hautes Études. There remain from his courses some manuscripts of lessons, of which I have made, and will make, use. Above all, he leaves 2 works, one finished at least provisionally, the other incomplete. It is this latter that would have been the greatest and the most novel. Hertz had focused himself on the study of phenomena that are at the same time religious and moral. And he had chosen the most difficult, the least studied, part where everything is still to be done, namely that of the dark side of humanity, crime and sin, punishment and forgiveness. He had started a truly formidable work of accumulation and elaboration of materials. The two famous memoirs that he published on the collective representation of death, Annie X, and the preeminence of the right hand, Revue philosophique, 1907, together, are only a prologue and an appendix. But they show the degree to which Hertz was a master of his ideas and controlled the sea of facts. But then he had defined his subject too vastly wide. Sin and forgiveness in human history, reduced to several typical facts, was too great a field to till. There remain of this grand idea some important fragments coming from his courses, in particular a completed study of the Christian penitentiary regime, an important study, but which we will not be able to get back up on its feet. Finally, to end with, he still restrained himself. His first work was to have a more modest subject as an area for observation, if not as deep an analysis. This would have been, sin and expiation in lower societies. There remains an introduction to this, almost complete, published in the Revue de l'Histoire de Religions in 1921, then a large mass of drafts, of texts of lessons, many different sketches of different points, above all of the conclusion. But, what is more precious, intact and organized, about half in a perfect order, in the order of the argument, are all the documents of which Hertz wanted to make use. They constitute an incomparable collection. Almost all are taken from Polynesian societies, with several probings into American and African societies, and a few comparisons with Semitic and classical antiquity brought to enrich them. I have been able, approximately and by abridging, with the help of papers and these drafts, to rewrite the book that Hertz would have written, perhaps otherwise, but I have made an effort to remain faithful to his thinking. The book will come out, I firmly hope, in the collection of works of L. Annie under the name of Robert Hertz, with a mention of my own effort and responsibility. For the faults, at least, this capital work will be saved. Hertz, to relax from this great work, entertained himself with folklore and mythology. We understand here the folklore of the present, where he could apply his skills not only as sociologist but also as observer. His delightful Saint Bass, Revue de l'Histoire de Religions, 1912, his notes to folklore observations taken on his men, which he sent from the front to his wife and which the Revue de Traditions Populaires published in 1915, were pastimes for him. A whole work, created, documented, and written in less than 2 years on the myth of Athena, is in the same vein. Hertz considered this redaction of this work to be only provisional. We all formed, around Durkheim, before the war, what was in fact a milieu of trust toward one another, but one that was very critical and let us agree perhaps too demanding. Hertz aligned himself with the advice of some of us and proposed some easy, but very important, modifications. Meanwhile, as it is, the work deserves to be published, perhaps will be published and doubtless published by one of us, as it remains. Jean Renier. Jean Renier ran the same dangers as his friends, but it was in an accident with a trench engine that he died in 1915, for his country, at the age of 32. Like David and Hertz, he destined himself for research on mixed phenomena, religious and moral at the same time. He had chosen his subject, which is vast, asceticism. He had started his collection of notes on Christian asceticism and Hindu asceticism, which he went to study in India in person. His widow has found only summaries of remarkable lessons that he gave at the conference of our master Sylvain Levi, on the Tantras, this very extraordinary mystical, magical, and above all erotic creation of Hindu and Tibetan asceticism, a signal phenomenon that Renier understood perfectly. Georges Gelly. We were able to believe for a long time that Georges Gelly, at least, would remain for us. Right up to the end he was exposed to numerous and serious dangers. One day in 1918 took him away from us like the others, at just 31 years of age. He had chosen as his principal subject of study, in the theory of literary and religious aesthetics, the relationships between the myth, the fable, and the novel. He had started his documentation on classical antiquity and the Celtic and Anglo-Saxon High Middle Ages. A distinguished philosopher and philologist, he would have marked his own place in these studies, which are much practiced, but which must be practiced in another way. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Since the war, amongst us have died, Antoine Vacher, Jean-Paul Lafitte, René Cayley, and Paul Huvlin. Antoine Vacher died in Paris in 1920, of a very long and very painful illness, stoically endured. He had ceased his direct interest in social morphology. He gave it attention only when, moving from his studies of physical geography, he had the chance of measuring, from time to time, the influence of geographical factors on human agglomerations. But his teaching and his critical work did not lose contact with us. He had some notes on human geography in manuscript. Jean-Paul Lafitte was above all a marvelous journalist, but his critiques were always practical. His last published work, on the book of Mr. Millet, Languages in the New Europe, satisfied the author more than all the other articles that his work had inspired. Lafitte had a scientific competence that spread across all the natural sciences. He was apt at learning anything, but he defined himself primarily as a sociologist. He became one of the members of the scientific office in the International Bureau of Labor. We could count on him to render service there. A long and cruel illness brought him down, perhaps accelerated by the 2 wounds that he received in the service of his country. René Cayley died in 1923, he had painfully and dangerously endured a part of the war. He was one of our oldest and most faithful collaborators. Under the guise of an amateur, difficult to define at work, he concealed a real devotion to our science, which he propagated with extraordinary effectiveness, in the most diverse of contexts. There is an excellent work of his, brilliantly completed, on the family terminology of the Eskimo. For a long time he had been the zealous reviser of our trial versions, and created, with our poor Bucat, the tables and indexes of El-Ani. His notes, taken in the courses of Durkheim and others, are precious. His heir has been willing to promise that he will confide copies to us. Paul Huvlin left us suddenly after a painful illness lasting several weeks, in June 1924, at the moment when he was realizing his greatest productivity, at 51 years of age, just as, more enthusiastic than any of us, he started to collaborate on this new edition of El-Ani Sociologique. He was one of those who had joined Durkheim and the first cluster of his students the most independently. His assistance had been effective. He brought to El-Ani his incontrovertible authority as a jurist and historian of law. He also brought us a powerful contribution. His memoir on magic and individual rights is classic. Huvlin leaves a book, which we hope will soon see the light of day. He taught a course at Brussels University and published an introductory lesson whose title is, Human Cohesions. Huvlin was one of the only men qualified to be able to write a book on this kind of subject. He had always had a taste for the practice and a taste for the idea, while at the same time being a master of juridical dialectics. From what we know of this course and the manuscript, there he mixed his techniques as a jurist, the fruits of his political experience, with his preoccupations and his knowledge as a sociologist. This work will be relished, as are all general theories that are edified by true specialists in their learning. The loss of Huvlin is irreparable for us. André Durkheim. Let me conclude, on a personal note, this objective memoir where we want only to describe the works that we could hope from our heroes, from our venerated dead. But it would be unjust and inhuman not to mention, at the end and by exception, the name of one who was going to be associated with us and whose loss, doubly felt, paternally and intellectually, was one of the causes of Durkheim's death. The latter rested upon his son, one of his most brilliant students, the most noble and grand of expectations. André Durkheim died on December 18, 1915, in a Bulgarian hospital, as a result of wounds that he had received while he was commanding a section of the extreme rearguard of the retreat from Serbia. He had already been wounded once and had twice been evacuated from the French front. The only manuscript that he leaves is a memoir in the history of philosophy on a point in the doctrine of Leibniz, a work worthy of publication. Under the direction of Mr. Millet, André Durkheim had already commenced the linguistic studies which were going to make of him the purely sociological linguist that we needed. We name only André Durkheim amongst the young people who were going to join us. There were very many of them. We cannot estimate the loss that their death inflicts on us, but we think of them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What this would have become, if there had been no war, what we agreed to call the French School of Sociology, this is what is indicated here and even proven. Let us imagine that Gelli had become our expert in aesthetics, and that André Durkheim had become our linguist. We would only have needed a technologist in order to be complete. Let us imagine that Durkheim had established his family and his ethics, that Hertz had edited his Sin and Expiation and other works. Let us imagine that Bianconi had produced his course in philosophy and his categories of thought in Bantu languages and civilizations, that we had the books of Renier and Maxime David, and yet others. Would this not have been a magnificent flowering? All this added to what has been possible to publish since the war, for example in the Travaux de l'Année, only what had been started and even completed by our dead, would have made of our small group one of the most honorable phalanxes of scholars. And I do not speak of the works of the living, whom the war stopped sharp in their efforts and productivity, and whom the hard post-war life so little encouraged. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In effect, we remain no more than a handful. Escaped from the front, or exhausted from rearguard action, we have only amongst us a few young people happy to be young. Our group resembles those little woods in devastated regions where, for a few years, a few old trees, riddled to bursting, try to become green again. But if just the undergrowth can grow in their shadow, the wood will re-establish itself. Let us take courage and let us not measure our weakness too much. Let us not think too much about the sad present. Let us not compare it too closely with these faded powers and these lost glories. We must weep only in secret for these friendships and inspirations that we miss. We will set ourselves the task of managing without them, our leader, those who supported us, and even those who were to pick up from us and replace us. Let us work a few more years. Let us try to do something that honors the memory of all of them, that will not be too unworthy of what our master inaugurated. Maybe the sap will rise again. Another seed will fall and germinate. It is in this spirit of faithful memory to Durkheim and all our dead, it is in continuing communion with them, it is in sharing their conviction of the usefulness of our science, it is in being nourished like them by the hope that man is perfectible through it, it is in these sentiments held in common amongst us, beyond death, that we take up again strongly, with heart, the task that we have never abandoned. Marcel Mauss. Part 2. Essay on the Gift. The Form and Sense of Exchange in Archaic Societies. Introduction. Of the gift, and in particular of the obligation to return presents. Epigraph. Below are several stanzas of the Havamal, one of the old poems of the Scandinavian Edda. 1. They can serve as the epigraph to this work, so well do situate the reader directly within the atmosphere of ideas and facts through which our exposition will move. 2. 39. I have never found a man so generous and so liberal in feeding his guests, that to receive would not have been received, nor a man so, the adjective is missing, with his goods, that to receive in return was disagreeable to him. 3. 41. With weapons and garments. Friends must give one another pleasure. Each one knows it for himself, through his own experiences. Those who mutually exchange presents are friends for the longest time, if things succeed in taking a good turn. 42. One must be a friend for one's friend, and return gift, cadeau, for gift, cadeau. One must meet laughter with laughter, and falsehood with deceit. 44 You know that if you have a friend in whom you have trust, and if you wish to obtain a good result, you must blend your soul with his, and exchange gifts, cadeaux, and pay him frequent visits. 44 But if you have another one, whom you distrust, and if you want to arrive at a good result, you must speak fine words to him, but have false thoughts, and return deceit for falsehood. 46 It is thus for the one in whom you have no trust, and whose motives you suspect. You must smile at him, but speak in a dissembling way. The gifts, cadeaux, returned must resemble the gifts, cadeaux, received. 48 Generous and courageous men have the best life. They have no fears whatsoever. But a coward is afraid of everything. The miser is always afraid of gifts, cadeaux. Cahen also points out stanza 145. 145 It is better not to beseech, to ask, than to sacrifice too much, to the gods. A gift, cadeau, given always expects a gift, cadeau, in return. It is better not to bring an offering than to spend too much. Program. The subject is clear. In Scandinavian civilization, and a good number of others, exchanges and contracts are made in the form of a gift, cadeau, in theory voluntary, in reality obligatorily given and received. This work is a fragment of much vaster studies. For years, our attention has been on the regime of contract law and on the system of economic prestations, amongst the various sections and subgroups that make up so-called primitive societies, and also those societies that we could define as archaic. There is an enormous collection of facts there, and they themselves are very complex. Everything mixes in, everything that constitutes the life that is strictly social of the societies that have preceded our own as far back as those of proto-history. In these total social phenomena, as we propose to call them, are expressed all at once and at a stroke all sorts of institutions, religious, judicial, and ethical, morale, these being political and familial at the same time, economic, and they presume particular forms of production and consumption, or rather of prestation and distribution, without forgetting the aesthetic phenomena which bring things into final form, and the morphological phenomena manifested by these institutions. Of all these very complex forms, and of this multiplicity of social things in motion, we want to consider here just one trait, profound but in isolation, the voluntary character, so to speak, apparently free and without cost, and yet constrained and interested, of these prestations. They have almost always taken the appearance of a present, of a gift, cadeau, offered generously, even when there is only a fiction, a formality, a social falsehood in the gesture that accompanies the transaction, and, fundamentally, obligation and economic interest. Even so, although we will indicate with precision all the various principles that have given this aspect to a necessary form of exchange, that is, the division of social labor itself of all these principles, we will only study one of them deeply. What is the precept and interest that, in societies of a backward or archaic kind, means that the present which has been received must be returned? What force is there in the thing one gives that compels the recipient to return it? This is the problem on which we will focus especially, while also indicating the others. By presenting a sufficiently large number of facts, we hope to provide an answer to this precise question, and to show in which direction we can engage a whole study of connected questions. We will also see which new problems we are led into, some concerning an enduring form of contractual ethics, such as how the law of things, droit real, still remains, up to our own day, connected to the law of persons, droit personnel, others concerning the forms and ideas that have always presided over exchange, at least in part, and which, still now, supplement the notion of individual interest. Thus, we will attain a double goal. First, we will arrive at conclusions that are in some sense archaeological with respect to the nature of human transactions in the societies that surround us or have immediately preceded us. We will describe the phenomena of exchange and contract in those societies that are not deprived of economic markets, as has been asserted, since the market is a human phenomenon with which, in our view, no known society is unfamiliar but whose regime of exchange differs from ours. We will see here the market before the institution of merchants, and before their main invention, money in the strict sense, how they functioned before the forms of contract and sale that we call modern, Semitic, Hellenic, Hellenistic, and Roman, were discovered, on the one hand, and before formal money, on the other. We will see the ethics and economy that are at play in these transactions. And as we will ascertain that this ethics, morale, and this economy continue to function in our own society in a lasting and, so to say, underlying way, and as we believe to have found here one of the human bedrocks on which our societies are built, we can draw some ethical conclusions to several problems posed by the crisis of our law, droit, and the crisis of our economy, and there we will stop. This page of social history, of theoretical sociology, of ethical conclusions, of political and economic practice, simply leads us, in the end, to ask once more, in new ways, some old but ever new questions. Point 4. The method followed. We have followed a method of precise comparison. First of all, as usual, we have only studied our subject in areas that have been defined and chosen: Polynesia, Melanesia, the American Northwest, and a few major legal codes, droits. Then, of course, we have only chosen those legal codes, droits, where, thanks to documents and philological work, we have access to the consciousness of the societies themselves. For what concerns us here is terms and ideas. This has further restricted the field of our comparison. Finally, each study has addressed systems that we have striven to describe in order, and each in its entirety. In so doing we have avoided that constant comparison whereby everything is mixed together, and institutions lose their local color, and documents their savor. Point 5. Prestation, gift, and potlatch. The present work is part of the series of research projects that Davy and I have been pursuing for a long time on archaic forms of contract. Point 6. A review of these is necessary. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It appears that there has never existed anything resembling what we call natural economy, neither in an era quite close to our own, nor in the societies that we quite wrongly lump together under the label of primitive or backward. Point 7. As a result of a strange but classic aberration, we used to choose as the archetype of this economy Cook's texts concerning exchange and barter amongst the Polynesians. Point 8. However, it is these same Polynesians whom we will study here, and see how far removed they are from a state of nature in matters of law, droit, and economy. In those economies and legal regimes that have preceded our own, we never, so to speak, see the simple exchange of goods, wealth, and products that occurs in individual trades. First of all, it is not individuals but collectivities that mutually oblige one another, make exchanges and contracts. 9. The persons present at a contract are moral persons, clans, tribes, and families, which confront and oppose one another, either in groups face to face in the field itself, or through the intermediary of their chiefs, or in both fashions at once. Point 10. In addition, what they exchange are not exclusively goods and wealth, movable and fixed goods, or economically useful things. They are above all pleasantries, banquets, rights, military services, women, children, feasts, fairs, of which the market is only one aspect, and where the circulation of wealth is only one term of a much more general and much more permanent contract. Finally, these prestations and counter-prestations are entered into somewhat more voluntarily, by way of presents and gifts, cadeaux, although ultimately they are strictly compulsory, on pain of private or public war. We have proposed to refer to all this as the system of total prestations. The purest type of these institutions seems to be characterized by the alliance of two phratries in Australian or North American tribes in general, wherein the rights, marriages, inheritance of goods, bonds of law and interest, military and priestly ranks all are complementary and presuppose collaboration between the two moieties of the tribe. For example, games in particular are governed between them. 11 The Tlingit and the Haida, two tribes of the American Northwest, express the nature of these practices powerfully by saying that the two phratries show each other respect. 12. But, in these two latter tribes of the American Northwest, and throughout this region, there appears to be a form of these total prestations that is characteristic, certainly, but more developed and relatively rare. We have proposed to call it potlatch, as do, moreover, American authors, drawing on the Chinook name, which has become part of the everyday language of whites and Indians, from Vancouver to Alaska. Potlatch means essentially to nourish or to consume. 13 These very rich tribes, who live on the islands or the coast, or between the Rockies and the coast, spend their winter in endless celebration, banquets, fairs, and markets, which represent at the same time the solemn assembly of the tribe. This is organized according to their hierarchical brotherhoods, their secret societies often confused with the former and with the clans, and everything, including clans, marriages, initiations, shamanistic seances, and the worship of the great gods, totems, or the collective or individual ancestors of the clan. Everything mixes together in an inextricable network of rites, of legal and economic prestations, of the assigning of political ranks in the society of men, in the tribe and the confederations of tribes, and even internationally. 14 But what is remarkable in these tribes is the principle of rivalry and antagonism that dominates all these practices. People go so far as to fight, even killing chiefs and nobles who confront each other in this way. Furthermore, they go so far as to destroy any accumulated wealth in a purely extravagant manner in order to outdo a chief, simultaneously a rival and a partner, usually a grandfather, father-in-law, or son-in-law. 15 There is total prestation in the sense that it is very much the whole clan that contracts for everyone, for everything that it possesses, and for everything that it does, through the intermediary of its chief. 16 But this prestation takes on, through the chief, a very marked agonistic demeanor. It is essentially usurious and extravagant, and one is participating in something that is, first and foremost, a struggle between nobles to establish a hierarchy amongst themselves from which eventually their clan will profit. We propose to reserve the name potlatch for this kind of institution, which we could call, less contentiously and with more precision, but also at much greater length, total prestations of the agonistic type. Until now we had hardly found any examples of this institution except in the tribes of the American Northwest and parts of North America. 17 In Melanesia and in Papua. 18 Everywhere else, in Africa, in Polynesia and in Malaysia, in South America, and in the rest of North America, the foundations of exchanges between clans and families seem to us to remain a more elementary kind of total prestation. However, deeper research now brings to light a fairly important number of intermediary forms between these exchanges comprising acute rivalries, with destruction of wealth, like those of the American Northwest and Melanesia, and others, of a more moderate similarity, where the contractors compete with presents, cadeaux, in the same way that we compete with our bonuses, our banquets, our weddings, in our simple invitations, and how we still feel a need to revanchieren, 19 as the Germans say. We have found these intermediary forms in the ancient Indo-European world, in particular amongst the Thracians. 20. Various themes, rules and ideas are contained in this type of law, droit, and economy. The most important amongst these spiritual mechanisms is evidently that which obliges the return on the present received. Now, nowhere is the moral and religious sense of this constraint more apparent than in Polynesia. When we study it more closely, we will see clearly what force impels the return on a thing received, and in general the execution of contracts relating to things. Chapter 1. The gifts exchanged and the obligation to return them, Polynesia. Total prestation, maternal goods against masculine goods, Samoa. In this research on the extent of the system of contractual gifts, dons, it seems that for a long time there was no potlatch, strictly speaking, in Polynesia. Polynesian societies with the most comparable institutions did not seem to go beyond the system of total prestations, permanent contracts between clans pooling their women, their men, their children, their rituals, etc. The facts that we have studied so far, particularly in Samoa, with the remarkable custom of the exchange of emblazoned mats between chiefs on the occasion of marriage, did not seem to us to go beyond this level. 1. The element of rivalry, of destruction, of combat, seemed to be missing, unlike in Melanesia. In the end, there were too few facts. We would be less critical now. First of all, this system of contractual gifts, cadeaux, in Samoa extends well beyond marriage. They accompany the following events: childbirth 2, circumcision 3, illness 4, menarche 5, funeral rites 6, trade. 7. Next, two essential elements of the potlatch, in the strict sense, are clearly attested to, that of honor, prestige, the mana that wealth confers 8, and that of the absolute obligation to reciprocate these gifts, dons, under the threat of losing this mana, this authority, this talisman and source of wealth that is authority itself. 9. On the one hand, Turner tells us that after the festivities at a birth, the relations of the husband brought olo, which includes pigs, canoes, and all kinds of foreign property, such as cloths, hatchets, etc. The relations of the wife brought tonga, which includes the leading articles manufactured by the females, viz. fine mats and native cloth. The olo brought by the friends of the husband was all distributed among those of the wife, and the tonga brought by the friends of the wife was divided among those of the husband, and thus the whole affair was so managed, that the friends were the benefited parties chiefly, and the husband and wife left no richer than they were. Still, they had the satisfaction of having seen what they considered a great honor, viz., heaps of property collected on occasion of the birth of their child. 10. On the other hand, these gifts, dons, may be obligatory, permanent, with no other counter-prestation than the rights, droit, that they entail. Thus the child whom the sister and by extension the brother-in-law, the maternal uncle, receive from their brother and brother-in-law for them to raise is himself called a tonga, a maternal good. 11. Now, he is a channel through which native property, or tonga, continues to flow to that family from the parents of the child. On the other hand, the child is to its parents a source of obtaining foreign property, or olo, from the parties who adopt it, not only at the time of its adoption, but as long as the child lives. Hence the custom of adoption is not so much the want of natural affection, as the sacrifice of it to this systematic facility of traffic in native and foreign property. 12. In short, the child, as a maternal good, is the means by which the goods of the maternal family are exchanged against the goods of the male side of the family. And it suffices to note that, living with his maternal uncle, he obviously has a right to live there, and consequently a general right over the latter's possessions, to the extent that the system of fosterage appears very close to the recognized general right of the uterine nephew over his uncle's possessions in Melanesia. 13. All that is missing for this to be potlatch are the elements of rivalry, combat, and destruction. But let us note the two terms, olo and tonga, in particular the second. They designate the permanent paraphernalia, in particular the marriage mats 14 inherited by the daughters of the marriage, the insignia, the talismans, that enter via the woman into the newly founded family, with a duty of return. 15. These are, in short, a sort of immovable property, fixed according to their destination. The olo 16 refer, in sum, to objects, instruments for the most part, that belong specifically to the husband. These are essentially movable property. This term is also applied to things that have come from whites. 17. This is obviously a recent extension of the meaning. And we can put aside Turner's translation, olo equals foreign, tonga equals native. It is inexact and insufficient, if not without interest, because it shows that certain properties called tonga are more attached to the soil 18 to the clan, to the family, and to the person, than certain others called olo. But if we extend our field of observation, the notion of tonga immediately takes on another dimension. It connotes in Maori, in Tahitian, in Tongan, and in Mangariban everything that makes one rich, powerful, and influential, everything that can be exchanged, any object that can be used for payment. 19 These are exclusively valuables, talismans, heraldry, sacred mats, and idols, sometimes even traditions, cults, and magical rituals. Here we return to this notion of talisman property, which we are sure is general throughout the Malay-Polynesian world, and even the Pacific as a whole. 20. The spirit of the thing given, Maori. So this observation leads us to a very important realization. The Donga, at least in the Maori theory of law, droid, and religion, are strongly linked to the person, the clan, the soil. They are the vehicle for its mana, for its magical, religious, and spiritual force. In a proverb, happily collected by Sir George Grey 21 and C.O. Davis 22, they are asked to destroy the individual who has accepted them. Thus do they contain this force within themselves, in cases where the law, droid, and in particular the obligation to reciprocate, has not been observed. Our late regretted friend Hertz had caught a glimpse of the importance of these facts, with his touching selflessness he had noted for Davy and Mauss on the file containing the following fact. Colenso says, they had a kind of barter, or exchange, or, more properly, a giving to be afterwards repaid by a gift. 23 For example, they exchanged dried fish against potted birds, and mats. 24 All this is exchanged within tribes, or to members of a friendly tribe. But always without any kind of stipulation or fixed price. But Hertz had also noted something I find among his papers, a text whose importance had escaped both of us, since I was equally familiar with it. With respect to the how, the spirit of things and particularly of the forest, and the game within it, Tamati Ranaparai, one of Elston Best's best Maori informants, gives us quite by chance, and without bias, the key to the problem. 25 I will now speak of the how. The how is not the how that blows not at all. 26 I will carefully explain to you. Suppose that you possess a certain article, and you give that article to me, without price. We make no bargain over it. Now, I give that article to a third person, who, after some time has elapsed, decides to make some return for it, you too, 27 and so he makes me a present of some article, Donga. Now, that article, Donga, that he gives to me is the how of the article I first received from you and then gave to him. The goods, Donga, that I received for that item I must hand over to you. It would not be right for me to keep such goods for myself, whether they be desirable, raw, items or otherwise, Kino. I must hand them over to you, because they are a how. 28 of the article, Donga, you gave me. Were I to keep such equivalent for myself, then some serious evil would befall me, even death. Such is the how of personal property, or the forest how. Kadi ena. Enough on these points. This text, of capital importance, merits a few comments. Purely Maori, imbued with a still imprecise theological and juridical spirit, and doctrines of the House of Secrets, but astonishingly clear at times, it contains only one obscure feature, the intervention of a third person. But to understand this Maori jurist well, it is enough to say. The Donga and all goods termed strictly personal possess a how, a spiritual power. You give me one of them, and I pass it on to a third party, he gives another to me in turn, because he is impelled to do so by the how my present, Kado, possesses. I, for my part, am obliged to give you that thing because I must return to you what is in reality the effect of the how of your Donga. Interpreted in this way, the idea not only becomes clear, but emerges as one of the central tenets of Maori law, droid. The gift, kado, received and exchanged is binding as the thing received is not inert. Even abandoned by the giver, it is still something of his. Through this thing he has a hold over the recipient in the same way that he, as its owner, has a hold over the thief. 29 Because the Donga is animated by the how of its forest, of its territory, of its soil, it is truly native. 30 The how pursues anyone who holds it. It pursues not only the first recipient, and even eventually a third party, but every individual to whom the Donga is simply transmitted. 31 Basically, it is the how which wants to come back to its place of birth, to the sanctuary of the forest, to the clan, and to the owner. It is the Donga, or its how which, moreover, is itself a kind of individual. 32 That attaches itself to the series of users, until they reciprocate an equivalent or superior value from their own belongings, from their Donga, their possessions, or else from their work or their trade by way of their feasts, festivals, and presents. This in turn will give the donors authority and power over the first donor, who has now become the last recipient. And that is the dominant idea that seems to preside, in Samoa and in New Zealand, over the obligatory circulation of riches, tribute, and gifts, dons. Such a fact clarifies two important systems of social phenomena in Polynesia, and even outside of Polynesia. First of all, we can grasp the nature of the legal tie that the transfer of a thing creates. We will come back to this point later. We will show how these facts can contribute to a general theory of obligation. But for the moment it is clear that, in Maori law, droit, the bond of law, droit, a bond occurring between things, is one of souls, because the thing itself has a soul, is of the soul. From which it follows that to present something to someone is to present something of oneself. Then we may better understand the very nature of exchange by gifts, dons, of everything that we call total prestations, and among these the potlatch. We realize clearly and logically that, in this system of ideas, one must give back to the other what is in reality a part of his own nature and substance, for to accept something from someone is to accept something of his spiritual essence, of his soul. To keep this thing would be dangerous and life-threatening, not simply because it would be illicit, but also because this thing comes from the person, not only morally but physically and spiritually too, this essence, this nourishment. 33 These goods, movable or immovable, these women or these descendants, these rites and these communions, create a magical and religious hold over you. Finally, the thing given is not an inert thing. Animate, often individuated, it tends to return to what Hertz called its place of origin, or to produce, for the clan and the soil from which it came, an equivalent that replaces it. Other themes: the obligation to give, the obligation to receive. To understand completely the institution of total prestation and of the potlatch, we still have to find the explanation for the two other instances which are complementary to the first, for total prestation does not bring with it only the obligation to return the gifts, cadeaux, received, it presupposes two others, of equal importance, the obligation to give them, on the one hand, and the obligation to receive them, on the other. The complete theory of these three obligations, of these three themes in the same complex, would offer a fundamental and satisfying explanation for this form of contract between Polynesian clans. For the time being we can only indicate how the subject might be treated. A large number of facts concerning the obligation to receive are easily found, for a clan, household, company, or guest have no choice but to ask for hospitality. 34 To receive gifts, cadeaux, to trade. 35 To contract an alliance, both through women and through blood. The Dyaks have even developed an entire moral and legal, droit, system around the duty not to fail to share the meal in which one partakes or which one has seen being prepared. 36. The obligation to give is no less important. To study it could allow us to understand how people came to be exchangers. We can only point out a few facts. To refuse to give. 37 To neglect to invite, as to refuse to take. 38 is equivalent to declaring war, it is to refuse alliance and communion. 39 As a consequence, one gives because one is forced to do so, since the recipient has a kind of right of property over everything that belongs to the donor. 40 This property is expressed and conceived of in the form of a spiritual bond. Thus, in Australia, the son-in-law who owes all that he has hunted to his father and mother-in-law may not consume anything in front of them, for fear that their breath alone might poison what he is eating. 41 We saw earlier that the Donga uterine nephew in Samoa has the same kind of rights, altogether comparable to the rights of the uterine nephew, Vasu, in Fiji. 42. In all this there is a series of rights and duties to consume and return, corresponding to the rights and duties to present and receive. This intricate mix of symmetrical and opposing rights and duties no longer appears contradictory once we understand that there is, above all, a mix of spiritual bonds between things that are in some way of the soul, and individuals and groups who treat each other, to some degree, as things. And all these institutions express only one fact, one social regime, one definite mentality, that everything food, women, children, goods, talismans, the soil, work, services, sacerdotal positions, and ranks is material to be passed on and used in settling accounts. Everything moves back and forth as if there were a constant exchange of spiritual matter, comprising things and people, between clans and individuals, across ranks, sexes, and generations. Note, the present made to men and the present made to the gods. A fourth theme plays a part in this economy and ethics of presence, that of the gift, cadeau, made to men, inside of the gods and of nature. We have not conducted the general study necessary to bring out the importance of this. Moreover, the facts available do not all relate to those areas to which we have limited ourselves. Finally, the mythological element, which we still understand poorly, is too strong on this point for us to omit it. So we limit ourselves to a few remarks. In all societies of Northeast Siberia 43 and among the Eskimo of Western Alaska 44 as well as those on the Asian side of the Bering Straits, the potlatch 45 produces an effect not only on the men who rival one another's generosity, not only on the things that they transact or consume, on the souls of the dead who are present and take part and whose names the men bear, but also on nature. The exchanges of gifts, cadeaux, between men, namesakes, homonyms of the spirits, inside the spirits of the dead, the gods, things, animals, nature, to be generous towards them. 46 The exchange of gifts, cadeaux, produces an abundance of wealth, they explain. Nelson 47 and Porter 48 have provided us with a good description of these festivals and of their influence on the dead, on game, whales, and the fish that the Eskimos hunt and catch. They refer to them using the kind of language employed by English trappers, with the expressive name asking festival, 49 or inviting in festival. Ordinarily they extend beyond the boundaries of the winter villages. This effect on nature is very well described in one of the most recent works on these Eskimos. 50. The Eskimos of Asia have even invented a sort of machine, a wheel adorned with all kinds of provisions, and carried on a sort of festive pole, surmounted by the head of a walrus. This part of the pole extends above the tent of which it forms the central support. It is manipulated from within the tent by means of another wheel and turned in the direction of the sun's movement. The conjunction of all these themes could not be better expressed. 51. It is also evident among the Chukchi 52 and the Karyaks of the far northeast of Siberia. Both have the potlatch. But it is the maritime Chukchi, like the neighboring Yupik, the Asiatic Eskimos we have just mentioned, who most practice these obligatory and voluntary exchanges of gifts, dons, of presents, cadeaux, over the course of long Thanksgiving ceremonies. 53 That take place frequently, many in winter, in each of the houses, one after the other. The remains of the festive sacrifices are thrown into the sea or scattered to the wind. They return to their land of origin and take away with them the game killed during the year, which will come back the following year. Jochelson mentions festivals of the same sort among the Karyak, but he was not present at them, except the whale festival. 54 Among these people, the system of sacrifice appears to be clearly developed. 55. Borgoras 56 correctly likens these customs to the Russian Kalyada. Children in masks go from house to house to demand eggs and flour, and no one dares refuse them. We know that this custom is European. 57. The relationships between these contracts and exchanges among humans and those between men and gods shed light on an entire aspect of the theory of sacrifice. First of all, one understands them perfectly well, especially in those societies where these contractual and economic rituals are practiced between men, but where these men are masked incarnations, often shamanistic, and possessed by the spirit whose name they bear, they act only, in reality, as representatives of the spirits. 58 For these exchanges and contracts draw not only men and things into their vortex, but also the sacred beings which are more or less associated with them. 59 This is very clearly the case with the Tlingit potlatch, one of the two kinds of Haida potlatch, and the Eskimo potlatch. The evolution was natural. One of the first groups of beings with whom men had to make contracts, and who, by definition, were there to make contracts with them, were above all the spirits of the dead and the gods. In fact, it is they who are the real owners of the things and goods of the world. 60 With them it was most necessary to exchange and most dangerous not to exchange. But, conversely, with them it was easiest and safest to exchange. Destruction by sacrifice has the precise goal of being an act of giving that is necessarily reciprocated. All forms of potlatch in the American Northwest and Northeast Asia include this theme of destruction. 61 It is not only to show power and wealth and lack of self-interest that they put slaves to death, that they burn precious oils, that they throw copper objects into the sea, and even set fire to princely houses. It is also to sacrifice to the spirits and to the gods, in fact indistinguishable from their living incarnations, the holders of their titles, their initiated allies. But already there appears another theme that no longer needs this human support, one that may be as old as the potlatch itself, the belief that it is from the gods that one must purchase and that the gods know how to repay the price of things. Perhaps nowhere does this idea express itself more typically than among the Toragia of the celebs. Crut 62 tells us that the owner there must purchase from the spirits the right to accomplish certain acts upon his in reality their property. Before cutting his wood, even before tilling his soil, planting the post of his house, he must pay the gods. Even though the notion of purchase seems very little developed in the civil and commercial customs of the Toragia 63, that of purchase from the gods and the spirits is on the contrary fully formed. Malinowski, with respect to the forms of exchange that we will describe shortly, points to facts of the same kind in the Trobriands. They conjure up an evil spirit, a Tavau whose corpse they have found, that of a snake or ground crab, by presenting it with one of the Vagoe, a valuable object, ornament, talisman, and object of wealth all at the same time, that serve in Kula exchange. This gift, Don, has a direct effect on the mind of the spirit. 64 Moreover, at the time of the festival of Mila Mila 65, a potlatch in honor of the dead, the two kinds of Vagoe, those of the Kula and those that Malinowski calls for the first time 66 the permanent Vagoe, are displayed and offered to the spirits on a platform identical to that of the chief. This renders their spirits good. They take away the shade of these valuables to the land of the dead 67, where they vie with one another in wealth, just as the living do when they return from a ceremonial Kula. 68 Van Ossenbruggen, who is not only a theorist but a distinguished observer who lives there in situ, noticed another characteristic of these institutions. 69 Gifts, dons, to men and to the gods both have the purpose of buying peace from one another. In this way they keep away evil spirits, and more generally evil influences, even those that are not personalized, for a man's curse allows jealous spirits to penetrate you and kill you, and evil influences to act, and wrongs committed against men weaken the guilty party in the face of spirits and sinister things. Van Ossenbruggen interprets the money thrown at a wedding procession in China and even the bride price for the bride in the same way. This is an interesting suggestion from which a whole series of facts can be derived. 70 We see here how one can elaborate a theory and a history of contract sacrifice. This presupposes institutions of the kind we are describing, and, conversely, realizes them at the highest level, since the gods who give and return gifts are there to give a grand thing in place of a small one. It is perhaps no accident that the two solemn formulas of the contract in Latin duutide, in Sanskrit datami esse, dehimi 71 have also been preserved in religious texts. A note on alms. Later, however, in the evolution of law, droits, and religions, men reappear as representatives of the gods and the dead, if indeed they had ever ceased to be so. For example, among the Hausa of the Sudan, when the guinea corn is ripe, fevers may become widespread. One way of avoiding the fever is to make presents of this corn to the poor. 72 Among the same Hausa, this time in Tripoli, at the time of the Great Prayer, Bab and Salah, the children, these customs are both Mediterranean and European, visit houses, shall I enter, or shall I return? O prick-eared hare, they reply, through a bone, one gets service. A poor person is happy to work for the rich. These gifts, dons, to children and to the poor are pleasing to the dead. 73 Among the Hausa, these customs are possibly of Muslim 74 origin, or of Muslim, Black, and European origin all at the same time, as well as Berber. In any case, we see how a theory of alms might develop. Alms are the fruit of a moral notion of the gift, don, and of fortune 75 on the one hand, and of a notion of sacrifice, on the other. Generosity is obligatory because Nemesis avenges the poor and the gods for the excess of happiness and wealth of certain men who should rid themselves of it. It is the old ethics of the gift, don, made principle of justice, and the gods and spirits accept that their share, which once was offered to them and destroyed in vain sacrifices, should serve the poor and children. Here we are telling the story of the moral ideas of the Semites. The Arab Sadaqah, like the Hebrew tzedakah, originally meant exclusively justice, and it has come to mean alms. We can even date from the era of the Mishnah, from the victory of the paupers in Jerusalem, the moment when the doctrine of charity and alms was born, which spread around the world with Christianity and Islam. It is at this moment that the word tzedakah changes meaning, because in the Bible it did not mean alms *. But let us come back to our main subject, the gift, don, and the obligation to reciprocate, randra. These documents and commentaries are not only of local ethnographic interest. A comparison can broaden and deepen the scope of this evidence. The fundamental elements of the potlatch 76 can therefore be found in Polynesia, even if the complete institution 77 is not. In any case, the exchange gift, don, is the rule. But it would be pure scholasticism to emphasize this theme of law, droit, if it was only Maori, or at most Polynesian. Let us shift the subject. At least for the obligation to reciprocate, we can demonstrate that it clearly has yet another domain of applicability. We will also outline the extension of other obligations and prove that this interpretation holds for many other groups of societies. Chapter 2. The extent of this system. Liberality, honor, money. 1. Rules of generosity, endemons. First, one also finds these customs amongst the Pygmies, who, according to Father Schmidt too, are the most primitive of peoples. Brown observed, as early as 1906, facts of this kind amongst the Andamans, North Island, and has described them excellently with respect to hospitality between local groups and visitors to festivals and fairs that serve the voluntary, obligatory exchanges, trade in ochre and products of the sea for products of the forest, etc. For the most part, as each local group, and indeed each family, was able to provide itself with everything that it needed in the way of weapons and utensils, the exchange of presents did not serve the same purpose as trade and barter in more developed communities. The purpose that it did serve was a moral one. The object of the exchange was to produce a friendly feeling between the two persons concerned, and unless it did this it failed of its purpose. 3. No one was free to refuse a present that was offered to him. Each man and woman tried to outdo the others in generosity. There was a sort of amiable rivalry as to who could give away the greatest number of valuable presents. 4. The presents seal the marriage, and form a kinship bond between both the two parental couples. They give the two sides the same nature, and this identical nature is clearly manifested in the prohibition that places a taboo, from the first betrothal to the end of their days, on the two groups of kin, who, from then on, will not see one another again, not speak to each other again, but perpetually exchange presents, cadeaux. 5. In reality, this prohibition expresses both the intimacy and the fear that reigns between this kind of reciprocal creditor and debtor. This principle proves the following: the same taboo, signaling simultaneously both intimacy and distance, is still established amongst young people of both sexes who have, at the same time, undergone the turtle-eating or pig-eating ceremony, 6 and who are also obliged to exchange presents for their whole lives. There are facts of this kind in Australia as well. 7 Brown also describes for us rituals of meeting after a long separation, embracing, greeting with tears, and he shows how exchanges of presents are equivalent to these 8 and how they blend together sentiments and persons. 9. Fundamentally these are mixes. Souls are blended into things, things are blended into souls. Lives are blended together, and so it is that the persons and things that are mixed each emerge from their own spheres and blend with each other. This is precisely what contract and exchange are. Principles, sense, and intensity of the exchange of gifts, Melanesia. The Melanesian peoples have either conserved or developed the potlatch better than the Polynesians. 10 But this is not what concerns us. They have, in any case, better than the Polynesians, conserved, on the one hand, and developed, on the other, the whole system of gifts, dons, and of this form of exchange. And there appears amongst them, much more clearly than in Polynesia, the notion of money. 11 So the system becomes in part more complicated, but also clearer. New Caledonia. Here we find not only the ideas that we want to bring out, but even their expression in the characteristic documents that Lienhard has gathered on the New Caledonians. He started by describing the Pilu Pilu and the system of festivals, gifts, cadeaux, and prestations of all sorts, including money. 12 Which we should not hesitate to call potlatch. The legal language used in the solemn speeches of the herald are quite typical. Thus, during the ceremonial presentation of yams 13 for the feast, the herald says, if there is some ancient Pilu before which we have not been, there, amongst the wi, etc. This yam hastens toward it as once such a yam came from them to us. 14 It is the thing itself that returns. Later, in the same speech, it is the spirit of the ancestors that lets descend upon these portions of food the effects of their action and strength. The result of the action you have accomplished appears today. Every generation has appeared in its mouth. Another no less expressive way to represent the legal, droit, bond is, our festivals are the movement of the hook that serves to bind together the various sections of the straw roofing so as to make one single roof, one single word. 15 It is the same things that return, the same thread that passes through. 16 Other authors also note these same facts. 17 Trobriand Islands. At the other end of the Melanesian world, another well-developed system is equivalent to that of the New Caledonians. The inhabitants of the Trobriand Islands are amongst the most civilized of these races. Today, wealthy pearl fishers, and before the arrival of Europeans, rich makers of pottery, shell money, stone hatchets, and valuables, they have always been good traders and daring navigators. And Malinowski gives them a truly fitting name when he compares them to Jason's companions, Argonauts of the Western Pacific. In one of the best books of descriptive sociology, focusing, so to speak, on the subject that concerns us, he has described an entire system of inter- and intratribal commerce for us that bears the name of Kula. 18 We still await his description of all the institutions presided over by the same principles of law, droit, and economy, marriage, festival of the dead, initiation, etc. As a result, our description remains only provisional. But the facts are of capital importance and clear. 19. The Kula is a kind of grand potlatch, a vehicle for widespread intertribal commerce. It extends across all the Trobriand Islands, part of the Entrecastos Islands, and the Amplet Islands. It involves all the tribes in all these territories indirectly, and several large tribes directly, the Dobu in the Amplets, the Kiriwina, the Sinakita, the Kinatava in the Trobriands, and the Vakuta on Woodlark Island. Malinowski does not give the translation of the word, which undoubtedly means circle, and it is indeed as if all these tribes, these maritime expeditions, these valuables and objects for use, these foods and festivals, these services of all kinds, ritual and sexual, these men and women, were bound into a circle 20 following a regular motion around it, both in time and in space. Kula trade is of a noble kind. 21 It seems to be reserved for the chiefs, who are simultaneously the leaders of the fleets and canoes, the traders, and also the recipients of gifts, from their vassals, who take the form of their children, from their brothers-in-law, who are also their dependents, as well as the chiefs of a number of subject villages. Trade is practiced in a noble fashion, apparently in a purely disinterested and modest way. 22 It is carefully distinguished from the simple economic exchange of useful merchandise, which carries the name of Gimwali. 23 The latter is in fact practiced, in addition to the Kula, in the great primitive fairs that represent the assemblies of the intertribal Kula, or the small markets of the internal Kula. They are marked by very tenacious bargaining between the two parties, a process unworthy of the Kula. They say of an individual who does not conduct the Kula with the requisite greatness of soul that he conducts it like Gimwali. In appearance, at least, the Kula, like the North American potlatch, consists in giving by some, and receiving by others. 24 The recipients one day being the donors the next. Even in the most complete, most solemn, the highest, and most competitive form of the Kula. 25 That of the great maritime expeditions the Uvalaku, the rule is to leave with nothing to exchange, without even anything to give, except in exchange for food, which one refuses even to ask for. They act as if they do nothing but receive. It is when the visiting tribe plays host to the visited tribe 1 year later that the gifts, cadeaux, will be repaid with interest. However, during lesser Kula, they take advantage of the sea journey to exchange cargo. The nobles themselves trade. There is a lot of indigenous theory about this. Numerous things are solicited, 26 requested and exchanged, and all manner of relationships are formed in addition to the Kula. But the latter always remains the goal, and the decisive moment in these relationships. The act of giving itself takes on very solemn forms. The thing received is scorned, mistrusted, picked up only for an instant after having been thrown at their feet. The giver puts on an air of exaggerated modesty. 27 Having ceremonially brought his present, to the sound of a conch shell he apologizes for giving only his leftovers, and throws the given object at the feet of his rival and partner. 28 Meanwhile, the conch and the herald proclaim to everyone the solemnity of the transfer. The aim in all this is to demonstrate generosity, liberty, and autonomy, as well as greatness. 29 And yet, deep down, it is mechanisms of obligation, and even obligation through things, that are at play. The essential stuff of these gift exchanges, échanges donations, is the vegoe, a sort of money. 30 There are two kinds of these: the mwili, beautiful almshells, fitted and polished from a shell and worn during grand occasions by their owners or their kin, and the solava, necklaces worked by the skilled craftsmen of Sinakita in the pretty mother of pearl of the red spondylus. These are worn ceremonially by the women. 31 Though occasionally by the men, for example in their death throes. 32 But normally both of them are hoarded. They are kept in order to revel in their possession. The making of the former, the gathering and crafting of the latter, and the trade in these two objects of exchange and prestige are, with a few other, more secular and ordinary exchanges, the source of prosperity for the Trobrianders. According to Malinowski, these vegoe are animated by a kind of circular movement. The mwili, the almshells, pass regularly from west to east, while the solava always travel from east to west. 33 These two movements in opposite directions occur between all the Trobriand islands, the Entrecastos, the Amphlots, and the remote islands of Woodlark, Marshall Bennett, Tube, and right up to the extreme southeast coast of New Guinea, from which come the unfinished almshells. And it is there that this trade meets the great expeditions of the same kind that come from New Guinea, South Massim, 34, which Seligman has described. In principle, the circulation of these signs of wealth is incessant and unerring. One must neither hold them too long, nor be slow, nor must one hold onto them too tightly. 35 Nor give one to any other person than the designated partners, in the designated direction, that is, almshell direction or necklace direction. 36 One should, and one may, keep them from one Kula to the next, and the whole community swells with pride at the vegoe that one of its chiefs has obtained. There are even occasions, such as in the preparation of funerary celebrations, the grand essoi, when it is permitted only to receive, without giving anything in return. 37 But this is in order to reciprocate everything and spend everything when the feast has begun. It is thus a kind of property that one acquires through the gift, cadeau, received. But property of a certain kind. One could say that it involves all sorts of legal, droit, principles that we, in our modern world, have carefully separated from one another. It is both property and possession, a pledge and a thing leased out, a thing sold and purchased, as well as deposited, commissioned and entrusted, for it is only given to you on condition of your making use of it for another, or to pass it on to a third party, a remote partner. Muri Muri. 38 Such is the truly typical nature of this economic, legal, and moral complex that Malinowski managed to discover, retrieve, observe, and describe. This institution also has its mythical, religious, and magical aspect. The vegoe are not undifferentiated things, simple units of money. Each one, at least the most expensive and coveted, and other objects have the same prestige. 39 Each one has a name, 40 a personality, a history, and even a story. So much so that certain individuals even lend them their names. It is not possible to say that they are really the objects of a cult, since the Trobrianders are positivists in their own way. But it is impossible not to recognize their eminent and sacred nature. To possess some of them is exhilarating, comforting, soothing in itself. 41 Their owners handle them and look at them for hours at a time. Contact alone is enough to transfer their virtues. 42 The vegoe are placed on the forehead and the chest of a dying man, rubbed on his stomach, dangled before his nose. They are his supreme comfort. But there is more. The contract itself is affected by this nature of the vegoe. Not only the arms hells and the necklaces, but all the goods, decorations, and weapons as well. Everything that belongs to the partner is thus animated, by sentiment at least, if not by a personal soul, so that they themselves take part in the contract. 43 A very beautiful formula, the spell of the conch. 44 Serves, after having evoked them, to enchant, to draw closer toward. 45 The candidate partner the things that he must ask for and receive. A state of excitement. 46 Seizes my partner. 47 A state of excitement seizes his dog. A state of excitement seizes his belt. And so on. His gwara, the taboo on coconut and beetle. 48 His bajadoyu necklace. His bajariku necklace. His bajadudu necklace. 49 etc., etc. Another, more mythical 50 more intriguing formula, but of a more common type, expresses the same idea. The Kula partner has an animal assistant, a crocodile that he invokes to bring him necklaces, in Kitava, Mwili. Crocodile, fall down. Take thy man. Push him down under the gababo. Part of the canoe where the cargo is stowed away. Crocodile, bring me the necklace, bring me the bajadoyu, etc. An earlier formula from the same ritual invokes a bird of prey. 51. The final spell used by the partners and contractors, in Dobu or Kitava, by the people of Kiriwina, contains a couplet 52 for which two interpretations are given. The ritual, moreover, is very long and continually repeated. Its goal is to enumerate everything that the Kula proscribes, everything pertaining to hatred and war that must be exorcised in order to trade amongst friends. Thy fury, O man of Dobu, is as when the dog sniffs. Thy war paint, O man of Dobu, is as when the dog sniffs, etc. Other versions say, the dog is docile, etc. 53. Or else, thy fury ebbs, it ebbs away, O man of Dobu. The dog plays about. Thy anger ebbs, it ebbs away, O man of Dobu. The dog plays about, etc. From which we should understand, your rage becomes like the dog that plays. The essence is the metaphor of the dog that gets up and licks the hand of its master. So should the man, if not the woman, of Dobu. A second interpretation, sophisticated and not exempt from scholasticism, says Malinowski, but evidently indigenous, provides another commentary that chimes better with what we know of the rest. Dogs play about nose to nose. Supposing we mention the word dog, as it was of old arranged, the valuables do the same. Supposing we had given away arms hells, the necklace will come, they will meet. The expression, the parable, is lovely. The whole complex of collective sentiments is given in one go, the potential hatred between associates, the isolation of the vague ceasing though enchantment, men and precious things gathering together like dogs that play and run towards a voice. Another symbolic expression is that of the marriage of Mwili, arms hells, feminine symbols, and the solava, necklaces, masculine symbols, that tend toward each other, like the male towards the female. 54. These various metaphors signify exactly the same thing as is expressed in other terms by the mythical jurisprudence of the Maori. Sociologically, it is once more the mixture of things, of values, of contracts, and of men that is being expressed. 55. Unfortunately, we have little knowledge of the rule of law, droit, that governs these transactions. Either it is an unconscious rule, or poorly formulated by the people of Kiriwina, Malinowski's informants, or else, given it is clear for the Trobrianders, it ought to be the object of a new inquiry. The first gift, Don, of a Vagoe carries the name of Vaga, opening gift 56. It opens the transaction, definitively committing the recipient to a return gift, Don, the Atile 57, which Malinowski translates excellently as clinching gift, the gift, Don, that will clinch the transaction. Another title for this last gift, Don, is Kudu, the tooth that bites, that really cuts, slices, and liberates. 58. This one is obligatory, it is expected, and it must be equivalent to the first. If need be, it can be taken by force or surprise. 59. One may 60 avenge oneself. 61 through magic, or at least by insult and grievance, for a poorly reciprocated yatile. If one is unable to make the return on it, it is possible to offer a basi that only pierces the skin, does not bite it, does not finish the deal. It is a kind of temporizing gift, which serves to put off the donor. It appeases the creditor, formerly donor, but it does not liberate the debtor. 62 future donor. All these details are intriguing, and everything in these expressions is striking, but we do not know what the sanction is. Is it purely moral? 63 and magical? Is the individual who is hard at the kula merely disdained, or perhaps bewitched? Does not the unfaithful partner also lose something else, his noble title or at least his place amongst the chiefs? That is what we still need to know. But from another angle, the system is typical. Except for the old Germanic law of which we speak later, given the present state of our observations, and of our historical, juridical, and economic knowledge, it would be hard to find a practice of gift exchange, échange don, that is clearer, more complete, more conscious, and also better understood by the observer who records it than the one that Malinowski has found in the Trobriands. 64. The kula, in its essential form, is only one moment, the most solemn, of a vast system of prestations and counter-prestations that, in truth, seems to encompass the whole of economic and civic life in the Trobriands. The kula seems to be only the culminating point of all this, particularly the international and intertribal kula. Certainly it is one of the purposes of existence and of the great voyages, but in the end only the chiefs take part, and still only those of the maritime tribes, and even then only a few of these. It simply gives concrete expression to other institutions and gathers them together. First of all, the exchange of vagoe during the kula is incorporated into an extremely wide-ranging series of other exchanges, from commerce to salary, from solicitation to pure politeness, from complete hospitality to reticence and prudishness. In the first place, except for the Uvalaku, the grand formal voyages that are purely ceremonial and competitive. 65 All kulas provide the occasion for gimwali, ordinary trade, which does not necessarily occur between partners. 66 There is a free market between individuals from allied tribes, as well as between those with narrower associations. Secondly, additional gifts, cadeaux, pass between the partners in the kula, given and reciprocated, as if in an uninterrupted chain, as well as the obligatory trade. The kula even takes these for granted. The partnerships that it represents, which is the principle of its 67, begins with an initial gift, cadeau, the vaga, that one solicits with all one's strength through solicitory gifts. For this first gift, dan, one may court the future partner, who is still independent, and whom one pays, in a certain fashion, by means of an initial series of gifts, cadeaux. Point 68. Whereas one is sure that the return vagoe the atile, the lock will be returned, one is not sure that the vaga will be given or even that the solicitory gifts will be accepted. This fashion of soliciting and accepting a gift, cadeau, is the rule. Every gift, cadeau, that one makes in this way carries a name. They display them before offering them. In this case, these are pari. Point 69. Others have a title indicating the noble and magical nature of the object being offered. Point 70. But to accept one of these presents is to show that one is ready to enter into the game, if not to stay in it. Certain names given to these gifts, cadeaux, express the legal, droit, situation that their acceptance entails. 71. In these cases the matter is deemed concluded. This gift is ordinarily something quite precious, a large polished stone axe, for example, or a whalebone spoon. To receive it is to truly commit to giving the vaga, the first gift, dan, desired. But one is still only halfway to being a partner. Only solemn tradition commits completely. The importance and nature of these gifts, dans, come from the extraordinary competition that takes place between the potential partners of the arriving expedition. They search for the best possible partners in the opposing tribe. It is a serious matter, for the partnership they seek to forge establishes a kind of clan bond between the partners. Point 72. To choose, one must therefore seduce, dazzle. Point 73. While still taking rank into account. 74. One has to get there before the others, or in a better way than the others, thus bringing about a more plentiful exchange of the most valuable things, which are naturally the property of the richest people. Competition, rivalry, display, the search for greatness and self-interest, these are the various incentives that underpin all these acts. Point 75. There are the arrival gifts, dans. Other gifts are given in return of equivalent value. These are the departure gifts, dans, called taloi on sinakita, 76, of taking leave, and they always surpass the gifts, dans, of arrival. Already the cycle of prestations and counter-prestations is being accomplished alongside the kula. Naturally, there have been for the whole duration of these transactions prestations of hospitality, food, and, on sinakita, of women. Point 77. Finally, during this whole time, other additional gifts are offered, and always regularly reciprocated. It even seems to us that these korotumna represent a primitive form of the kula consisting of stone hatchets. 78 and curved pig's tusks. Point 79. Moreover, the intertribal kula is, in our view, only the exaggerated form, the most solemn, the most dramatic, of a more general system. It takes the tribe itself fully out of the narrow limits of its own borders, and even of its interests and laws, droits, but normally, within the tribes, the clans and villages are linked by bonds of the same sort. In this case it is only local and domestic groups and their chiefs who leave their own homes, pay each other visits, enter into trade, and marry amongst themselves. Perhaps this is no longer called the kula. However, Malinowski, as distinct from the maritime kula, speaks justifiably of the internal kula and of kula communities that provide the chief with his objects for exchange. But it is not an exaggeration to speak in this case of potlatch in the strict sense. For example, the visits of the people of Kiraiwina to Kitava for funeral celebrations, SOAD bring much more than the Vagoe. We see a kind of simulated attack, Yalawada, 81, and a distribution of food, with a display of pigs and yams. What is more, the Vagoe and all such objects are not always acquired, made, and exchanged by the chiefs themselves 82, nor, could we say, are they made 83 or exchanged by the chiefs for themselves. Most reach the chiefs in the form of gifts, dons, from their lower status kin, particularly their brothers-in-law, who are their vassals at the same time 84, or sons, who are also enfeft. In return, once the expedition comes home, most of the Vagoe are ceremoniously transferred to the chiefs of the villages, clans, and even to the common people of partner clans, in short, to all who took part directly or indirectly, and often very indirectly, in the expedition. 85 These people are thus compensated. Finally, alongside or, if we prefer, above, below, all around, and, in our view, at the foundation of this system of internal kula, the system of gifts, dons, exchanged spreads throughout the whole economic, tribal, and moral life of the Trobrianders. It is permeated with it, as Malinowski puts it so well. It is a constant give and take 86, as if it were traversed in all directions by a continuous flow of gifts, dons, given, received, and reciprocated, by obligation and by self-interest, for the sake of greatness and in return for services, both as challenges and as pledges. We cannot lay out all the facts here, which Malinowski himself has not yet finished publishing. Yet here are two of the main ones. An altogether analogous relationship to that of the Kula is that of the Waisai. 87 It establishes regular obligatory exchanges between partners in agricultural villages, on the one hand, and maritime villages, on the other. The agricultural partner comes to deposit his produce in front of the house of his partner the fisherman. On another occasion, the latter, after a big catch, will return with the fruits of his fishing, with interest, to the agricultural village. 88 It is the same system of division of labor that we have already seen in New Zealand. Another impressive kind of exchange takes the form of display. 89 These are the sagale, large-scale distributions of food. 90 That take place on various special occasions, harvests, the construction of the chief's hut and of new canoes, funeral celebrations. 91 These distributions are made to groups that have given service to the chief or his clan. 92 In cultivation, transporting large tree trunks to where canoes or beams are carved, funeral services rendered by the people of the clan of the dead, etc. These distributions are completely equivalent to the Tlingit potlatch. The theme of combat and rivalry appears the same. There, we see phratries and clans and allied families confronting each other. Generally speaking, they seem to be group matters, to the extent that the personal profile of the chief does not make itself felt. But in addition to these groups' rights and the collective economy, already less similar to the Kula, it seems to us that all individual relations of exchange are of this type. Maybe only a few consist of simple barter. However, since this hardly happens save between kin, allies, or Kula and Waisai partners, it does not seem that exchange is truly free. Even, in general, what one receives, and therefore what one has gained possession of in whatever way one does not keep for oneself, except if one cannot do without it, ordinarily, it is passed on to someone else, to a brother-in-law. 93 For example. The very things you have acquired and then given can come back to you on the very same day. All repayments for prestations of any kind fall within this framework. Here, in no particular order, are the most important. The Pakala 94 and the Karabutu 95 solicitory gifts that we have seen in the Kula, are species of a much vaster type which corresponds quite well to what we call remuneration, salaire. They are offered to the gods and to the spirits. Another generic name for remuneration is Vakapula 96 and Mapila 97, which are marks of recognition and welcome, and must be reciprocated. On this subject, we consider that Malinowski has made 98 a great discovery that illuminates all the economic and juridical relations between the sexes within marriage. Services of all kinds rendered to the wife by the husband are considered a remuneration gift, salaire don, for the service rendered by the wife when she lends what the Quran still calls the field. The rather immature legal language of the Trobreanders has given rise to a number of distinctive names for all kinds of counter-prestations, according to the name of the prestation repaid 99 of the thing given 100 of the occasion 101 etc. Certain names take into account all these considerations, for example, the gift, don, made to a musician or for the acquisition of a title is called laga. 102 It is hard to believe how much more complicated this vocabulary becomes, thanks in part to a curious inability to divide and define, as well as through or by strange refinements of nomenclature. Other Melanesian societies. It is not necessary to multiply the comparisons with other areas of Melanesia. Nevertheless, some details borrowed here and there will strengthen conviction and prove that the Trobreanders and New Caledonians have not developed in an abnormal manner a principle that could not be found amongst kindred peoples. At the southern limit of Melanesia, in Fiji, where we have identified the potlatch, other notable institutions are in force, which belong to the system of the gift, don. There is a season, that of the kir, during which one can refuse nothing to any. 103 Gifts, dons, are exchanged between two families on the occasion of a marriage 104 etc. Additionally, Fijian money, sperm whale teeth, is of exactly the same kind as that of the Trobreans. It has the title of Tumbua 105 and is adorned with stones, mothers of the teeth, and ornaments that are kinds of mascots, talismans, and lucky charms of the tribe. The sentiments felt by the Fijians for their tumbua are exactly the same as those we have just described. Tumbua are regarded by their owners very much as a girl does her dolls. They like to take them out, admire and talk about their beauty. They are oiled and polished and kept in the seclusion of their special kato or baskets for many years. 106 To present them constitutes a petition, to accept them is to commit oneself. 107 The Melanesians of New Guinea, and certain Papuans influenced by them, call their money tau tau. 108 It is of the same kind, and the object of the same beliefs, as the money of the Trobreans. 109 But we must also liken this name to Tahuahu 110 which means loan of pigs, Motu and Koida, and is a name 111 we are familiar with. It is the Polynesian term itself, root of the word donga in Samoa and New Zealand, for jewels and properties incorporated into the family. The words themselves are Polynesian, as are the things. 112 We know that the Melanesians and the Papuans of New Guinea have the potlatch. 113 The fine documents that Thirnwald has passed on to us on the tribes of Ben 114 and on the Benaro 115 have already provided us with numerous points of comparison. The religious character of the things exchanged is evident, in particular that of money, in how it pays for songs, wives, love, and services. As in the Trobreans, it is a kind of pledge. Finally, Thirnwald has analyzed in a well-researched case study 116 one of the facts that best illustrates both what this reciprocal gift system is and what we mistakenly call marriage by purchase. In reality, the latter comprises prestations in all directions, including the family-in-law. They send back the wife whose kin have offered insufficient return presents. In short, all these islands, and probably the part of southern Asia that is related to them, have the same system of law, droits, and economy. The image we make for ourselves of these Melanesian tribes, even richer and more commercial than the Polynesians, is therefore very different from that which we ordinarily make. These people have a highly developed extra-domestic economy and system of exchange, the rhythm of which is perhaps more intense and more hectic than that known to our own peasants, or to the fishing villages along our coasts, maybe not even 100 years ago. They have an extensive economic life, going beyond the borders of their islands and their dialects, all constituting a significant trade. But by means of gifts, dons, made and returned, they have vigorously replaced a system of purchase and sale. The problem that these laws, droits, came up against, and Germanic law too as we shall see, was in their failure to isolate and separate their economic and juridical concepts. They had no need to do so, however. In these societies neither the clan nor the family is able to dissociate itself or its actions from others, nor are individuals themselves, however influential or self-aware they may be, able to comprehend that they would have to oppose one another and learn to distinguish their actions from each other. The chief is one with his clan and they with him. Individuals feel themselves acting in a single fashion. Holmes remarks precisely that in the two dialects, one Papuan and one Melanesian, of the tribes that he has encountered at the mouth of the Finca, Toarapai and Namau, for the verbs to borrow and to lend there was only one word. The same terms are so often used to express seemingly antithetical operations. 117 Strictly speaking, the natives did not know how to borrow and lend in the sense that we do both. If they borrowed from me, or I from them, there was always given something in the form of an honorarium for the loan when it was returned. 118 These men have neither the concept of sale nor of loan, and yet carry out economic and juridical operations that have the same function. Similarly, the notion of barter is no more natural to the Melanesians than to the Polynesians. One of the best ethnographers, Crute, even while making use of the word sale, describes for us with precision 119 this same state of mind amongst the inhabitants of the central Celebes. And yet the Toragia have long been in contact with the Malays, great merchants. Thus one part of humanity, relatively rich, hard-working, and creating considerable surpluses, has known, and knows now, how to exchange significant things, under other forms and for reasons other than those with which we are familiar. The American Northwest. Honor and credit. From these observations on several Melanesian and Polynesian peoples, a clearly defined picture of this regime of the gift, done, is taking shape. Material and moral life, and exchange, function there in a form that is both disinterested and obligatory at the same time. Furthermore, this obligation is expressed in a mythical, fantastic, or, if we wish, symbolic and collective way. It assumes the aspect of the interest attached to the things exchanged. These are never completely detached from those exchanging them. The communion and partnerships that they establish are relatively indissoluble. In reality, this symbol of social life, the permanence of the influence of the things exchanged, serves only to reflect the manner in which the subgroups of these segmented societies, archaic in type, are constantly intertwined with one another and sense that they owe each other everything. The Indian societies of the American Northwest present the same institutions, except that here they are even more radical and more pronounced. First of all, one could say that barter is unknown there. Even after long contact with Europeans 120, it seems that none of the significant transfers of wealth 121 that occur there constantly are made in any other way than the ceremonial form of the potlatch. 122 We will describe this institution from our point of view. N.B. First of all, a short description of these societies is indispensable. The tribes, peoples, or rather groups of tribes whom we will mention all reside on the northwest coast of America, in Alaska 123 the Tlingit and Haida, and in British Columbia, mainly Haida, Tsimshian, and Kwakiutl. 124 They also live off the sea, or the rivers, from fishing more than hunting, but unlike the Melanesians and the Polynesians, they have no agriculture. They are, however, very rich, and even now their fishing grounds, their hunting, and their furs leave them with considerable surpluses, especially when quantified in European terms. They have the most solid houses of all the American tribes, and a highly developed cedar industry. Their canoes are of good quality, and even though they do not venture into the open sea, they know how to navigate between the islands and the coast. Their material arts are very advanced. In particular, even before the arrival of iron in the 18th century, they knew how to recover, smelt, mold, and beat the copper that one finds in its raw state in Tsimshian and Tlingit country. Certain kinds of these coppers, genuine emblazoned shields, serve them as a kind of money. Another sort of money must have been the fine blankets, so-called chilkat 125, beautifully embellished and that still serve as decoration, some of them of considerable value. These peoples have excellent sculptors and designers. Pipes, maces, sticks, spoons of sculpted horn, etc., adorn our ethnographic collections. The whole of this civilization is remarkably uniform, within quite wide bounds. Evidently these societies interacted with each other from very ancient times, although they belong, at least in their languages, to at least 3 different families of peoples. 126 Their winter life, even for the southernmost peoples, is very different from their summer one. The tribes have a double morphology. They disperse from the end of spring to go hunting, to gather the roots and succulent berries of the mountains, and to fish for salmon in the rivers. When winter comes they come together in what they call towns. It is then, throughout the time when they are concentrated in the same place, that they exist in a state of perpetual activity. Social life becomes extremely intense, even more intense than in the congregations of tribes that can occur in the summer, a sort of perpetual agitation. There are constant visits of one tribe to another, one clan to another, one family to another. There are repeated festivities, continually, with each occasion often lasting a very long time. In the event of a wedding, or of various rituals and initiations, they spend everything that has been amassed during summer and autumn with great industriousness along one of the richest coasts in the world, and all without counting the costs. This occurs in domestic life too, when they invite the people of their clan, when they have killed a seal, when they open a chest of preserved berries or roots, when a whale is stranded, everyone is invited. Their moral civilization is also remarkably uniform, although tiered between the regime of the Phratri, Tlingit and Haida, of maternal descent and the clan of modified male descent of the Kwakiutl. The general characteristics of social organization, and particularly of totemism, are almost the same across the tribes. They have brotherhoods, as in Melanesia, in the Banks Islands, erroneously called secret societies, which are often international, but where male society and, amongst the Kwakiutl certainly, female society merge with the organization of clans. One part of the gifts, dons, and counter-prestations that we will discuss is intended, as in Melanesia 127, to pay for the rank and the successive ascensions 128 within these brotherhoods. The rituals, those of the brotherhoods and the clans, take place one after the other at the weddings of chiefs, at the copper sales, initiations, shamanistic ceremonies, and funeral ceremonies, the latter being more developed in Haida and Tlingit country. All this transpires across an indefinitely extended series of potlatches. Potlatches happen everywhere, in response to other potlatches. As in Melanesia, there is a constant give and take. The potlatch itself, so typical a phenomenon, and at the same time so characteristic of these tribes, is none other than the system of gifts, dons, exchanged. 129 They differ from the Melanesian potlatch only in the violence, exaggeration, and antagonism they stir up, on the one hand, by a certain lack of juridical concepts, and, on the other, by a structure that is simpler and rougher, particularly amongst the 2 northern nations, the Tlingit and the Haida. 130 The collective nature of the contract 131 appears more clearly here than in Melanesia and Polynesia. Ultimately, and despite appearances, these societies are closer to what we call simple total prestations. The juridical and economic concepts, moreover, have less clarity, less conscious precision. In practice, however, the principles are formal and clear enough. Yet 2 notions are much more in evidence here than in the Melanesian potlatch or in the more evolved or more fragmented institutions of Polynesia, the notion of credit according to a time limit, and also the notion of honor. 132. Gifts, dons, circulate, as we have seen in Melanesia and in Polynesia, with the certainty that they will be reciprocated, having as guarantee the virtue of the thing given, which is itself the guarantee. But, in every possible society, it is in the nature of the gift, don, to impose a time limit. By its very definition, a common meal, a distribution of kava, or a talisman that one takes away cannot be reciprocated immediately. Time is necessary to fulfill every counter-prestation. The notion of a time limit is therefore logically implied when it comes to paying visits, contracting marriages and alliances, brokering peace, attending games and organized combat, celebrating rotating festivals, rendering ritual services of honor, displaying reciprocal respect, 133 All the things that one exchanges, at the same time as other more and more numerous and precious things, as these societies grow more wealthy. Current economic and juridical history is enormously mistaken on this point. Imbued with modern ideas, it makes up a priori ideas about evolution. 134 Following a so-called necessary logic, fundamentally it is built on ancient traditions. Nothing is more dangerous than this unconscious sociology, as Simiand has called it. For example, Cook also says, in primitive societies they know only the regime of barter, in those more advanced, they practice selling for cash. Sale on credit characterizes a superior phase of civilization. It first manifests indirectly, as a combination of sale for cash and loans. 135 In fact, the point of departure lies elsewhere. It has been given in a category of rights that leaves aside the jurists and economists, who are themselves not interested in it. It is the gift, don, a complex phenomenon, particularly in its most ancient form, that of the total prestation, which we do not deal with in this text, but the gift, don, necessarily entails the notion of credit. The evolution of economic law has not gone from barter to sale, and from cash to credit. On the one hand, barter has arisen from a system of gifts, cadeaux, given and reciprocated according to a time limit that, having at one time been quite arbitrary, came to be reduced by a process of simplification. From the same system, on the other hand, came purchase and sale, the latter in the form of credit and cash as well as loans. For we have no proof that any of the legal systems that have evolved beyond the phase we are describing, Babylonian law in particular, would not have understood credit, which is known by all archaic societies that survive around us today. This is another simple and realistic way of resolving the two moments in time that the contract brings together, and that Davy has already studied. Point 136. No less important is the role that the notion of honor plays in Indian transactions. Nowhere is the individual prestige of a chief and the prestige of his clan so closely linked to expenditure and to the exacting return with interest on the gifts, dons, accepted, in a way that transforms those who had previously been obligated to you into the obligated themselves. Consumption and destruction are genuinely unlimited. In certain potlatches, one must spend all that one has, and keep nothing. Point 137 It is a case of who is the richest and also the most madly profligate. Everything is based on the principle of antagonism and rivalry. The political status of individuals, in the brotherhoods and clans, and in ranks of all sorts, are obtained by war of property, 138 as by real war, or by chance, inheritance, alliance, and marriage. But everything is conceived of as if it were a contest of wealth. 139 The marriage of children and positions in brotherhoods are only won through potlatches exchanged and returned. One can lose them in the potlatch as one loses them in war, in gambling. 140 Racing, and wrestling matches. Point 141 In a certain number of cases, it is not even a matter of giving and reciprocating, but of destroying. 142 To avoid even giving the impression of wanting your gift to be reciprocated, they burn whole casks of olachen, candlefish, oil, or whale oil. 143 They burn houses and thousands of blankets, they break the most valuable coppers and throw them into the water, in order to crush and flatten their rival. Point 144 Thus one advances not only oneself, but one's family too up the social scale. So we have here a system of law, droit, and economy wherein considerable wealth is being constantly spent and transferred. We could, if we wished, describe these transfers as exchange, or even trade and sale. Point 145 But this trade is noble, full of etiquette and generosity, and in any case, when it is carried out in another spirit, with immediate gain as its goal, it then becomes the object of very marked scorn. Point 146. It is clear that the notion of honor that manifests itself so violently in Polynesia, and that is always present in Melanesia, is truly destructive in this case. Again on this point, classical teachings misjudge the motives that have inspired people, and everything we owe to the societies that have preceded ours. Even as learned a scholar as Hevlin believed himself obliged to deduce the notion of honor, reputed to be without effect, From the notion of magical effect. 147 He only sees in honor and prestige the substitute for magic. The reality is more complex. The notion of honor is no more alien to these civilizations than the notion of magic. 148 Polynesian mana itself symbolizes not only the magical force of every being, but also their honor, and one of the best translations of this word is authority. Wealth. 149 The trinket and Haida potlatch consists in considering these mutual services 150 as honors. Even in genuinely primitive societies, such as the Australians, the point of honor is as sensitive as in our own, and can be satisfied by prestations, food offerings, precedents, and rituals, as well as by gifts, dons. 151 Men knew how to pledge their honor and their names long before they knew how to write. The Northwest American potlatch has been sufficiently studied with respect to everything that pertains to the form of the contract itself. We should, however, situate the study of it made by Davy and Leonard Adam 152 within the wider context where it belongs for the subject that concerns us. For the potlatch is much more than a juridical phenomenon, it is one that we propose to term total. It is religious, mythological, and shamanistic, since the chiefs who engage in it represent and incarnate the ancestors and the gods whose names they bear, whose dances they dance, and whose spirits possess them. 153 It is also economic, and one must measure the value, the importance, the reasons and effects of these, even today, enormous transactions, when calculated in European values. 154 The potlatch is also a phenomenon of social morphology, the gathering of tribes, clans, and families, even of nations, produces a state of agitation, of remarkable excitement. They fraternize, all the while remaining strangers, they communicate and confront each other in a gigantic forum of trade and a constant tournament. 155 We will pass over the artistic phenomena, which are extremely numerous. Finally, even from a juridical point of view, to what we have already gathered from the form of these contracts, and what might be called their human purpose, as well as the legal status of the parties involved, clans, families, rankings, and nuptials, we must add this: the material objects of the contracts, the things that are exchanged in them, they too have a special quality which makes people give them and above all reciprocate them. It could have been useful if we had enough space to distinguish, for the purposes of our exposition, 4 forms of the Northwest American potlatch. 1. A potlatch where the phratries or the families of the chiefs are exclusively, or almost exclusively, involved. Trinket. 2. A potlatch where phratries, clans, chiefs, and families play an almost equal role. 3. A potlatch of chiefs confronting each other by clan. Tsimshian. 4. A potlatch of chiefs and brotherhoods. Quakiudl. But it would take too long to proceed in this way. Furthermore, the distinction between 3 of the 4 forms, leaving out the Tsimshian form, has been expounded by Davy. 156 Finally, with respect to our own study of the 3 themes of the gift, don, the obligation to give, the obligation to receive, and the obligation to make a return, all 4 forms of the potlatch are relatively identical. The 3 obligations, to give, to receive, to make a return. The obligation to give is the essence of the potlatch. A chief must give potlatches, for himself, his son-in-law, or his daughter. 157 And for his dead. 158 He can only preserve his authority over his tribe and over his village, even over his family, can only maintain his rank amongst the chiefs. 159 Nationally and internationally if he can show that he is haunted and favored by the spirits and by fortune. 160 That he is possessed by it and possesses it. 161 And he can only prove this fortune by spending it, by sharing it, and by humiliating others by putting them in the shadow of his name. 162 The Quakiudl and Haida nobles have exactly the same notion of face as the Chinese man of letters or officer. 163 They say of one of the great mythical chiefs who gave no potlatch that he had a rotten face. 164 Even the expression is more exact here than in China. For in the American Northwest to lose prestige is indeed to lose the soul, it is literally the face, the dancing mask, the right to incarnate a spirit, to carry a crest, a totem, truly the persona, that are thus all at stake, and that one loses in the potlatch 165 in the game of gifts 166, dons, just as one can lose them in war 167 or through a ritual error. 168 In all these societies, one hastens to give. There is no single occasion, even outside of the ceremonies and assemblies of winter, when one is not obliged to invite one's friends, to share with them the windfall from a hunt or a food gathering, which come from the gods and the totems. 169 When one is not obliged to redistribute all that has come your way from a potlatch of which you have been a beneficiary. 170 When one is not obliged to acknowledge through gifts, dons, any services granted. 171 Be it from a chief. 172 Or a vassal, or a kinsman. 173 Everything, at least for nobles, comes under pain of violating etiquette and losing rank. 174 The obligation to invite is altogether evident when exercised from clan to clan or tribe to tribe. It even only makes sense if offered to people outside the family, the clan, or the phratry. 175 They have to bring together whoever can. 176 And really wants to go to. 177 Or just shows up at. 178 The feast or the potlatch. 179 To neglect to do so has disastrous consequences. 180 An important Tsimshian myth. 181 Shows the state of mind from which this essential theme of European folklore sprang, that of the wicked fairy forgotten at the baptism and the wedding. The fabric of institutions into which it is woven appears clearly here. We see in which civilizations it has operated. A princess in one of the Tsimshian villages has conceived in the land of the otters and miraculously gives birth to a little otter. She returns with her child to the village of her father, the chief. Little otter catches some large halibut, which his grandfather serves at a feast for all his fellow chiefs from all the tribes. He presents him to them all and advises them not to kill him if they encounter him in his animal form while out fishing. This is my grandson who has brought this food for you, which I have served to you, my guests. Thus the grandfather grew rich in all manner of goods that they gave to him when they came to his house to eat the whales, seals, and all the fresh fish that little otter brought back during the scarcity of winter. But they had forgotten to invite one chief. And one day, when the crew of a canoe of the overlooked tribe encountered little otter at sea holding a large seal in his jaws, their archer killed little otter and took the seal. The grandfather and the tribe searched for little otter, until they learned what had happened to the forgotten tribe. They apologized, they did not know little otter. His mother the princess died of grief. The chief, who was inadvertently to blame, brought the grandfather chief all sorts of gifts, cadeaux, as expiation. And the myth concludes. 182 This is why the people held great festivals when the son of a chief was born and received his name, so that no one would not know him. The potlatch, the distribution of goods, is the fundamental act of recognition, military, juridical, economic, religious, and in every sense of the word. They recognize the chief or his son and become grateful. 183 To him. Sometimes the rituals of Kwakiutl 184 feasts and of other tribes of this group express this principle of obligatory invitation. It can happen that a part of the ceremony begins with that of the dogs. These are represented by masked men, who leave one house to force their way into another. It commemorates the occasion on which the people of 3 other clans of the Kwakiutl tribe proper neglected to invite the highest ranking of their clans, the Gwitela. 185 The latter, not wanting to remain profane, entered into the dance house and destroyed everything. The obligation to receive is no less constraining. One does not have the right to refuse a gift, don, to refuse the potlatch. 186 To act in this way is to show that one fears having to reciprocate, to fear being flattened, until one has repaid it. In reality, this is to be flattened already. It is to lose the weight of one's name. 187 Either to admit oneself beaten in advance. 188 Or, on the contrary, in certain cases, to proclaim oneself the victor and invincible. 189 It seems indeed, at least amongst the Kwakiutl, that a recognized position in the hierarchy and victories in previous potlatches allow one to refuse the invitation, or even, when one is present, to refuse the gift, don, without war following on from it. but then the potlatch is obligatory for the one who has refused. In particular, he will have to render even richer the grease feast, where this ritual of refusal can in fact be observed. 190 The chief who believes himself superior refuses the spoonful of grease presented to him. He leaves to fetch his copper object and returns with it to put out the fire of grease. There follows a series of formalities that mark the challenge and commit the chief, who himself has refused to give another potlatch, to another grease feast. 191 But in principle every gift, done, is always accepted and even praised. 192 One must appreciate aloud the food that has been prepared for one. 193 But in accepting it one knows one is committing oneself. 194 One receives a gift, done, as a burden. 195 One does more than benefit from a thing and a feast, one has accepted a challenge, and one has been able to accept it because of the certainty of returning it. 196 To prove that one is not unequal. 197 And in confronting each other in this way, the chiefs sometimes place themselves in comic situations, which are surely perceived as such. As in ancient Gaul and Germany, or in our own banquets for students, troops, or peasants, one commits to gulping down large quantities of food to do honor in a grotesque way to one's host. The challenge is taken up even if one is only the heir of the person who made it. 198 To abstain from giving. 199 As to abstain from receiving, is to lose status as is to abstain from reciprocating. 200 The obligation to reciprocate. 201 is the whole potlatch, insofar as it does not consist of pure destruction. These acts of destruction, themselves very often sacrificial and for the benefit of the spirits, do not need, it seems, to be reciprocated unconditionally, particularly when they are the work of a superior chief within the clan or the chief of a clan that is already acknowledged to be superior. 202 But normally the potlatch should always be repaid with interest, and indeed any gift, done, must be repaid with interest. The rates generally range from 30 to 100% per year. Even if a subject receives a blanket from his chief for a service rendered, he will give him back two in return on the occasion of a marriage in the chief's family, or the enthronement of the chief's son, etc. It is true that the latter will in turn distribute back to him all the goods that he obtains in future potlatches, where the opposing clans will return his kindnesses. The obligation to reciprocate worthily is imperative. 203 One loses face forever if one does not reciprocate or if one does not destroy equivalent values. 204 The punishment for failing to reciprocate is slavery for debt, at least amongst the Quakiotl, Haida, and Tsimshian. As an institution it is truly comparable, both in nature and function, to the Roman nexum. The individual who has failed to return the loan or the potlatch loses his rank and even his status as a free man. Amongst the Quakiotl, when an individual with bad credit borrows, he is said to sell a slave. There is no need to point out here the identical nature between this and the Roman expression. 205 The Haida 206 even say as if they had discovered the Latin expression independently that a mother who gives the mother of a young chief a present for a betrothal at a young age too puts a thread around him. But, just as the Trobriandcula is but an extreme case of the exchange of gifts, dons, so the potlatch of the societies of the Northwest American coast is just a monstrous product of the system of presents. At least in the land of Phratres, amongst the Haida and Tlingit, there remain important vestiges of the ancient total prestation, which is also so characteristic of the Athabascans, an important group of related tribes. They exchange presents for any reason, any service, and everything is reciprocated eventually or even then and there in order to be redistributed immediately. 207 The Tsimshian are not far from having preserved the same rules. 208 And in many cases, the same rules apply even outside the potlatch, amongst the Quakiotl. 209 We will not labor this obvious point, the old authors do not describe the potlatch any differently, so much so that one may ask whether it actually constitutes a distinct institution. 210 Let us recall that amongst the Chinook, one of the lesser known tribes, but which would have been amongst the most important ones to study, the word potlatch means gift, don. 211 The force of things. We can push the analysis still further and show that in the things exchanged during the potlatch there is a quality that forces the gifts, dons, to be passed around, to be given and returned. First of all, at least the Kwakiutl and the Chwimshian make the same distinction between the various types of property as the Romans, or the Trobrianders and Samoans. For them, there exist, on the one hand, the objects of consumption, and for ordinary sharing 212, I have found no traces of exchange. On the other hand, there are the family's precious things 213, the talismans, emblazoned coppers, fur blankets, cloths embroidered with coats of arms. This latter class of objects is transferred as ceremoniously as are women in marriage, privileges to the son-in-law 214, names and ranks to children and sons-in-law. It is even inaccurate in their case to speak of them as being given up. They are to be loaned rather than sold or abandoned. Amongst the Kwakiutl, a certain number of them, although they may appear in the potlatch, cannot be given away. Fundamentally, these properties are sacra, of which the family can divest itself only with great difficulty, and in some cases never. More detailed observations reveal the same division of things amongst the Haida. They, in fact, have even deified the notion of property and of fortune in the manner of the ancients. By way of a mythological and religious effort, quite rare to find in America, they have been able to give substance to an abstraction, property woman, as English writers say, of whom we have myths and descriptions. 215 amongst them, she is nothing less than the mother, the founder goddess of the dominant phratry, the eagles. But on the other hand, a strange fact, which arouses very distant memories of the Asiatic and ancient world, she seems identical to the queen, 216, the principal piece in the stick game, the one who wins everything and whose name she bears in part. This goddess is found in Tlingit 217 country, and her myth, if not her cult, exists amongst the Tsimshian 218 and the Kwakiutl. 219. Together, these precious things constitute a magical dowry. This is often identical for both the giver and the recipient, and also for the spirit who has endowed the clan with these talismans, or for the founding hero of the clan to whom the spirits gave them. 220. In any case, the sum of these things is always, in all the tribes, of spiritual origin and spiritual nature. 221. Moreover, it is contained in a box, or rather a large emblazoned 222 chest that is itself endowed with a powerful individuality. 223. That speaks, that is tied to its owner, that contains his soul, etc. 224. Each of these precious things, these signs of wealth, has as in the Trobriands its individuality, its name. 225. Its attributes, its power. 226. The large abalone shells. 227. The shields that are covered with them, the belts and blankets that are decorated with them, the blankets, which are themselves emblazoned. 228. And covered with the faces and eyes of animals and humans that have been woven in and embroidered. The houses and the beams and the decorated walls. 229. Are all beings. Everything speaks: the roof, the fire, the sculptures, the paintings. For the magical house is built. 230. Not only by the chief or his people or the people of the opposing phratry, but also by the ancestors and the gods. It is this house that both receives and vomits up the spirits and the youthful initiates. Each of these precious things. 231. Moreover, has its own fruitful quality. 232. It is not simply a sign or a pledge, it is also a sign and a pledge of wealth, a magical and religious principle of rank and abundance. 233. The dishes. 234. And spoons. 235. Used for eating in ceremony, and that are decorated, sculpted, and emblazoned with the totem of the clan or the totem of the rank, are animate things. They are replicas of the inexhaustible instruments, the creators of food, which the spirits gave to their ancestors. They themselves are assumed to be enchanted. Thus are things mixed up with the spirits, their originators, and instruments for eating with the food. Kwakiutl dishes and Haida spoons, moreover, are essential goods that circulate under strict conditions and are carefully shared out amongst the clans and families of the chiefs. 236. The money of renown. 237. But above all it is the emblazoned coppers. 238. Fundamental goods for the potlatch that they are, which are the object of important beliefs and even a cult. 239. First, all the tribes have a cult and a myth regarding copper. 240. As a living being. At least amongst the Haida and Kwakiutl, Copper is identified with the salmon, itself the object of occult. 241 But in addition to this element of metaphysical and technical mythology 242 all these coppers, each in its own way, are the objects of beliefs that are individual and particular. Each main piece belonging to the families of clan chiefs has its own name 243 its own individuality, its own value 244 in the full sense of the word, magical and economic, permanent and perpetual, despite the vicissitudes of the potlatches, and even beyond the partial or complete destruction through which they pass. 245. They also have a quality of attraction that calls out to other coppers, just as wealth attracts wealth, so do titles bring honor, possession of spirits and fine alliances 246 and vice versa. They are alive and have autonomous movement 247 and they incite the same in other coppers. 248 One of them 249 amongst the Quakiatl, is called the copper bringer, and the story depicts how the pieces gather around him, while the name of its owner is property drifting toward me. Another frequent name for coppers is that of property bringer. Amongst the Haida and the Tlingit, the objects are a fortress around the princess who brings them, 250 elsewhere the chief who possesses 251 them is rendered invincible. They are the divine flat things 252 of the house. Often the myth identifies all of them, the spirits that have given the coppers 253 their owners, and the objects themselves. 254 It is impossible to discern what it is that creates a spiritual force in one and one of wealth in the other. The copper speaks, it moans, 255 It asks to be given away, destroyed, they cover it with blankets to keep it warm, in the same way that they bury a chief under the same blankets that he must distribute. 256 But, on the other hand, it is wealth and luck that they pass on at the same time as the goods. 257 It is the initiate's spirit, and his auxiliary spirits, that allows him to take ownership of coppers, of talismans that are themselves the means to acquire other things, more copper pieces, riches, rank, and finally spirits, all things that are, moreover, equivalent. Fundamentally, when we consider together the coppers and those other durable forms of wealth that alternate as the object of hoarding and potlatch masks, talismans, etc., all are mingled together in terms of their use and their effect. 258 Through them one obtains rank, and through wealth one obtains a spirit. And this in turn possesses the hero who has overcome obstacles, and then again, this hero has his shamanistic trances, his ritual dances, and the services of his government all paid for. Everything holds together, everything is mingled together, things have personalities and personalities are in some way the permanent goods of the clan. Titles, talismans, coppers, and the spirits of the chiefs are homonyms and synonyms 259 of the same nature and the same function. The circulation of goods follows that of men, women, and children, banquets, rites, ceremonies, dances, and even jokes and insults. Fundamentally it is all the same. If one gives things and reciprocates them, it is because one gives to oneself and returns to oneself respects we still say courtesies. But it is also that in giving one gives oneself, and if one gives oneself, it is because one owes oneself both personally and materially to others. First conclusion. Thus in 4 important population groups we have found the following: first, in 2 or 3 groups, the potlatch, then the principal sense behind the potlatch itself and the normal form it takes, and then beyond this, and in all these groups, the archaic form of exchange, that of gifts, dons, presented and returns made. What is more, we have identified the circulation of things in these societies with the circulation of rights and of persons. We could, if we so wanted, leave it at that. The number, the extent, and the importance of these facts fully allow us to conceive of a regime that must have existed for a large section of humanity during a very long transitional phase, and still subsists in places other than amongst the peoples we have just described. It allows us to think that this principle of exchange gift, échange don, must have existed in societies that have gone beyond the phase of total prestations, from clan to clan and from family to family, but that have not yet reached the stage of the purely individual contract, or the market in which money circulates, or sale in the strict sense, or above all the notion of a price estimated in currency that has been weighed and officially stamped with its value. Chapter 3. Survivals of these principles in ancient law and ancient economies. All the preceding facts have been collected in the field that we call ethnography. In addition, they are limited to the populations that inhabit the coasts of the Pacific. 1. We ordinarily use this kind of fact out of curiosity, or at most for comparison to measure the extent to which our own societies diverge from, or converge toward, the kinds of institutions that we call primitive. However, they have a general sociological value, because they permit us to understand a moment of social evolution. But there is more. They also have a bearing on social history. Institutions of this kind have really enabled the transition toward our own forms of law and economy. They can serve to explain our own societies historically. The morality and the practice of exchange seen in those societies that have immediately preceded our own still retain more or less important traces of all the principles that we have just analyzed. We can demonstrate, in fact, that our law, droits, and economy emerged from similar institutions to those detailed above. 2. We live in societies that strongly distinguish. This contrast is now criticized by jurists themselves: real rights and personal rights, persons and things. This separation is fundamental. It constitutes the condition itself for part of our system of property, alienation, and exchange. But it is unknown in the law, droit, that we have just studied. Similarly, our own civilizations, dating back to the Semitic, Greek, and Roman civilizations, strongly distinguish between obligation and non-voluntary prestation, on the one hand, and the gift, don, on the other. But are these distinctions not rather recent in the law of the great civilizations? Did they, too, not pass through an earlier phase, during which they were less characterized by such a cold and calculating mentality? Have they not practiced these very same customs of the gift, don, exchanged, where persons and things merge? The analysis of some traits of Indo-European legal systems will allow us to show that they have indeed undergone this metamorphosis. In Rome, there are still traces that can be found. In India and ancient Germany, it will be these laws themselves, still at work, that we will see still functioning in a relatively recent era. Personal law and real law, very ancient Roman law. Bringing together archaic law, droit, and Roman law, droit, before the relatively very distant era when it really enters into history. 3. And Germanic law when it does the same. 4. Throws light on these two legal regimes. In particular, it allows us to pose anew one of the most controversial questions in the history of law, the theory of the nexum. 5. In a work that has more than illuminated the matter, 6. Huvlin compared the nexum to the Germanic wadium, and in general to the additional pledges, togo, Caucasus, etc., given on the occasion of a contract. He then compared these to the sympathetic magic and power that everything that has had contact with the contractor gives to the other party. But this last explanation is only valid for some of the facts. The magical sanction only exists as a possibility, and is itself only the result of the nature and spiritual character of the thing given. First of all, the additional pledge, and particularly the Germanic wadium. 7 are more than exchanges of pledges, more than pledges for life even, destined to establish a possible magical hold over each other. The thing pledged is normally of no value, for example, the staffs exchanged, the stips in the stipulation of Roman law 8 and the festica notata in the Germanic stipulation, even pledges on account 9 of Semitic origin, are more than just advances. These are things that are themselves animate. Above all, these are still the residues of ancient obligatory gifts, dons, owed in reciprocity. The contracting parties are bound by them. For this reason, additional exchanges express, as a fiction, this traffic of souls and things blended together with one another. 10. The nexum, the bond of law, droit, comes from things as much as from men. The formality itself proves the importance of things. In quiritary Roman law, the delivery of goods and essential goods were slaves and livestock, and later landed property was in no way common, profane, or simple. The delivery was always ceremonial and reciprocal, 11 It was still done as a group, the 5 witnesses, friends at least, plus the waiter. It was mixed together with all sorts of considerations that are alien to our purely legal, purely economic, modern conceptions. The nexum that it established was thereby still full of these religious representations, as Hevlin recognized, although he too firmly considered them to be exclusively magical. Certainly, the most ancient contract in Roman law, the nexum, was already detached from the system of ancient gifts that create commitment. The prehistory of the Roman system of obligation can perhaps never be written about with certainty. Nevertheless, we believe we can point out where we should search. There is certainly a bond inherent in things beyond magical and religious bonds, that of the words and gestures of juridical formality. This bond is still marked by several very old legal terms of the Latin and Italic peoples. The etymology of a certain number of these terms seems to point in this direction. The following comments are by way of a hypothesis. In the beginning, certainly, things themselves had a personality and a virtue of their own. Things are not the inert beings that Justinian law, and our own, consider them to be. First of all, they are part of the family. The Roman familia included the residential and not only the people. We still have the definition of it in the Digest 12. It is very striking that the further back one goes into antiquity, the more the meaning of the word familia denotes the residential that are part of it, going so far as to designate the foodstuffs and the family's means of subsistence. 13 Without doubt, the best etymology of the word familia is the one that relates to the Sanskrit daman, house. 14. In addition, things were of two sorts. There was a distinction between familia and pecunia, between the things of the house, slaves, horses, mules, donkeys, and the cattle that lived out in the fields far from the stables. 15 And a further distinction was made between residential mancipi and res nec mancipi, according to the forms of sale. 16 For the former, which was made up of precious things, including fixed property and even children, there could be no alienation except by following the precepts of Mancipatio. 17 Of seizing, capere, by hand, manu. There is much debate as to whether the distinction between familia and pecunia overlapped with the distinction between the residential mancipi and the res nec mancipi. For us, that this coincidence was there in the beginning leaves no shadow of doubt. The things that fall outside the mancipatio are precisely the small livestock in the fields and the pecunia, the money, the idea, the name, and the form of which derived from livestock. One could say that the Roman vetaries made the same distinction as the one we have just established in Tsimshian and Quakiutl country, between goods that are permanent and essential to the house, as people still say in Italy and France, and things that are transitory, provisions, the livestock in distant pastures, metals, and money, in which, ultimately, even the unemancipated sons could trade. Secondly, the residential must not originally have been only the thing in a raw and merely tangible sense, the simple and passive object of transaction that it has become. It seems that the best etymology is the one that compares the word to the Sanskrit ra, radiating gift, dan, present, kado, a pleasant thing. The residential must have been before all else, something that gave pleasure to someone else. 19 Moreover, the thing was always marked with a seal, the property mark of the family. We understand that, from this point on, with these mancipi things, the solemn 20 tradition, mancipatio, created a legal bond. For, in the hands of the accipiens, it still remains, in part, and for a moment, a thing of the family of the first owner. It remains bound to it, and it binds the present owner until he is freed by the fulfillment of the contract, that is, by the compensatory delivery of the thing, of the price or service that will in turn bind the initial contracting party. Scholium, explanation. The notion of the power inherent in the thing has, moreover, never been absent from Roman law in two aspects, theft, furtum, and contracts, re. Concerning theft 21 The actions and obligations that it entails are clearly due to the force of the thing. It has an eterna auctoritas within itself 22 that makes itself felt when it is stolen, and gone forever. In this respect, The Roman residential does not differ from Hindu Oregon Haida property. Point 23. Recontracts account for 4 of the most important contracts in law: advance, deposit, pledge, and loan. A certain number of unnamed contracts, particularly those we believe to have been, along with sale, at the origin of the contract itself, the gift, don, and exchange 24, are also said to be res. But this was inevitable. In fact, even in our current legal systems, droits, as in Roman law, it is impossible to escape 25 the most ancient rules of law. There has to be a thing or service before there can be a gift, don, and the thing or service has to create obligation. For example, it is evident that the annulment of a donation due to ingratitude, which appears in late Roman law 26 and persists in our own law, is a normal, or even, we might say, a natural legal institution. But these facts are partial and proven only for certain contracts. Our thesis is more general. We believe that, in the very ancient eras of Roman law, there could have been no single instance when the act of the traditio of a residential was not, even in addition to words and writing, one of the essential elements. Roman law, moreover, was always equivocal on this question. Point 27. If, on the one hand, it proclaims that the solemnity of exchanges, and at least the contract, is necessary, as prescribed by the archaic laws that we have described, if they say nunquam nuda traditio transfert dominium, 28, they also proclaimed, even as late as the Diocletian era 29, ad 298, traditionibus et iusocapienibus dominia, non pactis transferuntur. The res, prestation, or thing, is an essential element of the contract. In addition, all these much debated questions are problems of vocabulary and concepts, and given the poverty of the ancient sources, we are not very well qualified to resolve them. We are certain enough of our facts up to this point. Nevertheless, it is perhaps permissible to push on even further and indicate to jurists and linguists a potentially broad avenue down which to carry out research, and at the end of which we may perhaps conceive of a whole system of law, droit, that had already collapsed by the time of the 12 Tables, and probably well before. Legal terms other than familia and res lend themselves to in-depth study. We will sketch out a series of hypotheses, wherein each one alone may perhaps not be very important, but the whole of which will not fail to form a fairly weighty corpus. Almost all the terms of contract and obligation, and a certain number of the forms of these contracts, seem to tie into the system of spiritual bonds created through the raw fact of the traditio. First, the contracting party is reus, 30. He is, above all, the man who has received the residential of another and becomes accordingly his reus, the individual tied to him by the thing itself, that is to say, by its spirit. 31. This etymology has already been proposed. It has often been rejected as having no meaning. On the contrary, it has a very clear meaning. In fact, as Hearn 32 notes, reus is originally a genitive in os of res and replaces rei jos. It is the man who is possessed by the thing. It is true that Hearn, and Wald, who reproduces it 33 here, translate residential by trial and rei jos by implicated in the trial 34, but this translation is arbitrary, and presupposes that residential is above all, a procedural term. On the contrary, if we accept our semantic derivation, whereby all residential and all traditio of residential are the object of a deal, a public trial, we understand that the term implicated in the trial is, instead, a secondary meaning. It is even more clearly the case that the sense of culpability for residential is yet more derivative, and we would trace back the genealogy of meanings in the exact opposite direction to that ordinarily followed. We would say, 1. The individual possessed by the thing, 2. The individual implicated in the deal caused by the traditio of the thing, 3. Finally, the guilty and the responsible parties. 35. From this point of view, all the theories of quasi-offense, the origin of the contract, of the nexum and the actio, are a little clearer. The mere fact of having the thing puts the accipiens into an uncertain state of quasi-responsibility, damnatus, nexus, area baritus, of spiritual inferiority, of moral inequality, Magister, minister, 36 vis avis the deliverer of the contract, tradens. We also attach to the system of ideas a certain number of very ancient features of the form still practiced, if not understood, of the Mancipatio 37 of the purchase-sale that would become the Emptio Venditio 38 in very ancient Roman law. Firstly, let us note that it always comprises a Traditio. 39. The first possessor, tradens, shows off his property, detaches himself formally from his thing, delivers it, and thus purchases the accipiens. Secondly, the Mancipatio in the strict sense corresponds to this operation. He who receives the thing takes it in his manus and not only acknowledges acceptance of it, but also himself as sold, until payment. Following the prudent Romans, we tend to consider only one Mancipatio and to understand it only as a single act of taking possession, but there are several symmetrical acts of taking possession of things and people, in the same operation. 40. On the other hand, the question of knowing whether the Emptio Venditio 41 corresponds to two separate acts or only one has been debated at great length. As is clear, we provide another reason to say that we must count two, although they may follow one after the other almost immediately in a cash sale. Just as in more primitive law there is the gift, don, and then the gift, don, reciprocated, so in ancient Roman law there is the putting up for sale, and then the payment. In these conditions it is not difficult to understand the whole system, and even, in addition, the act of stipulation. 42. In fact, it is almost enough to note the official formulas that they use, that of Mancipatio, concerning the bronze ingot, and that of the acceptance of the gold with which the slave buys himself back. 43. This gold must be pure, true, profane, belonging to him, puri, probi, profani, sui, they are identical. Furthermore, they are both echoes of the formulas of the older Emptio, that of livestock and the slave, which has been preserved in the form of jus civil. 44. The second holder only accepts the thing if it is free from defects, and especially magical defects, and he only accepts because he can return it or compensate, or pay the price. We note the expressions reddit, pretium, rhetori, etc., where there still appears the root der. 45. Moreover, Festus has clearly preserved for us the meaning of the term emera, to buy, and even the form of law that it expresses. He also says, ab emito significant demito vel aufertu, emera enim antique dispant pro accipera, sv ab emito, and he returns to this meaning elsewhere, emera quod nunc est mercury antiqui accipibant prosumere, sv emera, which is, moreover, the meaning of the Indo-European word to which the Latin word itself relates. Emera is to take, to accept something from someone. 46. The other term of the Emptio Venditio seems, likewise, to strike another juridical note than that of the prudent Romans. 47. For whom there was only barter and gift as signs of sale, before there were prices and money. Vendera, originally venom dare, is a word composed from an archaic 48 prehistoric type. Without any doubt it clearly includes an element of dare, which reminds us of the gift, don, and the transfer. The other element seems to borrow an Indo-European term that already signified not the sale, but the price of sale, new, Sanskrit vasna, which Hearn 49 has compared, moreover, to a Bulgarian word meaning dowry, the purchase price of a wife. Other systems of Indo-European law. These hypotheses concerning very ancient Roman law are better seen as being of a prehistoric order. The law and ethics and economy of the Latins must have had these forms, but they were forgotten when their institutions entered into the written historical record. For it is precisely the Romans and the Greeks 50 who, perhaps following the northern and western Semites 51, invented the distinction between personal rights and real rights, separated sale from gift, don, and exchange, isolated moral obligation from contract, and above all conceived the difference between rights, laws, and interests. It was they who, by way of a genuine, great, and venerable revolution, left behind this obsolete morality and economy of the gift, don, which was too risky, too expensive, too extravagant, encumbered with consideration for people, incompatible with the development of the market, of commerce and production, and, fundamentally, at that time, anti-economic. Furthermore, our whole reconstitution is only a plausible hypothesis. Yet its degree of probability is strengthened by the fact that other Indo-European systems of law, which are authentic and written down, surely knew, in historical times relatively close to us, a system of the kind that we have described in those oceanic and American societies that we commonly call primitive, and which are at most archaic. We can generalize, then, with some confidence. The two Indo-European systems that have best preserved these traces are Germanic law and Hindu law. These are also cases for which we have numerous texts. Classic Hindu Law 52. Theory of the Gift. N.B. There is a rather serious difficulty in using these Hindu legal documents. The codes and epic books that validate their authority were drawn up by the Brahmins, and, one could say, if not for their benefit, then at least to their advantage at the time of their triumph. 53 They only show us a theoretical system of law. It is thus only by an effort at reconstitution, with the help of the numerous avowals of faith that they contain, that we can glimpse what the law and economy of the two other castes, the Kshatriya and Vaishya, used to be. In this case, the theory, the law of the gift, dan, that we will describe, the Dhanadharma, only really applies to the Brahmins, to the way in which they solicit it and receive it without reciprocating it, except through their religious services, and also in the manner that the gift, dan, is their due. Naturally, it is this duty to give to the Brahmins that is the object of numerous prescriptions. It is likely that altogether different relationships existed between nobles, between princely families, and within the numerous castes and races, and amongst the common people. We can hardly guess at these. But no matter. The Hindu evidence has considerable breadth. Ancient India, immediately following the Aryan colonization, was in fact doubly a land of potlatch. 54 Firstly, the potlatch is still found in two very large groups that were once much more numerous, and which formed the substrate of a large part of the Indian population, the tribes of Assam, Tibeto-Burman, and the tribes of Munda, Austroasiatic, rootstock. We are even entitled to suggest that the tradition of these tribes is the one that has subsisted in a Brahmin guise. 55 For example, we might see the traces 56 of an institution comparable to the Batak Indjak, and other principles of Malay hospitality, in the rules that forbid eating without inviting the unexpected guest. He eats halala, poison, the one who eats, without the participation of his friend. Furthermore, institutions of the same order, if not the same kind, have left some traces in the most ancient Veda. And as we find them throughout almost the entire Indo-European world. 57 We have reason to believe that the Aryans also brought them to India. 58 The two trends undoubtedly merged around a time that we can almost place, contemporaneous with the latter parts of the Veda and the colonization of the two great river valleys, the Indus and the Ganges. These two trends undoubtedly reinforced one another. As soon as we leave behind the era of Vedic literature, moreover, we find that this theory is extraordinarily developed, as are its usages. The Mahabharata is the story of a gigantic potlatch, a game of dice between the Kauravas and the Pandavas, tournaments and the selection of marriage mates by Draupadi, the sister and polyandrous wife of the Pandavas. 59 Other versions of the same legendary cycle can be found amongst the finest episodes of the epic. For example, the story of Nala and the Mayanthi, like the whole Mahabharata, tells of the construction and assembling of a house, and a game of dice, etc. 60 But all is distorted by the literary and theological form of the narrative. Besides, our present demonstration does not force us to assess these multiple origins and reconstitute the entire system in hypothetical terms. 61 In the same way, the number of classes that were concerned, and the time in which it flourished, do not need to be very defined in a comparative study. Later, for reasons that do not concern us here, this code, droid, disappeared, except in favor of the Brahmins, but one can say that it was certainly in effect for between 6 and 10 centuries, from the 8th century BC to the 2nd or 3rd AD. And this is enough. The epic and the Brahmin law persist within the old atmosphere. Presents are still obligatory, things have special qualities and are part of human persons. Let us limit ourselves to describing these forms of social life and to studying their reasoning. A straightforward description will be demonstrative enough. The thing given produces its rewards in this life and in the next. Here, it automatically engenders for the giver the same thing as itself. 62 It is not lost, it reproduces itself. Beyond, it is the same thing, only augmented, that one finds again. Food that has been given is food that will return to the giver. In this world, it is the same food that he will find in the next world, and still the same food that he will find in the series of his rebirths. 63 The water, wells, and springs that one gives ensure against thirst. 64 The clothes, the gold, the sunshades, the sandals that allow you to walk on burning hot ground, these come back to you in this life and in the next. The land that one has given, and that produces harvests for another, will make one prosper in this world and in the next and in future rebirths. As the waxing of the moon increases day by day, so the gift, done, of land, once made, grows from year to year, from harvest to harvest. 65 The land engenders harvests, rents, and taxes, mines, and livestock. The gift of it enriches both the giver and the receiver with these same products. 66 This whole juridical economic theology is developed across an infinite series of magnificent judgments, in innumerable fragments of verse, and neither the codes nor the epics exhaust this subject. 67 Land, food, everything that one gives is personified. Moreover, these are living beings with which one converses, and which take part in the contract. They want to be given. The land once spoke to the sun hero, to Rama, son of Jamadagna, and when he heard his song, he gave all of it to Ikashyapa. It said to him 68 in its own, no doubt ancient, language. Receive me, recipient. Give me, giver. In giving me you will obtain me anew. And it added, this time speaking in a rather flat Brahmin language, in this world and the next, what is given is acquired anew. A very old code 69 says that Anna, food itself deified, proclaims the following verse. He who, without giving me to the gods, to the shades, to his servants and his guests, consumes me when prepared, and in his madness, thus, swallows poison, I consume him, I am his death. But for him who offers up the Agnihotra, accomplishes the Vaishwadeva 70 and then eats contentedly, in purity and faith what remains after he has fed those that he should feed, for him I become ambrosia, and he has pleasure in me. It is the nature of food to be shared, not to share it with others is to kill its essence, to destroy it for oneself and for others. This is the interpretation, both materialist and idealist, that Brahmanism has given to charity and hospitality. 71 Wealth is made to be given away. If there were no Brahmins to receive it, vain would be the wealth of the wealthy. 72 He who eats it without knowledge kills the food and, once eaten, it kills him. 73 Avarice interrupts the circle of rights, merit, and nourishments, giving rebirth perpetually to each other. 74 On the other hand, Brahmanism has clearly identified property with the person in this game of exchanges, as well as with respect to theft. The property of the Brahmin is the Brahmin himself. The Brahmin's cow is a poison, a venomous snake, the Veda of the magicians has already stated. 75 The old code of Bodhayana 7:6 proclaims, the property of the Brahmin kills, the guilty one, along with the sons and grandsons, the poison is not, poison, the property of the Brahmin is called poison, par excellence. It contains its sanction within itself, because it is, in itself, that which is fearful in the Brahmin. It is not even necessary for the theft of the Brahmin's property to be conscious and deliberate. A whole reading of our Parvan 77 from the section of the Mahabharata that interests us the most, tells of how Enga, king of the Yadus, was transformed into a lizard for having, by the fault of his people, given a Brahmin a cow that belonged to another Brahmin. The one who received it in good faith does not want to return it, not even for 100,000 others, it is part of his household, one of his own. It is adapted to the place and the times, it is a good milker, peaceable and very devoted. Its milk is sweet, it is a precious and permanent good in my household. L 3466. It, this cow, nourishes a little child of mine who is weak and has been weaned. It cannot be given away by me. L 3467. Nor does he from whom it was taken away accept another. It is irrevocably the property of both Brahmins. Between these two refusals, the unhappy king remains bewitched for thousands of years by the curse that is contained therein. 78. Nowhere is the relationship between the thing given and the giver, between the property and the owner, more straightforward than in the rules concerning the gift, dhan, of the cow. 79. They are celebrated. In observing them, in feeding oneself with barley and the cow's dung, in sleeping on the ground, the king Dharma 80, the law, Yudhishthira himself, the main hero of the epic, became a bull amongst kings. For 3 days and 3 nights the owner of the cow imitates and observes the wish of the cow. 81. He feeds himself exclusively from the juices of the cow water, dung, urine every 3rd night. In urine resides Sri herself, fortune. Every 3rd night, he lies down with the cows on the ground, like them, and, adds the commentator, without scratching himself, without disturbing the vermin, thus identifying himself as of a single soul, with them. 82. When he enters the stable, calling them by sacred names. 83. He adds, the cow is my mother, the bull is my father, etc. He will repeat this first formula during the act of donation. And here is the solemn moment of the transfer. Having praised the cows, the recipient says, those which you are, those I am, become this day of your essence. By giving you away, I gave myself. 84, L 3676. And the recipient, on receipt, performing the pratigraha, 85 says, mutated, transmitted, in spirit, received in the spirit, let us both glorify each other, you in the forms of the Soma, moon-like, and Yugra, sun-like. L 3677, 86. Other principles of Brahmin law remind us strangely of certain Polynesian, Melanesian, and American customs that we have described. The way of receiving the gift, dhan, is curiously analogous. The Brahmin has invincible pride. First of all, he refuses to deal in any way with the market. He must not even accept anything that comes from there. 87. In a national economy where there are towns, markets, and money, the Brahmin remains faithful to the economy and ethics of the ancient Indo-Iranian pastoralists and to that of the aboriginal and non-aboriginal farmers of the Great Plains as well. He even retains that dignified attitude of the noble 88 whom one still offends by oversupplying him with goods. 89. 2 readings of the Mahabharata tell of how the 7 the great seers, and their followers, in time of scarcity, when they were about to eat the body of the son of the king Shivi, refused the immense gifts, kados, and even the golden figs offered them by the king Siva Vadarbha, and they answered him, O king, to receive from kings is at first like honey and at the last, poison. V 4459 equals lecture 93, V 34. 2 series of curses follow. This whole theory is even rather comical. This entire caste, which lives on gifts, dhans, claims to refuse them. 90. Then it compromises and accepts those that have been offered spontaneously. 91. Then it draws up long lists. 92 of the people from whom, the circumstances where, and the things. 93 which, they can accept, going so as far as to include everything in case of famine. 94 on condition, it is true, of minor expiations. 95. This is because the bond that the gift, dhan, establishes between the giver and the receiver is too strong for both of them. As in all the systems that we have already studied, perhaps even more so, they are too closely bound to each other. The recipient places himself in a position of dependence on the giver. 96. This is why the Brahmin must not accept, much less solicit, from the king. As a divinity amongst divinities, he is superior to the king, and would be stooping below his status by doing anything other than take. And, on the other hand, for the king's part, the manner in which he gives matters as much as what he gives. 97. The gift, dan, is therefore simultaneously what one must do, what one must receive, and yet what is dangerous to take. This is because the thing given itself forms a bilateral and irrevocable bond, especially when it is a gift, dan, of food. The recipient depends on the anger of the giver. 98, and each is even dependent on the other. So it is that one must not eat in the home of one's enemy. 99. All kinds of archaic precautions are taken. The codes and the epic elaborate on this theme, as Hindu writers know all too well how to do, that gifts, dans, givers, and things given are all terms to be considered in relation to each other 100 with precision and care, in such a way that there would be no mistake in the manner of giving and receiving. Everything is subject to etiquette. It is not like in the market where one takes a thing objectively, for a price. Nothing is indifferent. 101 Contracts, alliances, the transfer of goods, bonds created by the goods transferred between those giving and receiving. This economic morality takes account of the whole ensemble. The nature and the intention of the contracting parties, and the nature of the thing given, are indivisible. 102 The jurist poet knew perfectly well how to express what we want to describe. Here there is only one will, turning in one direction. 103. Germanic law, the pledge and the gift. Though Germanic societies have not preserved for us such ancient and complete 104 traces of their own theory of the gift, dan, they did have a system of exchanges in the form of gifts, dans, voluntarily and forcibly given, received, and reciprocated, so clear and so developed that there are few others so exemplary. Germanic civilization also existed for a long time without markets. 105 It remained an essentially feudal and peasant society, wherein the notion of and even the words for price of purchase and sale seem of recent origin. 106 In days of old it had developed, to an extreme degree, the whole system of the potlatch, but in particular the entire system of gifts, dans. To the fairly significant extent that the clans within the tribes, the great undivided families within the clans 107 and the tribes amongst themselves, the chiefs amongst themselves, and even the kings amongst themselves, lived morally and economically outside of the close confines of the family group. It was under the form of the gift, dan, and of alliance, through pledges and hostages, feasts, and presents that were as large as possible, that they communicated, helped each other, and allied with each other. We saw earlier the whole litany of the gifts, cadeaux, taken from the Havamal. In addition to this beautiful landscape of the Edda, we will point out three facts. An in-depth study of the very rich Germanic vocabulary of words derived from Gaben and Gaben has not yet been made. 108 They are extraordinarily numerous: Ausgabe, Abgabe, Angabe, Hingabe, Liebesgabe, Morgengabe, the so very curious Trostgabe, what we call a consolation prize, Vorgaben, Vergaben, to waste and to forgive, Wiedergaben and Wiedergaben, a study of gift, mitgift, etc., and a study of the institutions designated by these words has also yet to be made. 109 In contrast, the whole system of presents, gifts, cadeaux, its importance in tradition and folklore, including the obligation to give back, are admirably described by Richard Meyer in one of the most delightful works of folklore that we know of. 110 We merely make reference to it, and only point out for the moment the fine remarks concerning the force of the bond that obligates, the Engebinde that constitutes the exchange, the offer, the acceptance of this offer, and the obligation to give back. There is, moreover, an institution that persisted until quite recently, that still doubtless persists in the ethics and economic customs of Germanic villages, and that has an extraordinary importance from an economic point of view. This is the Gaben 111, the exact equivalent of the Hindu Dina. During baptisms, communions, engagements, and marriages, the guests, often the whole village after the wedding supper, for example, or the day before, or the following day, Golden Tag, present wedding gifts, cadeaux, whose value usually surpasses by far the cost of the wedding itself. In certain Germanic areas, it is the Gaben itself that constitutes the bride's dowry, which they give to her on the morning of the nuptials, and this is what is referred to as Morgengabe. In some places, the generosity of these gifts, dons, is a token of the fertility of the young couple. 112 The entry into relationships during the engagement, the various gifts, dons, that godfathers and godmothers make at various moments of life, in order to give recognition and helft, to their godchildren, are all just as important. We can recognize this theme that is still familiar in all our own customs, all our folk tales, all our legends of invitation, and in the curse of those people not invited, and in the blessings and generosity of the guests, especially if they are fairies. A second institution has the same origin. It is the necessity of the pledge in all kinds of Germanic contracts. 113 Even the French word gage comes from this, from the Germanic wadium, cf. English wage, salary. Hublin 114 has already shown that the Germanic wadium 115 provided a way of understanding the bond of contracts and compared it to the Roman nexum. Indeed, the way Hublin interpreted it, the pledge once accepted allowed the contracting parties in Germanic law to act upon one another, since one possessed something of the other, and the other, having been owner of the thing, might have bewitched it, and the pledge was often cut into two with one half being kept by each of the two parties. But it is possible to add to this explanation a more accurate one. The magical sanction can intervene, it is not the only bond. The thing itself, given and committed in the pledge, is by its own virtue a bond. First of all, the pledge is obligatory. In Germanic law, every contract, every sale or purchase, loan or deposit, includes the making of a pledge. An object is given to the other contracting party, generally of little value, a glove, a coin, true geld, a blade or, as is still the case in France, pins that they will give back upon payment for the thing being handed over. Hublin already noted that the thing is of little value and, ordinarily, of a personal nature. He rightly compares this fact with the theme of the life token 116. The thing thus transferred is indeed fully imbued with the individuality of the giver. The fact that it is in the hands of the recipient pushes the contracting party to fulfill the contract, to buy himself back by buying back the thing. Thus the nexum is in this thing, and not only in the magical acts, nor only in the ceremonial forms of the contract, the words, the oaths and rites exchanged, the handshaking, it is in it, as it is in the writings, the actions with magical value, the meals taken communally wherein each partakes of the substance of the other. Two traits of the wadiatio prove, moreover, this power in the thing. First, the pledge not only obligates and binds, but it also commits the honor 117 authority and the mana of the one who hands it over. 118 The latter remains in an inferior position until he has freed himself from his engagement wager. For the word wetten 119 which translates the wadium from the laws, has the meaning of wager as much as that of pledge. It stands for the prize won in a competition and the sanction of a challenge, much more than a means of constraining the debtor. As long as the contract is not fulfilled, he is like the loser in a bet, the runner-up in a race, and thus he loses more than he commits, more than there will be to pay out, not to mention the fact that he runs the risk of losing what he has received and that the owner will lay claim to it as long as the pledge has not been withdrawn. The other trait demonstrates the danger in receiving the pledge. For it is not only the one who gives who commits himself, the one who receives is also bound. Much like the recipient in the Trobriands, he mistrusts the thing given. And so it is thrown down 120 at his feet when it is a festica notata 121 covered with runic characters and notches when it is a tally stick of which one may or may not keep one part he receives it on the ground or to his chest, in legem, and not in his hand. The whole ritual has an aspect of challenge and defiance, and expresses both one and the other. Moreover, in English, even today, throw the gauge is equivalent to throw down the gauntlet. This is because the pledge, like the thing given, holds danger for the two correspondents. And here is the third fact. The danger that the thing given or transferred represents is, without doubt, nowhere better sensed than in the very ancient Germanic law, droit, and languages. This explains the double meaning of the word gift in all these languages, gift, don, on the one hand, poison on the other. We have looked at the semantic history of this word elsewhere. 122 This theme of the deadly gift, don, of the gift, cadeau, or the goods that turn into poison, is fundamental in Germanic folklore. The gold of the Rhine is fatal to its conqueror, Hagen's cup is deadly to the hero who drinks from it. Many thousands of tales and romances of this kind, Germanic and Celtic, still haunt our sensibilities. We only need to cite the verse where the hero of the Edda 123 Hreidmar responds to the curse of Loki. You have given me gifts, cadeaux. But you have not given gifts, cadeaux, of love. You have not given from a kind heart. You would already have been stripped of your life. If I had known the danger sooner. Celtic law. Another family of Indo-European societies has certainly known these institutions, the Celtic peoples. Hubert and I have begun to provide proof of this assertion. 124. Chinese law. Finally, a great civilization, the Chinese, has retained from these ancient times the very principle of law, droit, that interests us. It recognizes the indissoluble bond of each thing with its original owner. Even today, an individual who has sold one of his goods, 125 even movable goods, retains throughout his life, with respect to the buyer, a sort of right to weep for his property. Father Huang has recorded some examples for us of these notes of lament that the seller gives to the buyer. 126 It is a kind of ongoing right over the thing, combined with an ongoing right over the person, and which clings to the seller even long after the thing has definitively become part of the heritage of other people, and after all the terms of the irrevocable contract have been fulfilled. Through the thing transferred, even if it is an interchangeable item, the alliance that has been contracted is not momentary, and the contractors are deemed to be in perpetual dependence on one another. In Annamite morality, to accept a present is dangerous. Westermarck 127, who points out this last fact, has glimpsed some of its importance. Chapter 4. Conclusion. Moral conclusions. It is possible to extend these observations to our own societies. A considerable part of our ethics and of our lives themselves still exists within this same atmosphere of the gift, don, of obligation and of liberty mixed together. Happily, everything is not yet classified exclusively in terms of purchase and sale. Things still have a sentimental value beyond their venal value, assuming that there are in fact values uniquely of this kind. We do not only have a market ethic. There remain amongst us people and classes who still have the moral customs of a bygone age, and almost all of us observe them, at least at certain times of the year or on certain occasions. The unreciprocated gift, don, still renders the person who has accepted it inferior, especially when it is received without any spirit of return. We remain in the Germanic moral domain when we recall the intriguing essay by Emerson, Gifts One Charity is still wounding for the person who accepts it too, and all our moral effort goes toward ridding ourselves of the unconscious and injurious patronage of the rich almoner. The invitation must be returned, just like courtesies. In fact, one can see here traces of the old traditional foundation, that of the old aristocratic potlatch, and one can also see those fundamental patterns of human activity cropping up, emulation between individuals of the same sex. 3. That imperialism of property amongst men. What manifests has a social basis, on the one hand, and an animal and psychological one, on the other. In that separate life we call our social life, we too cannot fall behind, as we still say. We must give back more than we received. The next round is always more expensive and more grand. So it was that a particular family from our childhood, in Lorraine, that aimed to be as frugal as possible in everyday life would suddenly, during saints' days, weddings, first communions, or funerals, spend every penny it had on its guests. One has to act the grandee on such occasions. We can even say that some amongst us conduct themselves in this way constantly, spending money without restraint when it comes to guests, festivals, and New Year's gifts. The invitation must be made and it must be accepted. We still have this custom, even in our liberal organizations. Not even 50 years ago, perhaps even more recently, in certain parts of Germany and France the whole village took part in the wedding feast. A person's abstention was a bad sign, an omen, and proof of envy, of a spell. In France, in many places, everyone still takes part in the ceremony. In Provence, at the birth of a child, each person still brings an egg and other symbolic gifts, cadeaux. Things sold still have a soul, they are still followed by their former owner, and they follow him. In a valley of the Vosges, in Cornimont, the following custom was still common not so long ago, and perhaps persists in certain families. In order that purchased animals forget their former master and not be tempted to return home, a cross would be made on the lintel of the stable door, the halter of the cellar would be kept, and salt would be hand-fed to them. In an auxiliary bois, they would be fed buttered bread that had been carried 3 times around the pot-hook, and it would be given to them with the right hand. It is true that this was only for the large animals, which were part of the family, the stable being part of the house. But numerous other French customs show that one must detach the thing sold from the seller, for example by striking the thing sold, by whipping a sheep that one is selling, etc. For one may even say that an entire section of the law, droit, that relating to industrialists and merchants, is presently in conflict with morality. The economic presumptions of the people, the producers, come from their firm desire to follow the thing they have produced, and from the acute sense that their work is being sold without their sharing in the profit. Nowadays, the old principles react against the rigors, the abstractions, and the inhumanities of our codes. From this point of view, one can say, a whole part of our law, droit, that is currently being developed, along with certain of our most recent practices, consists in taking a step back in time. And this reaction against the Roman and Saxon insensitivity of our regime is perfectly sound and strong. A few new principles of law, droit, and practice can be interpreted in this way. It took a long time to recognize artistic, literary, and scientific property, following the straightforward act of sale of the manuscript, of the first machine or the original work of art. In fact, societies do not have a very great interest in recognizing the heirs of an author or an inventor, this human benefactor, beyond certain rights over the things that were created by the entitled party. We willingly proclaim that they are the product of the collective spirit as well as the individual spirit. Everyone wants them to fall into the public domain, or the general circulation of wealth, as quickly as possible. Yet the scandal of the rising value of paintings, sculptures, and objects of art over the course of the lives of artists and of their immediate heirs is what inspired the French law of September 1923, which gives the artist and his inheritors an ongoing right over any increased value in the successive sales of his works. 5. All our social insurance legislation, this state socialism already in place, is inspired by the following principle: the worker has given his life and labor to the collectivity, on the one hand, and to his employers, on the other hand, and if he has to contribute to insurance as well, those who have benefited from his services have not completely discharged their debt to him by the payment of a salary, and the state itself, representing the community, together with the worker's employers and his own contribution as well, owes him a certain level of security in life, against unemployment, against illness, against old age, and death. Even some recent and ingenious practices, such as the family assistance funds that our French manufacturers have freely and vigorously developed for the benefit of workers with family obligations, are a spontaneous response to this need to link individuals to each other, to take account of their burdens and the degrees of material and moral interest that these burdens represent. 6 Similar associations operate in Germany and in Belgium with just as much success. In Great Britain, in this period of terrible, drawn-out unemployment affecting millions of workers, there is a whole movement developing in favor of unemployment insurance that would be obligatory and organized through corporate bodies. The cities and the state are tired of bearing these enormous expenses, these payments to those without work, the cause of which comes from the industries alone, as well as general market conditions. For this reason, distinguished economists, captains of industry, Mr. P. J. Pabus, Sir Lyndon Macassey, are urging companies to organize these unemployment funds themselves, through associations, thereby making their own sacrifices. They want, in short, the cost of worker security and their protection against insufficient work to be part of the general expenditure of each individual industry. All this moral thinking and legislation corresponds, in our own view, not to a troubled situation, but to a return to rights, droits. Point 7. On the one hand, we can see professional ethics and corporate law, droit, emerging and coming into practice. These compensation funds and mutual societies that industrial groups are forming to fund this or that corporate work are not marked by any defect from a purely moral perspective, except on this one point, they are managed purely by the employers. Furthermore, it is groups that are acting, the state, the communes, public assistance institutions, pension funds, savings banks, mutual societies, employers, salary earners, they are all associated together, as in the social legislation of Germany and of Alsace-Lorraine, and equally so soon in the French system of social insurance. We are reverting, therefore, to a group morality. On the other hand, it is the individual that the state and its subgroups want to care for. Society wants to rediscover the social cell. It seeks out and surrounds the individual, in a curious state of mind, wherein are mixed together a feeling for the rights he has with other purer sentiments, those of charity, of social service, of solidarity. The themes of the gift, don, of the freedom and the obligation inherent in the gift, don, of generosity and of the interest one has in giving, are coming back to us, as if to restore a dominant motif too long forgotten. But it is not enough to establish this fact, we must deduce a practice from it, an ethical precept. It is not enough to say that the law, droit, is in the process of ridding itself of several abstractions, the distinction of the law of things, droit real, from the law of persons, droit personnel, in the process of adding other rights to the bare law of sale and payment for services. It must be said that this revolution is good. First, we return, and must return, to the customs of noble expenditure. As in Anglo-Saxon countries and so many other contemporary societies, both savage and highly civilized, the rich must return freely and also necessarily to considering themselves as kinds of treasurers for their fellow citizens. In the ancient civilizations, from which our own derive, some had the jubilee, others the liturgies, choirs and trierarchies, ciencitia, meals in common, and obligatory expenditures by the councillors and the consular individuals. We should go back to laws, droits, of this kind. Next, there must be more concern for the individual, for his life, for his health, for his education that is profitable, moreover for his family and for their future. There must be more good faith, sensitivity and generosity in contracts for the provision of services, the renting of buildings, and the sale of necessary provisions. And we must find the means to limit the fruits of speculation and usury. Yet the individual must work. He must be forced to depend on himself rather than on others. On the other hand, he must defend his interests, both personally and collectively. An excess of generosity and communism would be as detrimental to him and as detrimental to society as the egoism of our contemporaries and the individualism of our laws. In the Mahabharata, a malevolent genie of the forest explains to a Brahmin who gave too much and inappropriately, "This is why you are thin and pale." The life of a monk and that of Shylock should equally be avoided. This new ethics will surely consist of a good and moderate mix of reality and idealism. Thus, we can and should come back to the archaic, to its elements. We will rediscover the motives of life and action that are still known to numerous societies and classes, the joy of giving in public, the pleasure of generous artistic spending, that of hospitality and festivals, both private and public. Social insurance, the solicitude of reciprocity, of cooperation, of the professional group, of all these legal entities that English law, droit, dignifies with the name of friendly societies, are all worth more than the simple personal security that the noble guaranteed to his tenant, more than the meager life afforded by the daily wage assigned by employers, and even more than capitalist savings which are only based on fluctuating credit. It is even possible to conceive of what a society would be like in which such principles reigned. In the liberal professions of our great nations, a morality and economy of this kind already functions to some extent. Honor, disinterest, corporate solidarity, these are not vain words for them, nor are they contrary to the necessities of work. Let us humanize the other professional groups in the same way, and let us still work to improve them. This will represent great progress, one that Durkheim often advocated. In doing this, we will return, in our view, to the solid foundation of the law, droit, to the very principle of normal social life. We cannot expect the citizen to be too good and too subjective, or too unfeeling and too realist. He must have an acute sense of himself, and also of others, of social reality. Is there even, within these matters of morality, another reality? He must act while maintaining an awareness of himself, of subgroups, and of society. This ethic is eternal, it is common to the most developed societies, to those of the near future, as well as to the least advanced societies we could imagine. We are touching upon the fundamentals. We are no longer even speaking in terms of law, droit, we are speaking of men and groups of men, for it is they, it is society, and the sentiments of men, in spirit, flesh, and bone, that have acted always and everywhere. Let us demonstrate this. The system that we propose to call the system of total prestations, of clan to clan, that in which individuals and groups exchange everything amongst themselves, constitutes the most ancient system of economy and law, droit, that we can establish and conceptualize. It provides the foundation from which the ethic of gift exchange, don échange, was unleashed. And it is exactly the same kind of system, while keeping everything in proportion, toward which we would like to see our societies orient themselves. In order to make these distant phases of law, droit, comprehensible, here are two examples borrowed from extremely different societies. During a corroboree, a dramatic public dance, at Pine Mountain 8, East Central Queensland, every individual enters the consecrated place in turn, holding in one hand his spear thrower, with the other hand kept behind his back. He throws his weapon into a circle at the other end of the dance ground, at the same time calling out the place from which he comes. For example, Kunyan is my country. 9. He stops for a moment, and during this time his friends put a present, a spear, a boomerang, in his other hand. A good fighting man may thus receive more than his hand will hold, particularly if he has young daughters. 10. In the Winnebago tribe, a Sioux tribe, the clan chiefs address their fellows 11 chiefs of the other clans, in very characteristic speeches that are models of this etiquette. 12. Found across all the civilizations of the Indians of North America. Each clan cooks food and prepares tobacco for the representatives of the other clans during the clan's festival. And here, for example, are fragments of the speech of the chief of the Snake clan. 13. I greet you all. It is good. How could I say aught but that it is good? I am a poor worthless fellow, yet you have remembered me. It is good. You thought of the spirits and therefore you came to sit with me. Your plates will be filled soon, so let me greet you again, you, humans, who are taking the place of spirits. And when all the chiefs have eaten and made offerings of tobacco into the fire, the final formula shows the moral effect of the festival and all its prestations. It is good that you have come and occupied seats at my request, and I am grateful to you for it. You truly encouraged me. Surely your grandfather's blessings were equal to those of the spirits. It is good that you have indeed partaken of my feast. This must be what the older people said, your life is, naturally, weak, and you can only be strengthened by the counsel and advice of brave men. Truly you have counseled with me. It is life to me. Thus, from one end of human evolution to the other, there are not two different kinds of wisdom. So let us adopt as a principle of our lives that which has always been and will always be a principle of action, emerging from ourselves, and giving freely and obligatorily, we will not be disappointed. A fine Maori proverb goes, Ko maru kai atu. Ko maru kai mai. Ka and go. Give as well as take and all will be well. 14. Conclusions of Economic Sociology and Political Economy. These facts not only throw light on our ethics and help to direct our ideals, from their perspective, we can better analyze the most general of economic realities, and this analysis even helps us to visualize better management procedures, applicable to our own societies. Several times we have seen how far this economy of gift exchange was from entering into the framework of the so-called natural economy, of utilitarianism. All these phenomena that are so important to the economic life of all these peoples, let us say, to focus our minds, that they are a fitting representation of the great Neolithic civilization and all the significant traces of these traditions in societies close to us or the practices of our own people, fall outside the categories ordinarily proposed by the rare economists who have wanted to compare the various economies known to us. 15. We add, therefore, our repeated observations to those of Malinowski, who devoted an entire study to exploding the current doctrine of primitive economy. 16. Here is a chain of very solid facts. The notion of value functions in these societies. Very large surpluses, speaking in absolute terms, are amassed. They are often expended at a pure loss, with relatively enormous luxury. 17. Which is in no sense commercial. There are signs of wealth and kinds of money. 18. Being exchanged. But all this very rich economy remains full of religious elements. Money still has its magical elements and is still tied to the clan or to the individual. 19. The various economic activities, for example the market, are suffused with rituals and myths. They retain a ceremonial, obligatory, and effective character. 20. They are full of rituals and rites, droits. From this perspective, we are already answering the question posed by Durkheim as to the religious origin of the notion of economic value. 21. These facts also answer a mass of questions concerning the forms and the reasons behind what we so poorly refer to as exchange, barter, the permutatio. 22. Of useful things, which, following the prudent Latins, who themselves followed Aristotle. 23. And a priori economic history places at the origin of the division of labor. It is certainly something other than utility that circulates in all these kinds of societies, most of them already quite enlightened. The clans, people of all ages, the sexes in general, given the multiple relationships to which these contracts give rise, are in a state of perpetual economic effervescence, and this excitement is very far from being materialistic. It is much less prosaic than our buying and selling, than our rental of services, than our gambling away in the stock exchange. Nevertheless, we can still go further than we have so far. We can dissolve, stir up, color, and define differently the main notions that we have employed. The terms that we have used, present, gift, cadeau, don, are not altogether exact themselves. We simply cannot find others, that is all. These concepts of law, droit, and economy that it pleases us to contrast liberty and obligation, liberality, generosity, luxury, and savings, interest, and utility, it would be good to put them all back into the melting pot. We can give only pointers on this subject. Let us choose, for example 24. The Trobriands. There is still a complex notion here, which inspires all economic acts that we have described, and this notion is neither that of the purely gratuitous prestation, freely made, nor is it that of production and exchange that is purely interested in what is useful. There is a sort of hybrid that has blossomed. Malinowski has made a serious effort 25 to classify, from the point of view of the motives of interest and disinterestedness, all the transactions he finds in the Trobriands. He arranges them from pure gift to pure barter after negotiation. 26. This classification is fundamentally inapplicable. Thus, according to Malinowski, the archetype of the pure gift, don, would be the gift, don, between spouses. 27. Now, in our view, one of the most important facts pointed out by Malinowski, and which throws a bright light on all sexual relationships in all humanity, consists in likening the Mapila 28 the constant payment of a man to his wife, to a kind of wage for sexual services rendered. 29 Similarly, gifts, cadeaux, made to chiefs are tributes, the distributions of food, sagali, are indemnities for work, or for rituals performed, in the case of a funeral wake, for example. 30 Basically, in the same way that these gifts, dons, are not free, they are not really disinterested. These are already, for the most part, counter-prestations, made with a view not only to paying for services and for things, but also to maintaining profitable alliances. 31 And they cannot be repudiated, like, for example, the alliance between tribes of fishermen. 32 And tribes of farmers and potters. Now, this finding is widespread and has been observed amongst the Maori and the Tsimshian. 33 etc. We can therefore see where this force resides, at once both mystical and material, which joins the clans and divides them at the same time, which divides their labor and constrains them to exchange at the same time. Even in these societies, the individual and the group, or rather the subgroup, have always had a sense of their sovereign right to refuse the contract. This is what gives an aspect of generosity to the circulation of goods, but, on the other hand, they normally had neither a right to refuse, nor an interest in doing so, and this is what still relates these distant societies to ours. The use of money provokes other reflections. The vagoe of the Trobriands, arms hells and necklaces, in the same way as the coppers of the American Northwest, or the wampum of the Iroquois, are simultaneously riches, signs. 34 Of wealth, means of exchange or payment, and also things one must give, or even destroy. And yet, these are still pledges bound to the people who use them, and these pledges bind them to each other. But, on the other hand, since they already serve as monetary tokens, it is in one's interest to give them in order to be able to possess others anew, by transforming them into merchandise or services that will, in turn, transform themselves back into money. It really seems that, to a remote degree, the Trobriand or Tsimshian chief proceeds in the style of the capitalist who knows how to rid himself of his money at a profitable time in order, eventually, to reconstitute his mobile capital. Interest and disinterestedness likewise explain this form of the circulation of wealth, and the archaic circulation of the tokens of wealth that follow them around. Even the pure destruction of wealth does not correspond to this complete detachment that we expected to find there. Even these acts of grandeur are not exempt from egoism. The purely extravagant form of consumption, almost always exaggerated, often purely destructive, whereby valuable goods that have been amassed over a long time are given away all at once or even destroyed, especially in the case of potlatch. 35 Gives these institutions an air of purely lavish expenditure, of infantile prodigality. In effect, and in fact, not only are useful things made to disappear and rich foods consumed to excess, but one even destroys for the pleasure of destroying, for example, the coppers and money that the Tsimshian, Tlingit, and Haida chiefs throw into the water, that the Kwakiutl chiefs and their allied tribes break. But the reason for these gifts, dons, and this frantic consumption, for these losses and this mad destruction of wealth, is in no way disinterested, especially not in these potlatch societies. Through these gifts, dons, hierarchy is established between chiefs and vassals, between vassals and supporters. To give is to show one's superiority, to be more, higher, magister, to accept without giving back or without giving more is to subordinate oneself, to become a client and a servant, to become small, to fall lower, minister. The magical ritual of the Kula called Mwazila 36 is full of formulas and symbols that show that the future contractor is seeking this advantage above all else, social, or even brute superiority. Thus, having enchanted the betel nut that they will use with their partners, and having enchanted the chief, his comrades, their pigs, their necklaces, then the head and its openings, and then everything that has been brought, the wagers, the opening gifts, dons, etc., having charmed all of it, the magician sings, not without exaggeration. I shall kick the mountain moves, the mountain tumbles down. My spell shall go to the top of Dobu mountain. The body of my canoe will sink. My fame is like thunder, my treading is like the roar of the flying witches. 37. To be the first, the most handsome, the most fortunate, the strongest, and the richest, this is what one seeks and how one obtains it. Later, the chief confirms his mana by redistributing what he has received back to his vassals and kinsmen. He maintains his rank amongst the chiefs by giving almshells in exchange for necklaces, hospitality for visits, and so on. In this case, wealth is, from every point of view, as much a means to prestige as it is something useful. But can we be certain that it is any different amongst us, and that even in our own context wealth is not above all a means of command over men? Let us now put to the test the other notion that we have just opposed to that of the gift, dawn, and disinterestedness, the notion of interest and the individual search for what is useful. This too fails to present itself as it actually functions in our own minds. If any equivalent motive moves the Trobriand or American chiefs, or the Andaman clans, etc., or in the past the generous Hindus, and Germanic and Celtic nobles, in their gifts, dawns, and expenditures, it is not the cold reasoning of the merchant, the banker, or the capitalist. In these civilizations, they have interests, although in a different fashion than in our own time. They save, but in order to spend, to obligate, to have liegemen. On the other hand, they do exchange, but these are above all luxuries, ornaments, garments, or else they are the things that are immediately consumed, banquets. They reciprocate with interest, but this is to humble the original giver or exchange partner, and not only to compensate him for the loss that a deferred consumption causes him. There is interest, but it is only analogous to that which supposedly guides us. There is a relatively amorphous and disinterested economy that, within the subgroups, regulates life in the Australian or North American, East and Prairie, clans. And, on the other hand, there is the same individualistic and purely interested economy that our own economies have known, at least in part, after this was discovered by the Semitic and Greek peoples. Between these two types, as I say, there lies a whole vast series of institutions and economic events that are not governed by the economic rationalism we so freely propound. Even the word interest is recent. Its origin is to be found in an accounting technique. Interest, in Latin, was written on the account books, opposite the sums to be collected. In the most Epicurean of the ancient moral codes, it is the good and pleasure that one seeks, and not material utility. It required the victory of rationalism and mercantilism to enforce the notions of profit and the individual, and to elevate them to the rank of principles. We can almost date after Mandeville, the fable of the bees, the triumph of the notion of individual interest. It is only with difficulty and by paraphrasing that one can translate these words into Latin or Greek, or into Arabic. Even the men who wrote classical Sanskrit, who used the word artha, which is quite close to our idea of interest, had a different idea of interest from our own, as with other categories of action. The sacred books of classical India already divide up human activities according to law, dharma, interest, artha, and desire, kama. But above all it is political interest with which it is concerned, that of the king and the Brahmins, the ministers, and that of the kingdom and each caste. The considerable literature of the Nidhi Castra is not economic. It is our Western societies that have, very recently, made man into an economic animal. But we are not yet, all of us, beings of this kind. Within our masses and within our elites, pure and irrational expenditure is common practice. It is still characteristic of some fossils of our nobility. Homo economicus is not behind us, he is in front of us, like the moral man and the man of duty, like the man of science and the man of reason. Man has, for a long time, been something else. He has not long been a machine, made complicated by a calculating machine. Fortunately, however, we are still far from this fixed and icy utilitarian calculation. We should analyze in depth, statistically, as Halbwachs has done for the working classes, the nature of our consumption, our own expenses, we of the Western middle class. How many needs do we satisfy? And how many longings do we not satisfy that do not have utility as their final purpose? The rich man, how much does he allot, can he allot, of his income to his personal utility? His expenditure on luxury, on art, on distractions, on servants, do they not liken him to the nobles of the past and to the barbarian chiefs whose customs we have described? Is it good that it should be so? That is another question. It is good, perhaps, that there should be other means of spending and exchanging than pure expenditure. But, in our view, it is not in calculating personal needs that we will find the workings of the best economy. I believe that, even as regards our desire to develop our own wealth, we must remain something other than pure financiers, even as we become better accountants and better managers. The brutal pursuit of individual goals is harmful to the purposes and the peace of the whole, to the rhythm of its work and its joys, and by feedback effect to the individual himself. Already, as we have just seen, important sections of society, associations of our capitalist firms themselves, are collectively seeking to group their employees together. Furthermore, all the syndicalist groups, both of the employers as well as of the wage workers, claim to defend and represent the general interest with as much fervor as the specific interests of their supporters or even their guilds. These fine speeches, it is true, are adorned with many metaphors. Nevertheless, we must state that, not only morality and philosophy, but even the economic art and expert opinion as well, are beginning to rise to this social level. There is a sense that we cannot make men work well unless they are sure of being fairly paid throughout their life for work they have fairly carried out, both for others and for themselves. The producer-exchanger feels again he has always felt, but this time he feels acutely that he exchanges more than just a product or work time, that he gives something of himself, his time, his life. He therefore wants to be rewarded, even at a moderate level, for his gift, done. And to refuse him this reward is to make him idle and less productive. Might we perhaps indicate a conclusion that is both sociological and practical? The famous Surat al-Xiv, mutual deception, the last judgment, given at Mecca to Muhammad, says of Allah. 15 Your riches and your children may be but a trial, but in the presence of Allah is the highest reward. 16 So fear Allah as much as you can, listen and obey, and spend in charity for the benefit of your own souls. And those saved from the covetousness of their own souls, they are the ones that achieve prosperity. 17 If you loan to Allah a beautiful loan, He will double it to your credit, and He will grant you forgiveness, for Allah is most ready to appreciate service, most forbearing. 18 Knower of what is hidden and what is open, exalted in might, full of wisdom. Replace the name of Allah with that of society and that of the guild, or combine these three names. If you are religious, replace the concept of alms with that of cooperation, of a task performed, of a prestation made for another. You will have a fairly good idea of the kind of economy that is undergoing a laborious birth. We already see it operating in certain economic groupings, and in the hearts of the masses, who very often have a better sense than their leaders of their own interests, and of the common interest. Perhaps, in studying these obscure aspects of social life, we will be able to bring some light to the path that our nations must take, both in their ethics and in their economy. Conclusions on general sociology and ethics. Permit us a further comment on the method we have followed. Not that we want to propose the study as a model. It is made up of pointers. It is insufficiently complete and the analysis could be pushed further. 38 Essentially, these are rather questions that we pose to historians and ethnographers, objects of research that we propose, rather than our resolving a problem and delivering a definitive answer. It is enough, for the moment, to be convinced that, by moving in this direction, we will discover numerous facts. But if this is the case, it is because in this way of treating a problem we find a heuristic principle that we want to tease out. The facts that we have studied are all, if we may be permitted the expression, total social facts, or, if we wish, although we do not prefer this word, general ones, that is, they set in motion in certain cases the whole of the society and its institutions, potlatch, clans confronting each other, tribes visiting each other, etc., and in certain others, only a great number of institutions, particularly when these exchanges and these contracts concern more the individual. All these phenomena are at the same time juridical, economic, religious, and even aesthetic, morphological, etc. They are juridical, about private and public law, of both organized and diffused morality, strictly obligatory or simply praised and blamed, and political and domestic at the same time, drawing in social classes as well as clans and families. They are religious, religious in the strict sense, magical, animistic and infused with a religious mindset. They are economic, for the idea of value, of utility, of interest, of luxury, of wealth, of acquisition, of accumulation, and on the other side, that of consumption, even that of pure expenditure, purely sumptuary, are everywhere present, even though we understand them otherwise today. Furthermore, these institutions have an important aesthetic aspect, which we have deliberately omitted from this study. But the dances that they take turns in presenting, the songs and parades of all kinds, the dramatic performances given for each other, going from camp to camp and from partner to partner, the objects of every kind that are made, used, decorated, gathered up and transferred with love, everything that is received with joy and presented with success, the banquets themselves in which all participate, everything, food, objects, services, even respect, as the Tlingit say, everything is a cause of aesthetic emotion, and not only emotions of a moral order or based on interest. 39 This is true not only of Melanesia, but more particularly so of the system of potlatch in the American Northwest, and even more true of the market festival of the Indo-European world. 40 Finally, these are clearly morphological phenomena. Everything happens in the course of assemblies, fairs, and markets, or, at least, of the festivals that take place there. All of these presuppose congregations whose duration can exceed a season of social concentration, such as the winter potlatch of the Kwakiutl, or weeks, like the seafaring expeditions of the Melanesians. In addition, there have to be roads, or at least paths, seas, or lakes, where one can move around in peace. There have to be tribal and intertribal or international alliances, commercium and connubium. 41. So these are more than themes, elements of institutions, complex institutions, even more than systems of institutions divided into religion, law, droit, economy, etc. They are wholes, complete social systems, whose functioning we have tried to describe. We have seen societies in a dynamic or physiological state. We have not studied them as though they were frozen, in a static or cadaverous state, and even less have we deconstructed and dissected them into rules of law, droit, myths, values, and prices. It is in considering the whole together that we have been able to perceive what is essential to them, the movement of the whole, the living aspect, the fleeting moment when society, or men, take full sensory consciousness of themselves and their situations vis-a-vis others. In this concrete observation about social life there is the means of finding new facts, which we are only just beginning to glimpse now. In our view, nothing is more urgent and fruitful than the study of total social facts. It has a double advantage. First of all, an advantage of generality, for these facts about general functioning are likely to be more universal than the various institutions, or the various themes relating to these institutions, always more or less accidentally tinted by local color. But above all, it has an advantage of reality. Thus we can gain a view of social things themselves, in concrete terms, as they are. In societies we grasp more than ideas or rules, we grasp men, groups, and their behavior. We see them move as we see masses and systems in mechanics, or as we see octopuses and anemones in the sea. We see numerous men, and forces in motion, adrift in their environment and in their feelings. The historians sense, and justly object to the fact, that sociologists make too many abstractions and separate too much the various elements of society one from the other. We should do as they do, observe what is given. So, the given is Rome, it is Athens, it is the French Middle Ages, it is the Melanesian of this or that island, and not prayer or law, droit, in itself. After having, necessarily, rather too much divided and abstracted, sociologists must strive to reconstitute the whole. In so doing, they will find fertile facts. They will also find a means of satisfying the psychologists. The latter feel their privileged position acutely, and the psychopathologists especially, who work in the certainty of studying the concrete. All of them study, or ought to study, the behavior of total beings, not divided into different faculties. We must emulate them. The study of the concrete, which is the study of the complete, is even more possible and captivating and explanatory in sociology. We ourselves observe the full and complex reactions of numerically defined quantities of men, of whole and complex beings. We too describe what they are within their organisms and their psyche, at the same time as describing the behavior of this mass and its corresponding psychoses, sentiments, ideas, the volitions of the crowd, or of organized societies and their subgroups. We too see bodies and the reactions of these bodies, whose ideas and sentiments are normally interpretations, and, more rarely, motives. The principle and the goal of sociology is to perceive the whole group and its behavior in its entirety. We have not had the time. This would have meant unduly extending a limited topic to try to perceive from the present moment the basic morphology of all the facts that we have laid out. It is perhaps useful, however, at least by way of example, to indicate the method that we would like to follow, and along what lines we would pursue this research. All the societies that we have described above, except our own European ones, are segmented. Even the Indo-European societies, Roman society from before the 12 tables, the Germanic societies up until the writing down of the Edda, or Irish society before the drawing up of its main literature, were based on clans, or at least great families that were internally more or less undivided and externally more or less isolated from one another. All these societies are or were far from being unified, and far from the unity that an insufficient history affords them. Moreover, within these groups, the individuals, even those strongly distinguished from each other, were less sad, less serious, less greedy, and less egoistic than we are, turning outwards at least, they were, or are, more generous and more giving than us. The groups pay visits to each other, during tribal festivals, and ceremonies of opposing clans and families forging alliances or performing mutual initiations, even when, in more advanced societies when the law of hospitality had been developed, the law of friendship and of contracts, with the gods, came to ensure the peace of the marketplace and the towns, over a considerable period of time and in a considerable number of societies, men confronted each other in a curious frame of mind of exaggerated fear and hostility, and of equally exaggerated generosity, but which appears foolish only in our own eyes. In all the societies that have immediately preceded our own, and which still surround us today, and even in many customs of our popular ethics, there is no middle ground, to trust completely or mistrust completely, to lay down one's arms and renounce magic, or to give everything, from fleeting hospitality to daughters and goods. It is in such states of mind that men have abandoned their reserve, and been able to commit themselves to giving and reciprocating. They did not have a choice. Two groups of men who meet can only either keep their distance and, if they show mistrust or throw down a challenge, fight each other or negotiate. Until the development of legal and economic systems not far removed from our own, it has always been strangers with whom we deal, even if we are allies. The people of Kiraiwina, in the Trobriands, would say to Malinowski, "The Dobu man is not good as we are. He is fierce, he is a man-eater. When we come to Dobu we fear him, he might kill us. But see. I spit the charmed ginger root, their mind turns. They lay down their spears, they receive us well." 42 Nothing better translates this oscillation between feast and war. One of the best ethnographers, THIRD-WORLD, describes for us in a statistical genealogy 43 with regard to another Melanesian tribe a particular event that shows equally clearly how these men, as a group, suddenly move from festivity to battle. Bulia, a chief, had invited Bobal, another chief, and his people to a feast, probably the first of a long series. They started to rehearse their dances over the course of the whole night. In the morning they were all riled up from their sleepless night. After a simple remark by Bulia, one of Bobal's men killed him. And the company massacred, pillaged, and carried off the women of the village. Bulia and Bobal were on good terms and only rivals, they said to THIRD-WORLD. We have all seen such happenings, even now, around us. It is in opposing reason and sentiment, in placing the wish for peace in the face of sudden follies of this sort, that people succeed in substituting alliance, gifts, dawn, and trade with war, isolation, and stagnation. This, therefore, is what we may have found at the end of our research. Societies have progressed insofar as they themselves, their subgroups, and finally their individuals have been able to stabilize their relationships, to give, to receive, and finally to reciprocate. To trade, they first had to be able to lay down their spears. It was then that they succeeded in exchanging goods and persons, no longer only from clan to clan, but from tribe to tribe, nation to nation, and above all individual to individual. Only after this were people able to create and to satisfy mutual interests, and finally to defend their interests without having to resort to weapons. Thus the clan, the tribe, and the peoples have learned as tomorrow, in our so-called civilized world, classes and nations and individuals too will have to learn how to confront one another without massacring each other, and to give to each other without sacrificing themselves to the other. Herein lies one of the lasting secrets of their wisdom and their solidarity. There is no other morality, no other economy, nor any other social practices except these. The Britons and the Chronicles of Arthur recount 44 how Arthur, with the help of a carpenter from Cornwall, invented that wonder of his court, the miraculous round table around which the knights no longer fought each other. Before this, out of sordid envy in blundering skirmishes, duels and murders would stain the finest banquets with blood. The carpenter said to Arthur, I will make you a very beautiful table, where 1,600 and more will be able to sit, and move around, and no one will be excluded. No knight will be able to provoke combat, for there the highest placed will be on the same footing as the lowest placed. There was no longer a high end and no more quarrels. Wherever Arthur transported his table, his noble company remained joyful and invincible. So today do nations make themselves strong and rich, happy and good. Peoples, classes, families, and individuals will be able to grow rich, they will be happy only when they have learned to sit together, like the knights, around the commonwealth. It is useless to go looking for goodness and happiness far away. It is there, in the imposed peace, in well-balanced work, alternately together and alone, in the wealth that has been amassed and then redistributed, in the mutual respect and reciprocal generosity that education teaches us. We see how one can study, in certain cases, the whole of human behavior, the entirety of social life. We can also see how this concrete study can lead not only to a science of customs, to a partial social science, but even to ethical conclusions, or rather to take up again the old word civility, civic sense, as we say now. Indeed, studies of this kind allow us to glimpse, to measure, to balance the various aesthetic, moral, religious, and economic motives, and the diverse material and demographic factors, which together create a foundation for society and constitute a life in common, and whose conscious direction is the supreme art, politics, in the Socratic sense of the word. Marcel Mauss. Part 3. Selected Reviews. A selection of reviews by Marcel Mauss. * all of works published in English, of relevance to themes and evidence in the gift, with the exception of reviews of 3 German works by Frobenius and 2 French translations of works by Fraser. Mauss also reviewed publications in Italian. Full translations. Brown, A.R. The Methods of Ethnology and Social Anthropology, South African Journal of Science, 1923, XX, pages 125 to 47. Excellent exposition of the position of the relationships between the historical method and the inductive method in the treatment of social phenomena, and especially in primitive civilizations. Through social anthropology, Mr. Brown naturally understands sociology, and if he does not use the word, this is because in English-speaking countries it designates rather a vague social philosophy. Naturally, Mr. B., who is simultaneously one of our best sociologists and one of our best ethnographers, is more attached to societies depicted as primitive. Pertinently, he shows the host of assumptions presupposed by the use of the historico-cultural method, even amongst those who, like Messrs. Sapir and Lowy, deploy it with the greatest prudence, and how much it presumes a sociology, whereas sociology does not presume it. The point on which Mr. B differs from the theories that were upheld by Durkheim is that he does not accept the thesis that totemism would be the most elementary known form of religion and of politico-domestic organization. In our own turn, we will make an objection to Mr. B. The division of facts between social anthropology and the other sciences of social facts, less primitive, is itself dangerous. There is only one science of social facts, of which the method, empirical and inductive at the same time, is applicable in all its parts, to all the facts that arise from them. Statistical observations are as useful on societies with tribal form as on others, and many of the facts said to be primitive are only comprehensible if we compare them with facts that are less implicit, more developed and visible, of the societies said to be superior. At base, our sciences suffer from a serious disequilibrium, here, too preoccupied with origins that, in fact, cannot be found, there, too preoccupied with phenomena that are only the outcomes, not always normal, of long chains of evolutions and dissolutions. Thus are the research works in religious sociology much too anthropological, and the research works of economic sociology much too current. The correction of these errors will be the work of the years to come. On this point we are sure that Mr. B is in agreement with us. Malinowski, B.R., The Psychology of Sex and the Foundation of Kinship in Primitive Societies, Psyche, 4, 2, 1923, pages 98 to 128. Before we can expose Mr. M.'s theory, we will have to wait for his book Sexual Life of Savages, which includes, beyond a description of sexual life and marriage in the Eastern New Guinea civilization, Massim, Trobriand Islands, etc., a theoretical analysis of primitive eroticism. Although we hope to see the facts published very quickly, and we hardly approve of this mix of theory and observation, we have such estimation for Mr. M.'s whole work that we respect his design. In addition, he calms our impatience by imparting to us once more cf. his previous article, Beloma, JRAI, 1916, p. 409, the most important of his discoveries in the Trobriands, the one that they have called miraculous kinship. Compared to the facts indicated by Mr. Rattray in Ashanti, this kinship may perhaps lose its miraculous character, we shall see. The Trobrianders do not know the seminal quality of the male liquid, and even its testicular origin, they believe it comes from the kidneys, provoked by the eyes. Female ejaculations are also not irrelevant in giving birth. What the woman gives to the fetus is its blood and flesh, then her milk, p. 99. The real cause of the birth is the arrival, the deposit by a spirit in the head of the woman, or the vagina, of a spirit of the dead reborn, Rajani, regenerated, that comes to be reincarnated. Mr. M has found numerous versions of this myth. This spirit, this child, penetrates into the belly, stops menstruation, and feeds itself. This theory is followed in practice, in morality, and in myths. Remarkably, by an evident error, it is extended to the animals, to the sows, p. 117, in relation to which they do not know whether they are impregnated by wild boars or domestic pigs, which, they remark, are all castrated. In any case, the notion of father is purely social. It is what marriage makes as such. A child born outside of marriage has a father neither morally nor physically, p. 119. He is also looked down upon. Meanwhile, the father does not have a physical relationship with his son or daughter, he forms them after conception, where he counts for nothing. They resemble him. And while it is an insult to say that someone resembles his mother or his brother, through the mother, it is flattery and a duty to remark how he resembles his father. It is too early to make a theory of these extremely important facts. A similar mythical expression of the purely social nature, not at all physical, of marriage would surely have struck Durkheim. But, without doubt, in spite of the extreme resemblance of these modes of representing double kinship with the Arunta modes, Central Australia, he would have refused as for the former to consider them primitive. It is an abuse of words to call the Trobrianders by this term. In the same way, among the Australian peoples, the Aruntas are surely among the most evolved from their original stock if this were so. We recognize the value of Mr. M.'s discovery. It probably has a general value, it will inspire, like that of Mr. Rattray, new and urgent observations that will disclose these facts in many other societies where we have not suspected them. We will often see double descent, by blood in the female line and by spirit in the male line. In this regard, the evidence from Mr. M is very directly related to that of Mr. Rattray. This comparison leads us, moreover, to a hypothesis. Without doubt, these two groups of evidence can be interpreted, like the facts of the Arunta. Durkheim saw this in the latter case, through the predominance of the local clan. This is well marked in the Trobriands, as it seems to be in Ashanti, as it is among the Arunta, by the existence of designated places from which souls emanate and reincarnate themselves. We do not have the space here for more commentaries, for which, moreover, it would be better to await the complete work. Permit us, meanwhile, to note two things. The part that is attributed to the husband, after conception, proves, in our opinion, that there is no notion of miraculous kinship and of a purely legal marriage, but except in the case of miracle in the strict sense a notion of real male descent, physical, imagined otherwise, that is all. Moreover, all these notions of the origin of the soul, of the individual, to express it better, have always been obscure, and still are so in our own religions. The Catholic Church is as puzzled as the wise men of the Trobriands with respect to explaining why a soul is not created from each union of a couple. And we have often indicated here this reincarnation of the souls in the clan, in particular following the series of names and the generations of the ancestors, 3 or 5 in particular. The system is more widespread than it appears to be. In light of this observation, we can, perhaps, explain two rules that preoccupy Mr. M. If one cannot say to someone that he resembles his mother or brother, of the same mother, it is to insinuate that he hardly has a soul, that he only has blood. It is to say that he resembles his father, it is to assert vigorously that the soul is reincarnated, and the legitimacy of this reincarnation, and the esteemed part that the father has taken, if not in this reincarnation, made by the spirits, at least in the gestation and the upbringing of the child. Fraser, Sir J.G. La Rameau The Golden Bough. Abridged edition. New translation by Lady Fraser Paris, Githner, 1923, 742 pages in 8 degree. Fraser, Sir J.G. Le Folklore dans l'Ancien Testament Folklore in the Old Testament. Abridged edition with notes. Translation by E. Audra. Introduction by R. Dussaud Paris, Githner, 1924, 11, 448 pages in 8 degree. Sir James and Lady Fraser, with the help of Mr. Audra for one of these volumes, have done a considerable favor to the French public or to those who read works written in French. They, themselves, have allotted a considerable part of their efforts to abridging and translating two of the principal works through which the name of Fraser will be perpetuated long after those of his ingenious critics. Since these books have been, we could say, rewritten in full collaboration and corrected, the literary talent thus expended makes them works that are worth almost as much as the originals, these masterpieces of the English language. And, as all this is as clear as Voltaire, as decisive as Hume, as straightforwardly thought as Adam Smith, these Scotsmen and this friend of Scotland, comparable books should have the same success in France as French works. The whole educated public, the whole public, should own these books, which are conscientiously destined to enlighten them, undertaken for them. It is no secret that this mature work was done at the request of our friend Marcel Sembat. He knew how to convince Sir J. G. Fraser of the need for this instructive work. We confine ourselves, then, to making it known. The study of these two works ought to have been done in relation to other landmarks, and perhaps this will appear in one complete Annie, when it sees the light of day. We know that these are abridged versions. The 12 volumes and the index of the Golden Bough are reduced into this convenient form of a thick portable volume, with an excellent index but no notes. The text, still very dense, is nevertheless a resume, an extract, a popular choice yet from which the picturesque descriptions and styles of research have not disappeared. The folklore in the Old Testament is much less abbreviated, 2 volumes altogether, and a large part of the notes have been retained. Basically, the French reader finds himself faced with a kind of religious encyclopedia, since the various chapters of the folklore in the Old Testament are not covered in both volumes. But this encyclopedia is not systematic. It is Sir James's imagination that guides him, attracted by a single central problem, to find the savage under the civilized. He only addresses it where he can do so, and the form of comparative abstractions, with respect to well-known passages of the Old Testament, perhaps corresponds more to Sir James' thought than the grouping reconstituted more harmoniously of the abridged Golden Bough. But if we have been amongst those who first criticized this way of choosing subjects and also this mode of comparison, we maintain that, contrary to the critiques that freely proclaim these researches out of date, they still retain their freshness and truth. You may permit us a personal observation. We proposed, before Mr. F. Mr. Fraser, in a former Annie Sociologic, and twice, an interpretation similar to his own for the Deuteronomy rule "Thou shalt not cook the kid in its mother's milk." Parsons, E.C. American Indian Life, by several of its students, New York, Hubsch, 1923, 420 pages in -4°. This book, edited by Mrs. Elsie Close Parsons, who became a female member of the Pueblo tribe of the Hopi, and who is an excellent ethnographer, is infinitely interesting. This is a series of essays, a kind of literary tableau of little novelistic anecdotes, of news, such as are published in journals, on the Indians of North America, on their real, material, and moral life. For certain, this form is not without value. It obliges the ethnographer, and the sociologist who follows him, to portray indigenous lives. Bandelier, Grinnell, or the Old White, T. E. Rowe, about the Maoris, gave models of the genre. After a preface by Mr. Kroeber, the most distinguished of American ethnographers have been very willing to collaborate with Mrs. Parsons. And we must consider, to a certain degree, their inventions as true documentation. But, naturally also, the autobiographies written by professional ethnographers are not as worthwhile as the accounts from the Indians. Workers not trained in this difference will do well not to seek to make too much use of this book, destined as it is for the wide American public, and to assure its sympathies for the Indians and for ethnology. The shaman stories were naturally the easiest and the most intriguing to recount, and we can consider certain of them to be genuine documents: Smoking Star, Blackfoot, by Clark Whistler, Thundercloud, Winnebago, by Radin. Similarly for the stories of initiation, Menominee, by Alan Skinner, and of Revelation, Lenape, by Harrington, this one a little imaginative and entirely reconstructed, but still interesting, and the delightful account of the initiation of Cushing into the Society of the Bow in Zuni that Mr. Cullen recounts is, itself, a document that will serve in the history of ethnology. Mr. Lowy explains to us in depth how one becomes a warrior and the rites and practices of war among the Crow, and Mr. T. Michelson how they bring up children amongst the Muskwaki. We must count, as a true contribution to the obscure problems of the life of women, the description of the life of Wayantitsa, a Zuni woman, by Mrs. Parsons herself. Other news articles focus on the same subject, p. 337, p. 147, p. 41. There will be much more to say on the new archaeology. These efforts to reconstitute the early life of these people, of which we know only the ruins or some old archives, Mound people, Muskogee, and above all Mexicans and Maya, which lead us straight into pure fantasy. For example, the little novel by Mr. Swanton, Takalki of Tulsa, which is set during Drake's arrival, is very interesting from the point of view of religion, but there would be danger in making use of it. Mr. Kroeber, in the introduction, notes the lacunae, p. 15, concerning the government and the economy of the Indian tribes. In fact, the story by Mr. Sapir, of the life of Tom, a Nootka trader, is one of the best accounts we have known of the role played by the potlatch and its hierarchy. Radin, p. The Winnebago Tribe. XXXVIth Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Washington, Smithsonian Institution. Mr. Aradin is one of the best ethnographers of his generation, and his autobiography of a Winnebago is, in our opinion, one of the best documents, acquired through the newest method, that has been published during the decade during which l'année séquoiologique was interrupted. This way of finding a native who narrates himself gives an unparalleled account, of the way in which an individual situates himself in a clan and in a tribe. The present book, a complete picture of the tribe itself, should be read together with the first. We analyze later the documents and theories concerning legal sociology. Here we speak only of the religious sociology, and of several other groups of facts. The Winnebago are Sioux. As for all the Sioux, and for all the tribes of the prairies, their morphology, their social system, and in particular their religion have been profoundly altered by the arrival of the Europeans and the horse. Mr. R fortunately gives the history told quite exactly by the Winnebago themselves of these characteristic changes, p. 59 etseq. They will help us to understand, more generally, this shift that has metamorphosed a large part of humanity, after the domestication of the horse in the ancient world. The scope of this transformation is very well demonstrated and even measured through the fine archaeological discovery in which Mr. R participated, whereby the mounds, tumuli, of Wisconsin were attributed to the Winnebago, who no longer make them, ch2. This whole civilization of the prairies has been affected, as the American ethnologists have seen, by what they call the horse complex, Whistler, by the nomadism that resulted from the arrival of the horse. Mr. R believes that he has observed just in time this very important tribe, whose remains are numerous and rich. In spite of the great value of the documents and collections that he has still been able to collect, we are less convinced of this fact than he is. One part of the critique that he addresses to the old works by Riggs and by Dorsey on the Sioux, and even to the more recent works by Alice Fletcher and by L.E. Flesha, is, in our opinion, unjustified. The Winnebago have made progress in 60 years, and forgotten many things, even if they have remarkably preserved others. This is well perceptible in the area of religion. For example, the funeral rites present a strange mixture of Algonquian and European reforms and ritual conservatism and clan specialization, ch. 5, cf. pages 187 and 211, etc. Similarly, the two great cults of the Winnebago are of recent and complex formation. These are the medicine dance and the peyote cult, chs 14 and 16. Although very important and very interesting, and playing a capital role in the life of the past Winnebago, they surely belong to another sphere of action, to another epoch than the rituals of the clan, cfp 388. Even the peyote cult, of the fermented drink from which it is extracted, was in open decline, p. 420, 30 years ago, and numerous Christian elements were introduced into it, the last very recently, pages 398 ET-SEQ, 422 SEQ. The Indians have their syncretism. We must also pause with respect to cults of the brotherhoods for benediction. They appear to be something that is mixed, ch 13, mixed, although above all Indian. In any case, these facts, very well studied, are also important on the subject of the mixing of religions and of their foreign products. It is also notable that this mix operates above all through special cults, as was the case in the ancient or Oriental world. Even the ritual ensemble so typical of the Feast of War bundles between clans, otherwise known as the Winter Feast, has been contaminated both by Christianity, CFP 455 in spite of N26, and by other special cults, in particular that of the Thunderbird. This series of cults, that mobilizes the clans, and the bands of soldiers, has the well-characterized musty scent of the potlatch, EXP 30, number 7, p 485, rituals by phratry, or of the simpler total prestations, although perfectly conscious and expressed in admirable discourses, Sioux text with translation, p 487 ET-SEQ. In these conditions, it is undoubtedly not possible to establish for sure what Mr. R makes of the information he has collected on the notion of God among the Winnebago. According to him, p 282 and N2, these contradict the previous interpretations of the word Wakan, which we have approached by Mana and after Hewitt, by Orenda. According to Mr. R, this word would mean sacred, and Wakanja would exclusively designate a visible sacred individual being. Finally, the notion of God would be powerfully clear, in particular that of the creator of the earth. It is possible that all this is accurate for the Winnebago of today. But it is not evident that the old documents of Riggs and Dorsey, and those less old of Mr. L. E. Flesha, on the Omaha and Dakota will be invalidated. To the contrary, there is no difficulty in registering very precise remarks concerning individual variations in religious sentiment, p 291 ET-SEQ, and the numerous documents on revelations, spirit guardians, p 290, the young, and blessings. The study of rituals and myths specific to the clans gives altogether remarkable results. One is amazed that so many of the attributes of totemism were conserved. The religious collaboration among clans and the two phratries is still so clear, and Mr. R has so well observed it, that this sort of division of religious labor is illuminated, chs 8 and 9. We recall that we adhered to the Sioux method of classification, Durkheim and Mauss. We must acknowledge that, on this precise point, few of Mr. R's facts support us except concerning certain names, the property of each clan, undoubtedly subtotems, exp 242, clan names of the water spirits, red earth 2, 4, 5, horns, etc., beaver, etc. The relationship between members of the clan and their totem and guardian spirit is well studied, pages 194 ET-SEQ, 288. One part of the auxiliary spirits evidently derives from the totemic clan, another local clan, or something of this genre, but this forms only a small portion of individual relations, even after decent, place, or status are searched for. Mr. R is far from explaining the Sioux clan by individual choice of animal protectors. The study of shamanism and medicine has not offered results of equal value, p. 25. But perhaps Mr. R arrived too late to observe them closely. Boas, F. Ethnology of the Kwakiutl, based on the data collected by G. Hunt. XXXVTH Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Washington, Smithsonian Institution, Volume I, pages Slyin, 793, Volume 2, 8, 1482 p. In 8 degree. NB. The dated papers of the Bureau of Ethnology correspond so little to the real date of publication, and the administrative delays are such, that we will consider the dates of their arrival in Paris as those of the edition. The important work of Mr. Boas and of his indigenous informant, G. Hunt, on the Quakiutl is not yet terminated with these two thick volumes of translated texts, tables, indexes, and glossaries, Quakiutl, English and English, Quakiutl. A subsequent work will come out in the collection of Columbia University. And this will not exhaust the subject matter, even after the volumes of the Jesup expedition, and plenty of others. So much space is required simply for description of law, of religion, of economy, and of the techniques and aesthetics of a society certainly rich and complex, but by no means extraordinary among societies depicted as primitive, inferiors. No illusion is more mistaken than that which depicts these as simple and easy to describe. This ethnology of the Quakiutl claims to be only a miscellany of documents and more particularly a collection of transcribed and translated texts, some of them in line-by-line translation, all in flowing language, but all carefully rendered. In this style, it is a philological document of the first order, more even than a linguistic one. We will only mention this, and say that the method of publication followed, however precise it may be, is not sheltered from all critique. It perhaps makes strong abstractions from dialects and individual variations. It will give present difficulties for linguists preoccupied with knowing more than the phonetics and transcription adopted by Hunt and by Mr. Mauss. Nevertheless, this book contains more than that. First of all, one part of these texts, volume I, pages 53, 603, constitutes an invaluable Quakiutl technology. Put next to volume X of the Jesup expedition, of which we have already given an account, this one is even a little more complete. Described here are not only the instruments, but also the fabrication and the use of the products. One innovation: a complete collection of cooking recipes and rules of etiquette, of rites, of taste, and of the order of the meal is full of interesting facts. The attribution of certain foods to certain people, and the way in which they are taken, are in effect typical. See also p. 750, the rules for the festival banquets with special foods. We give account later of juridical data. The major part of the rest of the book is devoted to religion. See customs and beliefs, chants of shamans, p. 1294 etseq, etc., or to legends that are part religious, part juridical. These latter are histories of families. Up to now, Mr. Mauss, Jesup Expedition, Volumes 3, v. had published mainly the legends of clans. The legends of heroes of the noble families of clans do not differ perceptibly from those that relate the history of their founders. It is the same system, grouping the same themes: the hero who had the revelation of his tutelary spirit, who built his magical house with his help and that of the gods, or received it ready-made with its emblems, privileges, names, and potlatches. These legends are interesting above all from the juridical point of view. What are newer are indications concerning prayers, pages 617-1366 etseq, fire cults, from the one sitting on the fire, p. 749, 1331 etseq, a fine collection of taboos and divination rites, and finally a detailed description of funerary rites that Mr. Mauss had not recorded in the previous works. The addenda concerning shamanism are less prominent, p. 1294 etseq. In contrast, an important lacuna is filled by a good long description of domestic ritual, sexual taboos, conception, molding of the head, initiation of the daughters of chiefs, etc., p. 660 etseq. The rites concerning twins are remarkable, p. 673 etseq. Rattray, R.S. Ashanti, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1923, 348 pages in 8 degree. Mr. R. Rattray is a professional ethnographer, hired by one of the most intelligently run colonies, the English Gold Coast, for the greater good of native policy and our sciences. During the war, Mr. R. had already published an excellent work on the Ashanti proverbs, and here he begins a series of greater scope. At base, This first volume is more of a set of separate essays concerning a number of diverse points in the sociology of the Ashanti. It includes, relative to totemism, the clan, and the family, two sensational discoveries that we point out later, under the juridical rubric, along with other facts. The greater part of the volume is devoted, meanwhile, to religion. Moreover, however intriguing and notable these facts are, they do not present as much interest. Outside of the royal cult and that of the thrones, which we will also study later on if the description is complete, the grand public cults that are observed there are of the kind that is common in black areas, carnivals, exorcisms, collective celebrations, etc., also the cults of various shrines and diverse great gods. The most novel trait and the most marked is the important part played by the queens, the priestesses, the women. As in Dahomey, they play an active role. Their moral character, and the presence of the great gods, are very clear, and we can hope that this book, after so many others and after 25 years of critical sociology, will destroy the scientific myth of black fetishism. On the subject of Niam, cf. Nzambi, Bantu, the Supreme Being, and his sons, see chapters 13 and 14, which are still sketches, but where we will find the still unknown ritual use of pots, CFP 313 ETSEQ, and the altars. Mr. R has made a long and important study of drum language, the talking drums, ch 22. The transmission of words over long distances is well attested, facilitated, which is important from the linguistic point of view, by the tones in African languages, since, even for the hollow phrases that are the toolkit of the drummers, the intervals of the words, the counting of the syllables, and the tones of these syllables have to remind people of the words. It even seems that, by drumming, one can recite, for the initiates, the entire myths and histories of the clan, p. 267, and in fact it is in the study of these long segments of drumming that Mr. R found the first trace of facts concerning the clan, to which we will return. The cult of the drums is remarkable, p. 259 ETSEQ, their name, Antumpane, is surely European in origin. Mr. R promises us other works on the notions of the soul and the spirit, on magical force, on magic, etc. We must wait before making a critique, even a provisional one, of those that we have just summarized. Talbot, P.A. Life in Southern Nigeria, The Magic, Beliefs and Customs of the Ibibio Tribe, London, Macmillan, 1923, 16, 356 pages in 8 degree. The book by Mr. Talbot does not contain discoveries as exciting as those of Mr. Rattray. Or rather, what has been most notable in the research undertaken by Mr. and Mrs. Talbot, and her sister, among the Ibibio people, Eastern Nigeria, Cross River, has already been published in a book by Mrs. D. Talbot, Woman's Mysteries, which is the best study that we are familiar with on the social, and more especially the religious, position of women in Negro countries, Pays Nigra. It particularly contains invaluable accounts of the women's secret societies from a sociological point of view. Meanwhile, the latter work is much more complete, from the religious point of view, than Rattray's book. The Ibibio, numbering about 1 million, divided into 9 tribes, of which one, the Oram, includes more than 140,000 inhabitants, p5, and 1, are one of the richest, most independent peoples, the least touched by European, Arab, or Sudanese civilization, of the whole Bight of Benin. Mr. T. Talbot was one of their best administrators. He committed, with respect to them in my own view, only one fault, that of considering them far too much as primitives. When in educated style he often compares them with the Greeks and Romans, cp 267, a curious similarity between a fragment of Tibble and an Ibibio ritual form, to the Sumerians and the Babylonians, he is much closer to the truth. Naturally, Mr. T also strikes a blow to the old theory of Negro fetishism. The more the observations proliferate and deepen, the more does the greatness and the quality of the Negro religions become apparent, the notion of a great god and the great gods, both male and female, and of the law, p.12 ETSEQ, pages 262-267 on Abasi Ijua, God of the New Year, extremely accentuated symbolism of the objects of cult and myth, and already a philosophy. Here Mr. T corroborates completely the information of Dennett and Major Leonard, pages 9-178. However, we do not have, even after this excellent book, a complete idea of this religion. Not only have the efforts focused too exclusively on religious phenomena, and not enough on the juridical side of Ibibio life, but they are themselves concentrated on certain points. It lacks, for example, a mythology. Chapter 18 is very short, the Jujus, which corresponds to the fetishism of the observers from before 1900. On magic, the notions of the soul, of death, and funerary ritual, and secret societies, on the contrary, Mr. T provides documents and evidence in great number and of very great interest. We will retain, above all, the parts concerned with the small, in the literal sense, gods, almost all of them local, both peaceful gods and terrifying gods, whose often inaccessible shrines Mr. T describes and localizes with care, and the rites, and occasionally the myths. The description of the Abuk, whose deified masked figures, animated for ritual service, p. 64, lifts the corner of the veil that hides the transition between the ritual object and the image of the god. That of the Endem, item, the small gods of the waters, the soil, and the vegetation, and of their relations with the dead, is no less useful. Numerous facts concerning the triple soul of man present no extraordinary trait. Mr. T has good reason to establish totemism amongst these highly civilized populations and to note that it is only for them a case of affinities between man and beast, crocodile and leopard werewolf, in the land of animals, p. 89 ETSEQ. Funerary rituals and sacrifices, above all in honor of the chiefs, particularly their burial in underground chambers, are strongly typical of the mix of ancient Egypto-African and Bantu-Nigrito civilizations. Magic is a quite normal form, and the only thing we see as important to note is the epidemics, the panics about sorcery, p. 218. The descriptions of secret societies and their relationships with magic are more noteworthy. Their character as public brotherhoods is finally well marked, as well as their judicial and military role, pages 182 or 112 ETSEQ. But above all, their dramatic performances are what are important. What Mr. T calls magic plays markedly resemble our own mummeries, collective rites of incantation, and funerary rites. They even culminate in marionette performances, given in markets, and at grand purification ceremonies, pages 147, 157, 188, etc. The myth and history of the revelations of these games is often given. Let us praise Mr. T for having always carefully localized his observations, for having enriched them with many accounts of palavers and law cases. He had the good fortune to have one of the great chiefs, Oram, as informant. But he knew how to draw from his position to secure an advantageous participation. Rivers, W.H., Medicine, Magic, and Religion, International Library of Psychology, Philosophy, etc. London, Kegan Paul, 1924, 8, 145 pages in 8 degree. The diverse elements of this book have not gone unpublished. The first 4 chapters are lectures given in 1916 at the Royal College of Medicine in London, and have been published in the same form in the Lancet. The last chapter is a lecture given in Manchester and published in the Bulletin of the John Rylands Library. Mr. Elliot Smith has meanwhile done well to place them at our disposition again in the form of a book. The preface that he adds is more biographical, and we only retain here an indication of it. Rivers projected that he would rewrite this book, to give it the dimensions of a treatise. And, in effect, without doubt he would have accentuated his historical point of view as opposed to the evolutionary, p. 109, point of view, as he has expressed it with spirit and disdain. Without doubt he would have thus reinforced his psychological explanations and attached a good number of facts to the classical type and to the psychotherapeutic procedures that he studied with such zeal. This last effort corresponds to the chapters on mind and medicine and the spirit and medicine. Between the two works, one can see that the sociological theoretical initiative that Rivers outlines many times, pages 31, 39, 90 etc., has lost some of its prominence. We will not make a summary account of the expositions, which are already old. We will recommend their use, in this form, as a book. In the first part, we find first of all, latent, the whole theory of the collective notion of illness, pages 5, 62 to 73 etc., and its causes. See in particular Rivers' personal observations on medical magic among the Eddystone tribe Solomons, pages 32 to 42, etc., and a whole theory of the spiritual state of the medicine man, which Rivers was particularly competent to study since he was a sociologist, psychologist, and medical doctor. He had also, beyond us library sociologists, the superiority of the ethnographer. Naturally we have reservations about certain too precise descriptions and too daring hypotheses of the migration of culture, exp.105, in other areas, for example massage in Oceania, we would accept these descriptions, if they were more complete. The chapter on the spirit and medicine is important. It dates from the era when Rivers, in his wartime activities, was struck by the success of his therapeutic procedures. Seen from the outside, this has little to do with the rest of the book. But one can see where Rivers is going, a theory of suggestion, of its importance and its social value. Excerpts. Frobenius, L. Damanen de Sudan. Allerhand religios Verdichtungen. Atlantis, Volksmarchen und Volksdichtungen Afrikas, 7. Virauf. D. Forsch. Institut für Kulturmorphologie Munich and Ina, Diederichs, 1924, 374 pages in 8° Volksdichtungen aus Oberguinea. I Fabulae Ian Dreyer Volker. Atlantis, 11. As above, 355 pages, Petit in 8° der Kopf als Skixel Munich, Kurt Wolf, 1924, 188 pages in 8°. About 15 years ago, Mr. Frobenius discovered African humanity. It is to him that Africa speaks. This expression is the title of one of his most important books. He reveals to us the true mystery of Atlantis. The mix of Ethiopian, Hamitic, Atlantic, etc., that produced African civilizations holds no secrets for him. With age, authority, literary, and artistic success, he has attained a certain popularity in Germany. Mr. F., who has never been an observer, nor a solid theoretician, and who has assigned himself the task of German race thinker, untouched a racist Germanique, ethnologist, philosopher, and sociologist, seems to have got carried away with himself. He writes in a style even more unintelligible than in the past, with even more daring hypotheses. The last of these volumes, under a bizarre title, The Head as Fate, allusion to a pretty song One Head One Fate, is nothing but, at base, a collection of several tales and anecdotes of Bantu, Sudanese, Guinean, and Kabyle origin, with ravishing illustrations, chosen to illuminate the depths of the African soul. These volumes are bizarrely titled and divided up, and even more bizarrely vaunted. But his collections, of myths and tales, are superficial and partial. The griots and dancers of West Africa, the orators and heralds of the coast, have said little to Mr. F. He passed amongst them as a collector of tales, like a bagger of objects. Examples of collections by others given here are ethnographic documents. Those of Mr. F. are documents of a traveler and interpreter. Further, they are refashioned with a method that arouses suspicion. Mr. F. often complains of not being taken seriously by the ethnologists of his country. He will not complain of this discussion. But if we have dwelled long on it, it is because we know of nothing more dangerous for observation itself than this vast, furious, and superficial curiosity, dominated by a systemic spirit. Further, we can build nothing solid on such documents without critiquing them one by one. Let us warn young workers against this genre of wide-ranging and hasty descriptive sociology. We must prefer honest, simple, and philological documents with ethnographic depth. Horn, G., and Eyston, G. Savage Life in Central Australia, London, Macmillan, 1924, 12, 177 pages in 8 degree. Mr. Eyston is an officer in the Mounted Police of Southern Australia. He has lived for 20 years among the tribes of the area around Lake Eyre. Mr. Horn is a doctor and an anthropologist. This book is the result of one of his visits as collector and photographer, and a very long correspondence with Mr. Eyston. This is not a deep study, except on the subject of technology. This subject is surely the best treated of all, and certain information on the kinds of boomerang, pages 70, 78, and above all on stone tools, ch 5, is of capital importance. On the fabrication of the knife, and the variation in procedures and instruments, in particular amongst neighboring tribes, fabricated by others, in the workshops of the makers of hatchet blades, Mr. Horn's book fills a lacuna. By a familiar absurdity in the history of the sciences, it is at the moment when these tribes are disappearing, along with their skills, that we start observing them. Meanwhile they are the only ones who are really in the Stone Age and interestingly and working with oaf stone that is shaped and polished, see figure 75. Technologists will be well served by this book. The sociologists of religion and law will find less here than they could have hoped. It concerns, however, a group of very important and interesting tribes. The Wankangura, or Wakanguru, are in effect kin and neighbors of the Wanayabunna, Urubunna of Spencer and Gillen, and the Diri, of Gasson, Howitt, and Siebert. The Yanrika of Cooper's Creek and the Lower Diamantine are related to the tribes of central Queensland, of Roth, situated on the upper reaches of these rivers. Unfortunately, the in-depth study of the social organization is lacking. The research is insufficient and poorly undertaken, with bad witnesses, poorly known. For example, Mr. H. Orne writes Vogelsand for Vogelsang, the name of a missionary. The only subject of interest are the sexual totems, p. 124, and in particular the totems in the female line, that of the Mindari, a fair, important day for judgments and duels, of peacemaking and tribal cults, pages 147 to 60. The right to refuge, pages 147 to 63. The greatest effort of Mr. H. and his informant was directed at religious phenomena. Their observations, there also, are relatively fragmentary and superficial. Nevertheless, they are important and fortunately add, in places, to those of Howitt and Siebert. They furnish us with legends of initiation, totems, Murdu, the totemic ancestors, Mura equals Muramura in Gasson, p. 124, etc. In all these tribes, each individual, or animal or thing has its ancestral double, a small number of individuals embody the doubles, cp 131, the important myth of the inventor of the boomerang. Messrs. A and H have not identified the Antikyoma ceremonies, but do mention them, pages 133, 134, 116, 115, etc. Their descriptions of magic and corroborees show nothing exceptional, and those of funeral rites and initiation are altogether summary. The illustrations are valuable, numerous, and excellent. Bennett, C.A. A Philosophical Study of Mysticism, an essay, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1923, 8, 194 pages in -8 degree. The third part, which concerns the sociologist, is also a document on certain forms of American thought. This is a study of the connections amongst religion, ethics, and mysticism. But this study is not only descriptive. The mystic is defined by independence, the struggle against institutions and against simple aestheticism, the search for the real, and, to speak the terribly localized language of the author, a mixture of philosophy, theology, and psychology, the redemption of the unconscious. This is fundamentally an excuse. It is above all a presumption. In fact, to propose that mysticism is the completion, p. 176, of philosophy and is also the presupposition of it, p. 110, is to rest the case, because that is exactly where the problem of the philosophy of mysticism lies. The mystics have not yet proven, except to themselves, that they have worked on something other than what men have in common. It is all too convenient to accept their words, which are only psychologically founded, leaving philosophizing for later. We must see whether these words are not, above all, sociologically founded. First of all, there exists a mystical tradition as there exists a religious one, inappropriately contrasted with the mystical. Certain Catholic theologians, according to our own thinking on this point, are a lot closer to the historical, psychological, and sociological truth, altogether, than the Protestant theorists. Then, this contrast between the poverty of moral and religious institutions and the richness of the state of the mystical soul, a favorite theme of American authors, is as little addressed as possible. Inapplicable as it is to a great number of religions, it does not apply at all except to several aberrant forms of Christianity. Why would one wish that a pious and sensitive and exalted person would not commune deeply with his God following the ritual procedures already known? Effective prayers, communion, and material attitudes are mystical as surely as trance itself, and, in fact, they evoke trance and enthusiasm. Not only the individual, but his social milieu, are mystical sources. And it is to simplify things excessively, to see them under an aspect too specifically American, that one passes by all these facts. Once more, the philosopher Mr. B. Annett, as one of this kind, has speculated about himself and his time, believing that he was speculating on things, in general. This religious psychology is not even a complete psychology. The truth on these questions is more complex than this document. The knowledge that Mr. B has of Buddhist and Taoist mysticism is poor, pages 49, 52. His style demands a deep knowledge of Americanisms. Without this, expressions such as episodic life, p. 190, and citations such as that of Richard Jefferies to he greater than oneself, p. 187, may just seem amusing. Shotwell, J.T. The Religious Revolution of Today, Boston and New York, Houghton Mifflin Co., 1924, 187 pages in 1/6 degree. Perhaps all this would demand to be better proven. The orthodoxies have not given up so much. The mysticisms have not broken off so much from orthodoxies, only, I believe, certain pragmatist philosophers would respond to the invocation of their name, if one made a review of the neomystics that Mr. S. Hotwell describes. The analysis of the religious sentiment of our crowds remains to be done, and I fear that once again the historian of ideas has allowed himself to take account only of those that have been expressed through an elite of free spirits and of ultra-liberal Protestants. The long cleavage, which leaves no sanctuary for religion except the faith and conscience of the individual, has not ended. The important renewal of mysticism, for example among the Society of Jesus, and the favor it finds in the Christian areas of Russia, attach themselves, clearly to the contrary, to the ancient orthodoxies. These forms even appear much richer than this vague sentimentalism and this rather empty skepticism in the face of reality, even spiritual reality, that are at the basis of pragmatism. Mr. S.'s first analysis resists the test of time, and doubtless he describes correctly the relations that reign between religion and this scientific and positivistic spirit of which our societies are made. But his mode of analysis, I fear, confuses a local and passing form of mysticism with permanent forms of the spirit. Such a confusion shows the need for a correct statistical and historical description of the state of religious sentiment in our diverse nations. Emmett, F.B. A Short History of Quakerism, Earlier Periods, with introduction by R. M. Jones, London, The Swarthmore Press, 1923, 332 pages in 8th degree. The second book describes their struggle for existence against the reaction of the Restoration, their magnificent battle for the liberty of their cult, always public, which they could pursue without any material of any sort, their passive resistance and invincible reward by a corresponding victory, then the glory of the Quakers by the genius of Penn, the foundation of Pennsylvania, a state, in a mixture of enthusiasm, socialist and messianic utopia, a sound spirit of justice, of gentleness, of democracy, of individualism, and of commercial and material practice that has always characterized this sect, from the beginning. But everything that emerges from this book shows the degree to which the constitution of a strong collectivity, the common exercise of the passions and the religious mentality of the members, the moral education of the will and the intellect that they can draw from it, are, still within our societies, something strong, normal, sound, social, and religious all at the same time. Marcel Mauss.